Remember Majora's Mask? Easily the darkest, gloomiest game in the entire Zelda series. One of the most creative ones too, with lots of new imagery, themes, and all kinds of things we've never seen in a Zelda game before. From African mythology to biblical references, we are far from the traditional heroic fantasy setting, and it was great. But even beyond visuals, there was this mysterious atmosphere, this serious tone that made many think that there was a deeper meaning to what was happening on screen. Some kind of message. As you already know, this game has become a classic, and Nintendo decided to add a little nod to the game in A Link Between Worlds for the 3DS, where the mask itself is displayed on the wall in Link's house. The main ability you have in this game is being able to merge with the walls like graffiti. So at first, many believed that you could just slide behind the mask to wear it and maybe trigger something special. But nope, it doesn't do anything. So, is this just a simple Easter egg for the fans, just for fun? Well, I don't think so. What if I told you that this is the ultimate clue to the Legend of Zelda's biggest and best hidden secret? First, let's talk about the land of Termina. What do we actually know about this place? Well, Termina is known to be an alternate version of the land of Hyrule, where everything related to the goddesses or Hylian religion in general seems to be completely gone. Instead, technology has developed, and we can come across things like steamboats, pipes, clockworks, all kinds of stuff. In this world, every character you know and love from Hyrule has a counterpart, an alter ego with the same appearance, but a different personality, a different backstory, and sometimes even a different name. The comparison even stands for the emblem of both lands. Hyrule is represented by a majestic bird, a loftwing, a symbol of power, whereas Termina's emblem is an owl, a nocturnal bird, wings down, seeming a bit less epic, though wise and mysterious. It's in this world that Child Link, driven by his quest to find his lost friend Navi, will venture and fight. All the while, the inhabitants brace themselves, for the end of the world is coming. Pretty grim, huh? But maybe this reminded you of another kingdom with a somewhat similar story. In A Link Between Worlds, we are introduced to the land of Lorule, a dark and corrupted version of Hyrule, the other side of the mirror where everything is the same, but reverse. Hilda, Princess Zelda's Lorulean counterpart, tells us a bit more about her kingdom. In a long-forgotten time, Lorule was just as shiny and flourishing as the Hyrule we know and love. They even had their own Triforce. But, as was the case in our character's homeland, a relic of such power only brought war to the people, divided by jealousy and lust for power. To end the wars, the Lorulean Triforce was destroyed, and as time went on, the kingdom fell apart. Starting to get where I'm going with all this? Well, I'm afraid you will have to wait a bit longer because this is only the beginning. As you may know, everything in the Zelda universe revolves around symbols, colors, elements, characters, virtues, etc. Let me ask you one question. Have you heard of the Tetraforce? No? Well, it's time for a crash course. The Tetraforce is a very old theory that was denied by Nintendo. This theory claims that the hollow triangle in the center of the Triforce is actually a fourth piece that was taken away from the relic. It goes like this. In the Zelda universe, everything is known to go by 3, as we've seen just before, except it doesn't. The number 4 is far more represented. Let's do a quick review of them all. In the Minish Cap and plenty other Zeldas, there are 4 elements: fire, water, earth, and wind, respectively red, blue, green, and purple. There are 4 Links in Four Sword, the classic green one, Red Link, Blue Link, and Purple Link. Here's that color purple again. In Twilight Princess, there are 4 Light Spirits, Eldin, Lanayru, and Faron, whose names are taken from the goddesses themselves, but then comes Ordona, who has really no tangible origin. And plus, just like Nintendo, the other spirits deny Ordona's existence. This trend goes on with the main races of the series. We have the Gorons, affiliated with fire and rock, the Zoras, fish-like creatures, the Deku, living in the forest, and also humanoids, whether they be Hylians, the people of the sky, or Gerudos, living in the desert as thieves and renegades. And do you know what's best? There aren't even 3 goddesses. Yes, there actually is a 4th one. You know, the goddess Hylia. It really seems like the forces that tie the Zelda universe together tend to go by 4 instead of 3. Let's recap what we have here. The wind, the color purple, or Donna, the desert, humanoids, and the goddess Hylia. Some of it makes perfect sense. Hylia being the protector and goddess of the humanoids, her symbol is the Loftwing, Hyrule's bird. Heck, she was the one to send the Hylians to the sky along with a piece of the land for them to survive. She's the typical representation of a guardian angel ruling over the sky, and she's obviously intimately tied to the Triforce. But what about the other stuff, like the color purple and the Gerudo? She has nothing to do with that. Yes, we'll cover that stuff soon. Just have faith in me for a little while, and everything shall be explained. For the moment, let's take a look back at Majora's Mask. In this game, the goal for Link is to travel the world of Termina in 4 directions. First going south to the Mojo Palace, then north to the Goron's Mountain, west to the Great Bay where the Zoras live, and finally east to Ikana Valley, the deserted Land of the Dead. A place out of time, where the living corpses of the soldiers keep acting like the war that ravaged them never ended. In order to enter the valley, you need to get the Garo Mask, an item that allows you to talk to the dead. Once you have it with you, the NPC that keeps you from entering beforehand will say the following.
That is a nice mask you're wearing. That is the mask of the leader of the ninjas who once spied on the hilltop castle with the blood-stained history.
Keep that line in mind, as it's going to be very important later. We are later introduced to the Garo themselves, cloaked warriors in the desert, wielding sabers. Their combat style is swift like the wind, hectic even. Upon defeating them, the Garo warrior will blow himself up so that everything he knows dies with him. True ninjas. And yes, I know we're not quite going anywhere with this yet, but don't you worry, it's coming. Here, take a look at the logos of every game in the franchise. Do you notice something? Yes, Majora's Mask, for it is the first and only time in the series that the title dropped its classic red lettering in favor of a nice purple one. That may have been a lot to take in, and we still haven't covered everything, but we're getting close. There is a common theory that connects the Majora's Mask to the fused shadow of Twilight Princess. Let's take a look, shall we? So, in general, when several masks are created by the same tribe, they are likely to share some sort of symbol, like a signature or a style. And indeed, the eye on Majora's Mask matches perfectly with the remaining eye of the fused shadow. Is it possible, then, that both masks were created by the same people? Let's find out. In Majora's Mask, the happy mask salesman tells the player that the Majora's Mask was created by a very ancient tribe to be used in hexing rituals and sacrifices. It has then fallen into the hands of the salesman himself under unknown circumstances, only to be stolen by Skull Kid, the quote-unquote villain of the game. The fused shadow, on the other hand, has a bit more backstory. In the original timeline, just before Ocarina of Time, a terrible war broke out in the kingdom, the Hyrulean Civil War. As everyone was punching each other's faces, the overall chaos created an opportunity for a group of interlopers to steal the Triforce away from the royal family, using a powerful dark magic and the fused shadow itself to break into the sacred realm. Just before accomplishing their goal, the light spirits were sent to banish the interlopers into a separate dimension, a world of shadow, where they would lie forever. The Twilight Realm. Inside this realm of darkness, the interlopers changed forms, becoming the Twilight. But still, they continue one particular custom. Each and every one of them wears a mask. If you made it to this point in the video, your wait is finally over, because we have all the information we need to piece together the first big part of the puzzle and identify these interlopers. So, We're looking for an ancient tribe, close enough to the royal family to know about the sacred realm and how to break into it. Masters of shadow magic, creating masks and artifacts with strange powers. Fluent in ninja-like arts, an eye as their most recognizable symbol, and are almost extinct by the time of Ocarina of Time. Did you get it? The interlopers are the Sheikah tribe. Yes! The same Sheikah that have been the protectors of the royal family since the dawn of times, even before Skyward Sword. All along they have been by their side, learning all there is to know about the Triforce and the secrets of Hylia, practicing their dark magic hidden down the well of their village, enchanting stones to gather info about the kingdom, creating artifacts with the power to reveal the truth, until the day where they would be able to steal away the Triforce from Hyrule, betraying their longtime allies and revealing their true nature. But why, you may ask? Come on now, we'll see that in just a few minutes. How impatient can people be on YouTube these days? But first, a bit more info. I'd like you to take your attention back to Hylia. As of now, she doesn't really fit into the picture, and we're gonna try to fix that. One of the key abilities of the goddess Hylia we tend to forget is her affinity with time. After all, she created the Master Sword and the Ocarina of Time, an artifact that Link uses multiple times to time travel. She also created the Gates of Time, these gargantuan portals that play a huge role in Skyward Sword. And finally, she has the ability to reincarnate again and again, all across the ages, and even call out to her chosen hero to be reborn with her. It even goes back to Majora's Mask, a game where there is no faith anymore. When you reclaim your ocarina from Skull Kid's hands, Link gets a flashback to his last meeting with Princess Zelda, aka Hylia reincarnated. Before he goes, she plays him the Song of Time one last time with the magic flute, and tells him, "It reminds me of us." And that's despite the fact that since time traveling back at the end of Ocarina, this would have been the first time they ever met. But more importantly, after playing this song, she says the following: "The goddess of time is protecting you. If you play the Song of Time, she will aid you." And this is the only line she gets. Also, a few characters in the game do reference the goddess of time, calling out for her for help. And there you have it. The only deity that the Termanian people still worship, albeit weakly, is the goddess of time, Hylia herself, no longer the three goddesses. Well then, let's gather all of our clues before we get to the final part. The number 4 in Zelda is often associated with purple, the wind, the desert, the Gerudo, and Hylia, which now includes time. It has a strong connection to Majora's Mask, the game, not the artifact, as it is the game where these are most heavily represented. It is also good to know that in Japanese culture, where Zelda happens to be made, the number 4 is seen as a sign of bad luck. As one of the ways you can say the number 4 in Japanese is shi, which also means death. Purple, on the other hand, is the color typically attributed to villains. Case in point, even in the Japanese release of Rayman 2, Rayman's clothing was changed from purple to blue, so that the Japanese audience would not identify him as a villain. So, death and villains. Let's put those on the list too. And let's get back to Ikana Valley real quick. You know, death, villains, and everything. Remember what that NPC said?
Yee! That's a nice mask you're wearing. That is the mask of the leader of the ninjas who once spied on the hilltop castle with the blood-stained history.
Interesting. Now, let me reintroduce you to Zant, the leader and self-proclaimed king of the Twilight. Yes, the enigmatic Garo are actually the interlopers. The Twilight, the Sheikah, and the castle of Ikana is actually the Termina Universe's Hyrule Castle. Stormed by the ninjas who spied on their secrets, the secrets of the castle with the blood-stained history. All of the Hylian soldiers are dead but cannot rest in peace, forced to wander in undeath. They act like the day of their demise never ended, the same way that Link, the exact same Link that wanders inside these ruins, will become the hero's shade. The Link from Ocarina of Time. You didn't see that one coming, did you? Anyway, focus. In the end, the most mysterious character out there truly is the Happy Mask Salesman, he starts off playing the victim, asking us to get his mask back. But we soon find out that he knows way more than he tells, as if he wanted Link to fall down this trap in the first place. His design tells the same thing. He's got pointy ears, a slightly darker skin tone than the other characters, and his eyes are red. And in fact, all of these traits are exclusive to the Sheikah. Note too that he's the one selling the Mask of Truth in Ocarina of Time. And nice choice of color, this tunic, by the way. Alright, we talked about Lorule earlier in this video, remember? We talked about Hilda, and as you're seeing her right now on your screen, you probably know where this is heading. Red eyes, purple clothing, darker skin, pointy ears. I've spent the last 15 minutes telling you again and again about those connections. So let's get right into it. Here's what we're gonna do. Let's review Lorule's backstory together. So as Hilda told us, in the beginning Lorule was doing just fine, hopeful, bathed in light, and the Triforce was still a thing. Hilda, being the princess of the realm, supposedly makes her Hylia's reincarnation in this universe, right? Even the names would match. But then came the wars. And as the populace wanted to get the shiny triangles, people smacked each other's faces. Hilda, wanting to stop the conflict, then had the most brilliant idea she could have, destroying the Triforce so no one can abuse it. In A Link to the Past, we learn that once the Triforce gets messed up, the Sacred Realm becomes the Dark World, a disgusting land, falling apart, and that's precisely what happened in Lorule. But most importantly, in the Dark World, people are transformed into creatures that reflect the true nature of their heart, Pinocchio style. Enjoy your nightmares. Link, for example, turns into a cute little bunny, but bandits and smugglers, greedy as they are, will become pigs, or moblins if you prefer. Knowing all this, it's easy to conclude that it's right after the destruction of the Triforce that residents began to turn into monsters. Later, we get to the alternative version of Kakariko Village, now known as the Thieves' Hideout. As we know what's going on down the well of Kakariko, the conjunctions are obvious. Right in the center of the village lies the milk bar from Majora's Mask. The waiter tells us that with all these monsters running around, more and more people take refuge in here. The building has clearly been put there for a reason. It's a huge clue that leads us into thinking that Lorule is actually Termina, prior to its fall. You don't believe me? Well, that's understandable. Little evidence and all that. So here comes some more. Remember in Ocarina of Time when Ganondorf breaks into the Sacred Realm, becomes the King of Evil, and turns Hyrule basically into fantasy Fallout? I mean, I guess that's Elder Scrolls. But when we go back to Lon Lon Ranch, famous for its Lon Lon milk, by the way, we find out that Ganondorf gave the ranch to Ingo. You know, the same waiter from the milk bar. Give him a year, the bar is operational again. But that's not all of it. The big thing lies in the Central Plaza, where a newly formed cult is settled. A guru, wearing a mask that resembles the face of a monster, preaches to the terrified residents, which is understandable. They're terrified of becoming monsters. But that will inevitably happen anyway, which is why he offers them a way of redemption. He is certain that the corruption lying in every single one of them will sooner or later take them away, and the goddesses won't save them. Only monsters will. Simply wearing one of his masks would give them strength. Once again, you probably saw these NPCs by simply playing the game, but you may not have really noticed them. After all, the devil tends to be in the fine details. At this very moment, Lorule has become a land where monsters reign by strength, and as the inhabitants barricade themselves in the ruins of the Sheikah village, it's easy to assume that they simply fortified the place to keep monsters away, exactly like Clocktown. Monsters destroyed the faith of the residents. They no longer trust in the goddesses. Everything here tells us that Termina and Lorule are one and the same. Alright, until now, this video was mostly analysis and finding clues. Now's the time we get to the hypothetical part. The real theory. So let's put quote unquote onto everything and use our imagination. So first of all, to me, Lorule sounds like a strange name. It makes a clear parallel to Hyrule, so why would anyone call its realm inferior version of a realm from another dimension we don't even know about? Personally, I think that Lorule used to be called Hyrule, which would be a nice consonance with Hylia and Hilda. The name would have been changed with the realm's downfall. Hyrule becomes Lorule, the Fallen Kingdom, then later renamed to Termina, the world in a terminal condition, at the end of it all. At the end of everything. We could also imagine that the red eyes, the dark skin, and all of these traits are symptoms of minor exposure to the corruption, the dark sky, and the hardly breathable air. Now, what if Hilda had actually had a backup plan to fix this? I would expect no less from the holder of the Triforce of Wisdom and reincarnation of Hylia. She could have sent some of her soldiers to the past, via the Gates of Time. Or more simply, she could have used the Ocarina to restart everything, and help the goddesses once again in giving birth to a new Hyrule, one where destroying the Triforce would be absolutely inconceivable. What if she did do this? At least in some split timeline. Perhaps they would create and wear a symbol that summarizes their mission, an eye, a symbol of knowledge, surmounted by 3 triangles. Take a guess what that means. Shedding a single tear in memory of this poor decision. Basically, we destroyed the Triforce. It was bad, don't do that. Now, we've got 2 different timelines, one where the Triforce was destroyed and another where it was kept safe, and those 2 coexist in the multiverse. It would be possible to travel from one to the other, and A Link Between Worlds clearly showed us that some people of Lorule were able to do this kind of travel through dimensional cracks. In-game, the path to Hyrule's castle is blocked by that same black magic, those cracks. With the help of the Master Sword, you can slash right through it and clear the path. It is funny then, how in Skyward Sword, Demise used that very same weapon to lead his first invasion, which we know from the lore came from a crack in the earth. This theory actually answers a lot of questions throughout the whole Zelda franchise. Where does Vadi, the first villain after Skyward Sword, come from? Purple outfit? Red eyes? Sharp ears? Is a wind mage capable of turning into this thing? Lorule. Where does Dark Link and the happy mask salesman, who in the end only wanted to bring Link back home to prevent the end of the world, and all those weird sneering people hiding in the dark corners come from? Lorule. And what about the Gerudos? Because yeah, how are they involved in all this? Well, in Twilight Princess there is quite an interesting dungeon, Arbiter's Grounds. It has been built by the Gerudos, and it is the 4th dungeon of the game. Nowhere in Hyrule will you find such highly advanced technology, with mechanisms and complex puzzles. It's filled with Stalfos too. Another interesting point is the boss, Stalord, a gigantic undead monster with a huge totem stuck in its skull. Just like the imprisoned. Imprisoned form of Demise. Even the ghosts' smells match. Remember? When you play as Wolf Link, you get to learn the smell of the spirits haunting the place. Guess how the smell is depicted in-game? Yep, a trail of purple smoke. Finally, this is the very place in which the Mirror of Twilight is hidden, used to banish the interlopers into the Twilight Realm. It shares a quite strange resemblance to the Gates of Time, too. Plus, let's be honest, this guy here, Yuga, he's a Gerudo, right? So, long story short, taking into account everything I've said so far, the long-going cliché of the series depicting 2 worlds clashing against each other looks a bit less stupid and gimmicky, since there has always been just these 2 worlds. The light world and the dark world, which really are just 2 sides of the same story, with one getting a darker outcome than the other. In The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, a particular flower makes an appearance, one that hasn't appeared elsewhere in Zelda. It's called the Silent Princess. It's a flower with magical properties that is very rare due to it being incredibly endangered. Zelda has mentioned that no matter what they've tried, these flowers are unable to grow in domestication, and they will only live in the wild. In the wild, huh? This flower is important enough that it's on the logo to the game. It only lives in the wild, thanks to the breath of the wild, perhaps. Maybe. These flowers can be seen growing in various places, but they tend to cluster around areas with high levels of nature magic, such as around fairy springs. But notably, at the end of the game, after defeating Ganon, they appear to be everywhere. All over Hyrule Field. Could it perhaps have been Ganon's power slowly returning that was causing them to die out? Perhaps. But what this video is here mainly for is sharing with you an interesting tidbit about these flowers. As some of you who have seen my big Pokemon series know, I kinda have a thing for flowers. Since the ancient times, people have been giving various flowers various types of symbolism. It's called the language of flowers, and it's especially a thing in China and Japan. The Pokemon series in particular, ever since X and Y, has been utilizing it well. placing specific flowers in specific scenes and locations to get various messages across. Even in the anime, when Ash visits his mother, the flowers outside are various ones that all share the same meaning: motherhood and motherly love. The developers of Pokemon even somewhat confirmed that they have been using it when they said that the next Pokemon game will have a lot to do with flowers. It's even noted that a majority of the important characters in the game share their name with a flower in one language or another, and these flower symbolism match up perfectly with their personality traits. Like I said, it's a big thing in Japan, and Zelda is a Japanese game too, so I thought, maybe the Silent Princess has some sort of symbolism. So I did some digging, and as it turns out, the Silent Princess doesn't exactly exist. Not directly anyway, but perhaps Nintendo just changed the name. After all, chickens are called cuckoos in Hyrule. So after digging in the garden some more, the closest real-world flower we have to the Silent Princess is this one. The Tulipa humilis alba corula oculata, Hakuna Matata. In English, that's the wild blue heart tulip, emphasis on wild, of course. And despite its name being tulip, it's actually a member of the lily family. The only big difference between the real flower and the Zelda one is that the real one has an extra petal, and the anthers are different colors, the anthers being this part of the flower. On the Silent Princess, they are yellow, while on the wild blue heart tulip, they are blue or white. But this specific color combination is extremely rare in the real world. So this truly is the closest flower we have. And just like the Silent Princess, the wild blue heart tulip are still technically considered to be wildflowers, and are quite rare. So what do these flowers symbolize according to various languages of flowers? Well, easy. Blue as a part of a flower symbolizes trust, and a calm, blissful peace. Considering that the Silent Princesses begin to flourish once peace and serenity are achieved, this fits right in. The white lily part of the flower symbolizes purity, innocence, hope, rebirth, and renewal. What's interesting is while talking about these flowers, Zelda mentions that all they can do is hope that they will come back. Also, them still being around while Ganon is raging can also act as a symbol of hope. White in general, in fact, is a symbol of purity. This is noted when Zelda goes to the top of Mount Lanayru on her 17th birthday to present herself to the goddesses. She dresses in all white. Doing this ritual was one of their last hopes to stop Ganon, and soon after arriving, she fails. Her dress becomes soiled, covered in dirt and mud. Hope is waning as their friends die off one by one. The blue trust and peace on the inside of white pure hope could be taken even deeper, perhaps to saying trust or faith in Zelda or Hylia will bring peace. Adding in the rebirth and renewal aspect, this peace could even be a new era of peace, a new era of Hyrule. And it is of course also noted that Link is resurrected, or reborn, given a second chance, a new beginning, as white lilies symbolize. And what color do Link and Zelda wear in Breath of the Wild, as opposed to most incarnations of them? Blue, right in the center of that hope. Zelda had faith that Link would be reborn and bring peace. And to wrap this whole symbolism mumbo-jumbo together, it all takes place in a game that reimagines the Zelda franchise, giving it a new beginning perhaps. All sorts of developer interviews and notes point to this being the case, and any Zelda fan can tell you the same. Breath of the Wild has completely different gameplay from the rest of the Zelda titles, and the developers took a lot of inspiration from the very first Zelda, even directly recreating scenes from the concept art from the first Zelda in their conferences showing off the game. They wanted to recreate the feeling of playing the original Zelda, but in modern times. And that is exactly what they did. They went back to their roots to start a new style of Zelda games. It's a new beginning, a breath of fresh air, a breath of the wild, just as this ever-important flower that's on the logo to the game suggests. Freaking spontaneous combustion, ugh. So, in Breath of the Wild, you go to the Goron's area, Death Mountain, and if you have any wooden items on you, they will start to smoke, and then combust. Egad, how hot is it here? The temperature meter is useless without any real numbers, and it just says fire anyway, and for good reason. If you keep going deeper into Death Mountain, even Link catches fire. So what temperature would the air have to be for wooden shields to combust? Well, I mean, I guess it depends on what kind of tree the wood is from, but let's just go average, wood in general. After some brief research, the answer is 356 degrees Fahrenheit or 180 C. Well, that's actually kind of scary. Not nearly as high as I would have thought. Oh, it's because this is the minimum temperature. It would take 14 minutes for wood to catch fire in this heat. While in Breath of the Wild, it's very quick. So to get an ignition time of under a minute, we would have to raise the temperature to 430 degrees Celsius, or 806 degrees Fahrenheit. Holy Hylia, that is beyond blistering. How does Link survive that? Quick answer, because it's a video game. Long answer, he doesn't exactly. He still burns slowly, but a few special bits of clothing and he's suddenly fine. If this were real life, that still wouldn't quite work. I mean, people die every summer in my hometown due to heat stroke, and that's only at 115 to 120 degrees Fahrenheit. Granted, that's mostly people who are already sick or elderly. Or children. Yay, children deaths. Ugh. But when you reach 160 degrees, even the most able-bodied men could only survive for a day or two, and that's with constant access to water and without doing anything. And considering that Death Mountain must be around 800 degrees, well, consider in the short run, able-bodied men are still only able to handle 248 degrees for about an hour. Oftentimes, the interiors of burning buildings can reach 300 degrees, and firefighters have to push through all that, running through it, saving as many people as they can. But thankfully, their suits and oxygen tanks protect them somewhat. But even then, they can only handle 10 to 15 minutes at a time before starting to dehydrate and risk passing out. The Flamebreaker armor in Zelda acts similarly to firefighter gear, being fireproof and protecting at least a bit from the heat, but even then, at 450 degrees, hair starts to burn, meaning Link should be going bald and begin to get burns all over his body as every tiny body hair burns away. That is, if he had any. The perfect, sexy little Link. Not that he would feel anything though, because between 140 and 170 degrees, the pain receptors in your body go numb. And at 650 degrees, your skin starts to burn clean off. All in all though, there is no way anybody would survive just standing in 800-degree air for the long term, or without the use of magical elixirs and magical food. So, the lesson to be learned here, if the temperatures portrayed in Breath of the Wild's Death Mountain were real, humans visiting the area would die before even reaching the area. Glorious. The world of Hyrule is a beautiful one, filled with beautiful landscapes that vary wildly, from hot deserts to icy peaks, gorgeous fields to pristine rivers and waterways. And each part is filled with a beautiful race, the Hylians, the Gorons, the Gerudo, the Rudo, and of course, whatever the heck Tingle is. When dealing with fantasy races of all types, you do have to consider that they are made to give a certain aesthetic. They don't necessarily have to make sense by our own science, which is clearly the case for Tingle, but also for the aquatic Zora. I mean, look at them. Take a human, make them blue or red, and pop a fish on their head, boom! New race. But there is something I've always wondered, because these are the kinds of things I wonder about. Why do the Zora have breasts? I mean, think about it. Have you ever seen boobs on a fish? No? Well then, you're missing out. But no, in all seriousness, breasts plus fish don't mix. Breasts are exclusively a human thing, and giving dairy milk to your young is an exclusively mammalian thing. And the last I checked, Congress hasn't voted to classify fish as mammals like they did with pizza and vegetables. Fun fact, Google it. So really now, what gives? The most common answer people give is that it's just because of fan service and pervy Japanese artists. You know? Because, you know, those Japanese and their fish, am I right? Are people overly concerned with attractive women in Japanese games racist? Huh, must be. And maybe that's true, but this is a channel for people who use their heads. We overcomplicate things because it's fun. So let's do exactly that, and answer the question, why do the Zora have breasts? Those of you who watch this channel regularly may know that I've done the same thing with two races from the Elder Scrolls, the Khajiit, cat-like humanoids, and the Argonians, lizard people. And here's a link for those up here. But looking at those, we've covered a mammal, a breastless mammal, but a mammal nonetheless, and a lizard, so a reptile.
Crossing now into fish territory, are there any sea creatures with similar breast functionality? Wait, whales do. So do dolphins. And the king of the Zora in Breath of the Wild takes from a whale. And there are also dolphin Zoras. But most of them aren't. Most of them do take from fish. But considering some of them take from mammals, if you were to anthropomorphize them, you could give them breasts, moving their mammary glands up to where humans have them. This may have been what the three goddesses did while creating Hyrule. While Nehru made the Zora for her waters, she based them on her own looks, as this is very common in religion and mythology. The reason humans look the way we do is because God or the gods made us to look like them, since humans are the closest things to gods on Earth. So when making all of the races, they still kept themselves in mind, especially when making the fish people. Not so sure about the Gorons, though. But also, not so sure about that theory in general thanks to Skyward Sword. As many know, it's the first game in the timeline, the most ancient. And these are the Parilla, ancient Zora. According to Hyrule Historia, originally the developers were going to put regular Zora into the game, but then they were told to make the Zora look more primitive looking. So we get the Parilla, and this means that these seahorse parasol hybrids eventually evolved into the Zora. The Zora weren't created by the goddesses directly, it turns out. But what if they were still formed by them? After all, consider this. Wind Waker. Hyrule is sunken into the ocean. Seems like it would be the perfect place for Zora, right? Right. So they evolved into bird people. What? Well, there was little to no reason for evolution to do that, so the goddesses must have gotten involved in their evolution. After all, Hyrule and the whole Triforce everything is super big on balance. And if one race such as the Zora suddenly became superpowered thanks to a massive advantage like that, balance would be lost. So they stepped in and changed them. And, well, if the goddesses got involved here, then they could have done the same to the Parilla and made them more humanoid. But in being more humanoid, does that really just involve lumps of fat stored here? Why then only on the females? Are these functioning? They don't wear many clothes, so we can see that there is nothing inappropriate here, no nips in the slightest. So there is nothing for any milk to come out of. So are they truly just for the aesthetic? Well, maybe. Or perhaps it's a lung extension. Zora can breathe both air and water. But just like with fish that do the same thing, like the lungfish, transitioning between the two can be hard. So these lumps may be extensions of the lungs where they store extra air or water to help ease the transition from one to the other. But then why do the females only have them? Maybe males and females do, but to appear more feminine, the females keep theirs full. Again, possible, though a bit impractical. There must be some reason for just the females to have this. We know the Zora are more fish-like than mammalian since they also lay eggs, but perhaps they do share that milk trait with mammals. There are mammals that lay eggs and there are fish that give live birth, so stranger things have happened. In fact, this milk doesn't even have to be actual milk. I've covered this in the Argonian video, that pigeons have a milk-like substance in their throats that they give to their young. And as it turns out, there is a fish that does this too. Introducing the discus fish. Native to the Amazon River, the discus fish has a trait that separates itself from all other fish: its ability to create and secrete nutrients for its babies. It's not exactly milk, but it works the same way. Inside their bodies, they create a highly nutritious mucus-like substance that then squanches its way out of its scales and onto its sides. The babies then huddle around, sucking it up. Tasty! And since it just comes out of the skin, the Zora would work the same way. No nipples needed. The mucus milk just seeps out. There is one detail that needs clarifying, though. With the discus fish, it's not just the mother fish that secretes the substance. Papa fish does too. It's not a sex-based thing. So claiming the discus fish as evidence alone isn't enough to explain why the female Zora have breasts and the males don't. But with a bit of logical deduction, we can figure this out. Combining everything. When the goddesses made the Parilla into the Zora, they self-imposed their own looks, just like many other gods, making them anthropomorphic. This includes breasts on the female. And to further anthropomorphize them, they could have given these females the abilities to secrete mucus milk from their breasts to feed their babies, following both fish and human rules.
One of the first things you encounter in The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild is this glowing blue magic water that Link is resurrected from. And just after getting out, it turns out that this same water can be used to transfer data to a magic computer, the Sheikah Slate. Just what is this magic water then? Well, the answer is actually kind of simple, yet very complex. It exists in some form today and will play a major part in our future. At first, I thought nothing odd of this water. Link being brought back to life or healed within it just made sense to me. You see similar healing water chambers in all kinds of other sci-fi media like Star Wars, but when you get your Sheikah Slate, it then says, distilling information. That took me by surprise. Distilling? What? Like how you can distill water? What does that even mean in this case? And then I saw it drip water onto the tablet and everything made sense immediately. Now, obviously, water in and of itself cannot transfer computer data. But what about distilled water? What does that mean? Distilled water is water that has had many of its impurities removed through distillation. Distillation involves boiling the water and then condensing the steam of boiled water into a clean container. Doing this makes it very clean, pure water. More pure than just passing it through a filter could do. But making water purely distilled still won't allow it to transfer bits and bytes of data. There is still no way for this to work unless we take water out of the equation, or at least make it a much smaller part of it. After all, you can distill almost any liquid. It doesn't necessarily have to be water. It could very well even just be a stream of saliva. Just like that dragon on top of Saliva Island in Shantae and the Pirate's Curse. All the water on the island is revealed to actually be its saliva. It's ridiculous. Too ridiculous for a Zelda game, right? Right? Wrong! Any game series with Tingle in it can't get any weirder. While not saliva per se, this magical blue water may have a biological element to it. It transfers data via DNA. DNA data transfer has been a thing since the dawn of life. Sex is literally transferring one organism's DNA to another. But more recently than the dawn of life, scientists built a computer that could actually read and write in DNA. After all, computers read code, nothing but ones and zeros, and DNA consists of 4 chemicals, labeled GCAT. So all they had to do is tell the computer to translate those 4 chemicals into either ones or zeros, and then build the machine to write its own DNA and read it back. They saved a photo of their lab, and some Word documents containing important speeches such as I have a dream onto the DNA, and sure enough, they were able to transfer it to another machine, and that machine read it back perfectly. And the great thing about DNA storage is that it's significantly more challenging to corrupt any of the data. You can scratch a disk or damage a solid-state drive, but DNA is microscopic and dense, so it's not changing very easily. And even if it did get damaged, DNA's code is saved in a very specific way that never changes. Even if part of it gets damaged, the computer can easily figure out what that part was based on what's around it. DNA storage also lasts significantly longer than any other types of storage we have right now. Magnetic hard drives eventually lose their magnetism. Solid states, flash drives, CDs, everything else decays over time and will only last a few hundred years. Meanwhile, the DNA technology is estimated to be able to last thousands upon thousands of years. And that's without magic, meaning it would work a lot better for the Sheikah, who built this technology 10,000 years ago, at least. Also, because DNA storage is so insanely dense, the amount of DNA stored in the average adult male's pinky finger alone could contain the internet. Yes, the internet. The devices we use to store data on our computers currently can only get so dense before it becomes a physical impossibility to become any denser with the same methods. And DNA data solves that issue by being exponentially more dense than current hard drive technology could ever be. The Sheikah in Breath of the Wild already have more advanced technology than our own in some regards, like the autonomous robots that shoot lasers, and the laser weapons and laser shields, giant mechanical robot beasts that have force fields around them, resurrection, all kinds of things. So DNA data storage for computers isn't so crazy for them. It's stored in a water-like substance, billions and billions of copies of the same data all floating around in these rocks. And when the time comes, it gets distilled, purified. The DNA is organized into the droplet at the bottom of the rock and transferred to the Sheikah Slate. Almost. like magic. Plus, being the masters of DNA that they are, they can use a similar liquid to submerge a recently killed Link and revive him. The DNA computer system in the water is reading his own DNA and perfectly rebuilding him cell by cell. An admittedly very slow and very sci-fi process, but not impossible for a fantasy world, of course. Hello, how are you? You look good today, and you've arrived in good timing too, because today we're going to look at every sex difference in Pokemon. And rather than just listing them like some lazy person just getting information off of Bulbapedia, let's actually explain why each sexual difference is there. To start though, you should learn about the term sexual dimorphism. It's a term used to describe animals that have different traits depending on their sex. The easiest examples are animals like peafowls and deer, and in most cases, these differences are for a good reason. Male deer, bucks, use their antlers to fight each other, and are much more aggressive than the female deer. Peacocks are glorious because they use their beauty to compete and persuade peahens to be their mate. Even humans have a large bit of sexual dimorphism, even all the way down to the bone structure. Not all animals have sexual dimorphism, however, and their only differences would be their sexual organs. And this fact is well represented in Pokemon, because for the most part, Pokemon look exactly the same no matter their sex. But a few of them do have notable differences, so let's begin. Also, we'll be using the sprites or the models from different versions of the games, depending on which ones just make it easier to see the differences. Also, as opposed to going in Pokédex order, we'll be going by category, since many Pokemon share differences for the same reasons. For example, the most obvious category, larger tusks and horns on the males. The male Zubat and Golbat have larger fangs than the females. Rhydon, Rhyhorn, Rhyperior, Goldeen, and Sea King males all have longer horns than the females, but only slightly. Sudowoodo males have larger head branches. Steelix males have extra rocky tooth bits on its jaw. Piloswine males have longer tusks, as do Mamoswine males. Houndoom males have longer horns, Donphan males have longer tusks, and Relicanth have larger jaw guards, almost being tusk-like. The reasoning for these differences is obvious. Just like in nature, the males compete for who gets to pass their genes on and mate with the females. As such, the males are more equipped for fighting than the females, be it through horns, tusks, teeth, or branches. Real-world examples of these are deer, elephants, goats, elk, kudu, nyala, moose, walruses, narwhals, and pretty much every animal with either tusks or horns. There are some animals where the males and females both have equally sized horns or antlers, but those are in the minority. Gligards get unique, but with the same idea. The stingers on the males are a bit bigger. This follows the same fighting logic as before, but isn't reflected in real scorpions. The way to tell the difference in real scorpions is how wide they are. Females are wider. But when it comes to males fighting over females, no Pokemon seems to do it more than the Garchomp line. Gible, Gabite, and Garchomp males have these slits in their fins. Their fins aren't any bigger, but they all have these slits. When it comes to real sharks and even orca whales and dolphins, the dorsal fins over time, due to how much they stick out, get damaged and scar as they fight more and more. And male sharks fight a lot more than female ones, since the males fight over females. Moving on to the next category, males don't only have larger parts for fighting. Oftentimes it's for other reasons, like survivability, or for showing off how fabulous you are to attract mates. This is most definitely the case for Unpheasant. Males have a pink mask and green marks on their bodies, while the females are brown and boring. This is exactly the case for real-world pheasants too. In fact, this trait is extremely common among our feathered friends. Males strut their stuff to show off why the female should choose him as her mate. Murkrow's head feathers are bigger and stand straighter on the male. Starly, Staravia, and Staraptor males have larger head spots, and while not exactly birds, Sneasel and Weavile males also have larger feathers, as do male Gulpins. And while not exactly feathers, Nuzleaf and Shiftry males have larger leaves, and Medicham males have a larger head bob, which can be seen as a type of plumage, meaning they are there to show off and get laid. Moving on to other parts, Dustox males have larger antennas. This reflects real moths too, especially the Luna moth, the moth Dustox is inspired from. The males have big feathery antennae, while the females just have antennae.
The reason for this is so the males can smell the pheromones given off by the female up to a mile away. All the better to smell you with, my dear. This could also be the case with Ledyba and Ledian. The males have larger antennae too, but in Ledyba's case, they also look a bit like horns, and since this line is known for fighting, they likely use their antennae as horns too, hence the males having even bigger ones. Polytoad and also Toxicroak males have larger cheeks, also known as vocal sacs. Male toads and frogs use these to sound deeper, both to intimidate each other and to sound out their low mating call. Octillary males have larger suction cups on their tentacles, which also reflects real Octopodidae. While on real octopus, not every suction cup is larger on the males, a few of them near the base are. These are primarily used for fighting other males and also for showing off to females.
Look at my large suction cups, baby. Don't you love my tentacles?
Torchic males have the tiniest sexual difference of any Pokemon. They have this 1 pixel tiny little speck on their butts. The difference between male and female Torchics does get more obvious when it evolves. Combuskin males have larger head feathers, and the same goes for male Blazikins. The head crest is longer. This matches up with the chickens bred for cockfighting, especially the Taiwanese cockfighting roosters, as only the roosters, or the males, will do the fighting, and as roosters, they have longer head crests. Plus, the Thai roosters bred for cockfighting stand much more upright than your traditional rooster, hence Blaziken being completely upright. What about that little speck on Torchic? Well, both in cockfighting breeding and breeding chickens for meat and eggs, it was originally very difficult to tell the sex of the chicks. You would have to take care of all of them and then separate the hens from the roosters once they were old enough to tell the difference. But it would sure be a lot nicer to be able to tell the sex of them from hatching, and that's exactly what all the chicken farmers thought. So, they did their selective breeding and genetic manipulation for centuries. And now, male chicks have 1 or 2 little feathers on their wing that are slightly longer than the rest. And that's how you tell the difference. And extremely, completely unnoticeable if you're untrained to look for it, difference. Just like that 1 tiny little speck on Torchic. A minor difference that's there, and most people won't notice it. Until you point it out to them, of course. So yeah, the more you know. Whooper males have 2 sets of gill branches, and Quagsire males have larger back fins. In the case of Whooper, axolotls naturally don't have any difference in sex beyond the females having a bigger cloaca. However, when it comes to behavior, males do a lot more fighting. The gill branches are a form of plumage to intimidate the other males and to show off to females. But also, axolotls in general have an amazing healing ability, and can regrow limbs and even brain matter and jaws with no visible scarring. So this soft tissue sticking off the side of its face is likely ripped off a lot if they're constantly losing limbs all the time. So males having it regrow back bigger may be something the Pokemon Company thought of while making this design decision. Quagsire though, there really is no other explanation for this beyond more plumage for showing off to females. Japanese giant salamanders have no difference between the sexes besides the whole body size thing. So plumage, it's loose, but it's possible. And combining the last 2 categories of bigger horns and bigger other parts, we get to the Nidos. The Nidoran line is perhaps the most famous example of sexual dimorphism in Pokemon. The differences are obvious, and the 2 Nidorans even evolve into completely different Pokemon, though they are still counterparts to one another. Being more monster-like, though somewhat based on rhinos, they don't have much in the real world to compare them to. But the differences do seem clear enough. Nidoking and the whole male side of the line have much larger horns and more spikes all over their bodies, arguably more armor as well. Clearly, the males of this line often fight, defending their territory and their families, while the females protect their young directly. Having more fat stockpiles also helps them while pregnant and producing milk for their young. I also have a huge video going into more detail about Nidoqueen right here. Check it out. Wow. It isn't always the males that are bigger or have bigger traits, however. In some species, it's the other way around. Most commonly, this is found in insects and fish, as is the case with Scyther and Scizor. females have larger abdomens, specifically. And when it comes to real mantises, this is obviously the case. Kricketot females also have larger bodies, specifically around its neck, considering that Kricketot and Kricketune are both based on fancy musicians or fancy orchestral conductors. The bigger neck piece may also be a reference to a fancy boa, or the large, puffy fur collars upper-class women wear when going to such events. Now, generally speaking, female fish tend to be larger than the males. This is also the case with Finneon and Luminion, though the females here are only larger in the fins. And being based on freshwater butterfly fish and betta fish, this isn't quite accurate. In these species specifically, the males actually have the larger fins, as a form of plumage, just like birds. So when referring to fish in general, yes, Finneon and Luminion are accurate. But when it comes to the prettier, plumagier fish that they are actually based on, the opposite is true. I'll give Game Freak a pass on that. Even though this isn't even the only mistake Game Freak has made involving larger females. Numal and Camerupt females have larger humps, which isn't the case at all for camels. Male camels in general have bigger everything, even humps, and even in proportion to their body. That's strike 2 for Game Freak, oh! Next, let's talk about fur. Ursaring females have more fur on their shoulders. While in general grizzly and sun bear males are larger, the females lose the most weight over winter since they give birth and then feed their babies with milk. So, upon exiting their den in spring, they have the appearance of having much more loose skin and much more fur, since it flaps about more thanks to their lack of stuffing. Female Abomasnows have larger chest fur too. Perhaps this is because of the same reasons. Abominable snowmen are most often portrayed as being ape-like, hence that's what a yeti is, but there are some sightings and some myths that point to a more bear-like creature. This extra fur stuff that may just be conifer pines, we don't really know, may also just be there to simulate lumps of fat stored there, like breasts on an ape. Though in the case of Abomasnow being a conifer tree, it may be storing pine cones there. Larger pine cones are the female pine cones after all. There is also Pyroar. The males have large manes and the females have more tan fur. They also have differently shaped tails. The difference here is obvious. They are based on lions, another famous example of real-world sexual dimorphism. Lions' manes are theorized to be mostly for show. The size and cleanliness of the mane shows the fitness of the lion. If it's good, then other lions will be less likely to attack his pride. Shinx, Luxio, and Luxray males follow the same logic. The males have larger manes and more darker fur in general. Hypno is really interesting. Hypno females have longer neck fur, but why? Well, Drowsy and Hypno are based on the tapir, Drowsy more so for sure, and then Hypno gets a bit of a goblin or other fey creature in there. Specifically, this could be a Baku, a yokai dream eater that shares the name with what tapirs are called in Japanese. Baku. But what some have claimed is that Hypno is also inspired by Ammit, an Egyptian guardian and another heart and soul eater that is part crocodile, part lion, and part hippo. Tapirs are somewhat hippo-like, and Ammit shares the two-colored body aspect of tapirs as well. Plus, it has a male lion's mane, despite being entirely female. Hence, female Hypnos have more neck fur, or manes. Bidoof and Bibarel males have more fur too, but this is a problem. Every species of beaver fits the monomorph classification, meaning there is no way at all, externally speaking, to tell the sex of a beaver, most of the time at least. While nursing and pregnant, you can see the teats on the female. In fact, this monomorph classification would also describe most Pokemon. The extra fur on Bidoof and Bibarel may be trying to insinuate the idea that males are larger, but in nature, this isn't the case for beavers. Strike 3 for Game Freak. Another big way to tell the differences of the sex in Pokemon are their colors. Female Butterfree have a dark spot on the bottom of their wings, while the males don't. Butterfree's wing designs most closely match those of the black-veined white butterfly and the cabbage white butterfly, the latter of which often reflects this exact difference. This is common for butterflies though, wing patterns having slight variations based on the sex. Oftentimes, it's just to help the butterflies determine the sex of the other while further away. And this is the same case with Beautyfly. Beautyfly males have larger red spots on its wings. Male Doduo and Dodrio have black necks, while the female ones have tan ones. Now, these Pokemon are based on kiwis, ostriches, and dodo birds all in one, but they get this neck trait from the ostrich and their bodies from kiwis. However, It's the ostrich that has this same color difference in its feathers. The males are black and the females are tan. So they simply transferred the color aspect onto the ostrich part of the Pokemon. Black and tan necks. Magikarp and Gyarados have different colored whiskers based on their sex. And just like Doduo and Dodrio, Magikarp are also based on a number of animals, both the common carp and the yellow-eye rockfish. More so the latter. It just gets the whiskers from the carp. And in carp, the whiskers have absolutely nothing to do with telling the sex of it. It's all in the lower fins. And as for Gyarados, Chinese dragons aren't real, but traditionally speaking, they don't even have blue whiskers. They are most commonly gold, red, or silver. But both Magikarp and Gyarados are based on a Chinese legend, so perhaps we can get by with some Chinese alchemy, since Pokemon pulls more than a little inspiration from alchemy. The male Magikarp have gold whiskers, and the female white or silver. Gold in alchemy represents the sun and thus the masculine, and silver represents the moon, thus the feminine. When Magikarp evolves, the feminine silver whiskers remain, while the masculine gold turns blue because Chinese dragon. Xatu's difference is in the number of yellow stripes found at their base. Males have 3, while females have 2. Xatu is based both on the resplendent Quetzal and Native American Kachina dolls. These birds' main bit of sexual dimorphism is in the length of the tail. And in all of my research into the Kachina dolls, the one bit of evidence I found was this doll. It has a single yellow stripe at its base, which is apparently part of male dress, so having one extra stripe on the male makes a good bit of sense. Female Giraffarigs have more yellow on their bodies, while the males are pretty much split 50-50. Giraffes have pretty much an infinite amount of different possible patterns, and their sex has nothing to do with what that pattern is. So perhaps, instead of having this difference in Giraffarig based on actual giraffes, each pattern may be based on a different aspect of Giraffarig's design. The name Giraffarig is a palindrome. That means the word can be read forwards and backwards, and they are the same. This reflects that Giraffarig has a head on its tail too, and that the males have a 50-50 split. Meanwhile, for the female design, we go to the Scythetherium, the ancient, now extinct ancestor of the giraffe that Giraffarig may be based on. Only its back legs and a little bit of its behind have this odd different design, rather than it being 50-50. Moving on, here's a quick note. These next 4 connections are a bit loose, but bear with me. Ludicolo males have thicker stripes in the body, and this may be the loosest reason in this whole video. It may just be because of the old males have bigger parts part of nature, but perhaps being based on Mexican dancers, it also has to do with the traditional dress of Mexican dancers. While the women wear dresses covered in a variety of thinner colored stripes, male garb, when it has stripes and colors, tends to be fewer colors, and those colors tend to be thicker. Like I said, it's pretty loose. Another loose connection is that of Snover. Snover is a small conifer tree, and here the males have a brown middle section matching their lower trunk, and females' middle sections are white, matching the snow-covered upper part. There is no natural equivalent that I could find for this, but I have 2 theories. The first theory is that the brown lower part, being a continuation of the bottom, acts kinda like pants, whereas the white flowing down is more like a long dress. Clearly this is the sillier of the 2 theories. The other one looks into real conifer trees a bit more. While in the real world, conifers produce both male pine cones and female pine cones, in the Pokemon world, Snover may produce one or the other based on their own sex. Male pine cones produce pollen, and are significantly smaller and lighter than the female pine cones, which produce seeds. These heavier pine cones on the female would be holding down all the branches within the tree, making them move around less as the Pokemon moves, which in turn means less snow falls off of it. It's possible. Buizel and Floatzel males have 2 spots on their back instead of the single one on the female. And oh boy, at this point Game Freak really is just pulling differences out of their butts. I looked at weasels, otters, stoats, I even looked at flippin' buoy designs, and nothing. Some species of weasels have spots, but some don't, and it has nothing to do with sex. So I guess I have to BS a reason for this too. Here's the theory. The one thing that weasels do have as a trait of sexual dimorphism is their size. Males are much larger, and while in Buizel these spots are just spots, when it evolves they become bulges. Perhaps these are air pockets to help with buoyancy, the whole point of Buizel and Floatzel. And since the males are larger, they need an extra one to stay afloat. Hippopotas have inverted colors from each other, these colors that they use for camouflage. So The inverted nature of them may just be there to help them determine each other's sex. As for its evolved form, Hippowdon females are black while the males are brown. And while in my research I've found no physical aspects to compare this to real hippos, it does make sense in a social sense. Hippos group into a large number of females, all ruled over by one extra powerful male. Being able to easily determine where this male is in your group would be beneficial when you need protection. And it also makes it apparent when an outsider male is coming into the group. This of course only works if Hippowdon in the wild act the same as real hippos. Frillish and Jellicent are both very different. The idea with their design is that they are frilly and magnificent. Like the upper class folks during the days of enlightenment, they are blue and pink, the gender-defining colors, and they have aspects reflecting the dress of people from that time period. The frills and necklaces, the massive mustaches and the puffy collars, it's all here. Meowstic have inverted colors from each other, but the difference is much deeper than that. The males are designed with more pointed edges, more messy and spiked up fur, while the females are well kept and curvy. Even the feet resemble typical socks on the male, but thigh-high socks on the female. The female also has more hip fur, resembling a skirt. The females are also smaller. This all in general reflects masculine and feminine traits, in general and in dress, and even how cats act. Tomcats tend to be much more rambunctious and larger, and get into much more fights, hence the rougher fur, while the females get to spend more time just cleaning themselves. Krogunk females have shorter white stripes on their torsos. These stripes are meant to simulate bandages, as fighters often wrap parts of themselves up in bandages before a fight to protect their skin, like Sheik. And yes, this connection is loose, but it could be that these bandages are higher up to show off more skin, much like how most female fighters will show off their midriff while fighting. And that also makes Krogunk a good segue into the next category, feminine aesthetics. Some Pokemon have sexual dimorphism for no reason other than design purposes. Most commonly, it's to make the females more feminine. The only way to explain the nature reasons for why these are the case is that these are traits that are considered desirable to the opposite sex, and helps the Pokemon find mates. Female Pikachu and Raichu have chips out of their tails, making the Pikachu's tail look like an adorable heart, and upon evolving, the female's tail merely isn't pointed, it's curved. Gotta love a curvy Ladychew. Apom and Ambipom females just have longer hair. Heracross is interesting though. The males have the traditionally male horn of the rhino beetle, while the females have heart-shaped horns. I suppose that is better than having no horns at all, which is the case with real rhino beetles. Wobbuffet females have lipstick, which is very strange. But beyond design, it may point towards an old theory. You've probably heard that Wobbuffet is actually just its tail and the rest is just a big blow-up punching bag, right? Well, an old theory of mine is that it's also secretly an evolution of Unknown, and having lipstick, a very human trait, would support that, since Unknown are the creators, but also the reflectors of human nature. It's very complicated, but you can watch this video here for more details. Moving on, Metadite males have higher ears, and the females' ears are lower, and if you ask me, this difference does a really good job at making the males look more like boys and the females more like girls. The females have lower ears, which resembles longer hair, pigtails perhaps, while the higher ears on the male makes them appear to stick out more, like when little boys have very short, buzzed hair, possibly even shaved, like Shaolin monks. Roselia females have longer body leaves, resembling a dress, while Roserade females have longer body leaf cape things, doing the same. Melodic females have longer hair, obviously feminine, while Tangrowth females have more pink on their fingers. I couldn't find any instance of this in real vines, so I assume more pink equals more feminine. Pachirisu males have a longer stripe on its face, which may be sort of a plumage, but it also being lower on the males makes them appear slightly more aggressive, sort of like angry eyebrows, while the female's stripe being higher makes their cute eyes pop out even more. They look even kinder. So cute! This aspect continues with whiskers too, though for the masculine aspect, perhaps as whiskers resemble mustaches, and in the case for some Pokemon, they're one and the same. Male Rattata and Raticate have longer whiskers than the females, and Swalot males have longer whiskers too. Male Kadabra and Alakazam have longer mustaches, and male Krickettoons have longer mustaches too. And for the next category, let's talk about plant reasons. So we start with Venusaur. The female has a bulging ovary and pistil, the female reproductive parts of flowers that receive the pollen from the air, though it could also be a seed sprouting from the female parts. Meganium males have longer filaments and anthers. The male sexual organ organs of flowers. Female cacturns have a large spike in the middle of their body, while males just have the standard spikes all the way down. This was a tricky one. There are a few possibilities. One is that when a cactus enters its blooming phase, it grows these large spike arms out of it, eventually to bloom into flowers. Though all cactuses technically do this, it may have just been added to the female since blooming and flowers is a feminine trait. Also, cacturn is also based on a scarecrow, which are traditionally male, and in old farmers' clothing, often a long-sleeved button-up shirt that the smaller spikes on the male may be resembling. It could also even be a combination of these two elements. Gloom and Vileplume's spot patterns change based on sex. The females have fewer, yet bigger spots. And this one was also tricky. Plants and flowers are almost always both sexes at once, and these two Pokemon are based on various types of corpse flowers, Vileplume being the corpse lily. And while not at all based on sex, white blotches on the corpse lily is just a variation of it. Having the two different Vileplumes and Glooms represent this change is fine, I guess. It's not accurate to plant sex, but it's passable, as these are fictional animals after all. Now let's look at the last category, single-sex Pokemon. This means the Pokemon of this species are only one sex. Pokemon are able to breed with any other Pokemon within the same egg group, in case you were wondering how single-sex Pokemon are able to breed. And these will be ordered female to male, and from the most interesting reasons to the simpler reasons. But as a segue from dual-sexed Pokemon, Combi has both male and females. In fact, the vast majority of Combi are male, just like actual honeybees. But the few females that exist have this red mark on their lower face, which signifies that they are able to evolve because only the female Combis can evolve into Vespiquen, which takes the role of queen in the hive. Salazzles are based on whiptail lizards. These lizards are an all-female species that breed asexually, meaning by themselves. They can share their genetic material with others, but they don't have to. Kangaskhan, being loosely based on a monstrously deformed kangaroo dinosaur beast thing, are female due to their nature. They all have pouches and they all have babies inside of them always, even fresh out of the egg. Weird, but it's just a design choice. Kangaroos are often depicted as always having a baby in the pouch since that's what they're most famous for. Miltank is a dairy cow. That should be self-explanatory. Females produce milk and have mammary glands. In cows' cases, in giant udders. Frostlass is based on a Yukiona, a Japanese female ice spirit wearing a kimono. Cresselia is the legendary Pokemon of lunar forces and joyful beauty. In alchemy and other similar things, the moon represents the feminine powers, while the sun is masculine. Happiny, Chansey, and Blissey are interesting, and they aren't based on any particular animal, but instead, perhaps they are based on the whole concept of motherhood. They frequently lay eggs, they carry them around like a marsupial mother, and are extremely caring and loving. They are the choice Pokemon for Pokemon centers after all. They also have long hair, they are pink, they have high-pitched voices, and they are very curvy. Just being an oval, well, it makes you as curvy as you can be. Flabebe, Floette, and Florges are based on Fae and Nymphs, female nature spirits that can take many forms. Wormadam is based on the bagworm, which the females, even in adult form, do not develop wings like its male counterpart. Smoochum and Jinx are based on Gongoro girls, as well as the Yamanba, a female yokai. Also, just look at them. Volibee and Mandibuzz are interesting. Vultures are not inherently female, but these Pokemon were made to be counterparts to Rufflet and Braviary, an all-male bird line. But why all female? Well, their Japanese name explains it. Japanese Mandibuzz is actually Volgina, which is... Wait, is it really? Volgina? the all-female vultures. Volgina. That can't be right. Okay. It's Vulture... Regina? It's Latin for queen, so it's Volgina, not Volgina. Volgina, or something. Okay, Volgina. What were they thinking? Bounsweet, Steenie, and Serena are fruit girls, essentially. Very feminine in design, and that's about it. Fruit can be seen as feminine as they are plump and contain seeds, essentially the babies of plants. But the other fruit Pokemon are in the 50-50 category, half male, half female, so really I think it's just down to the design. Same goes for Petalil and Lilligant, very feminine looking flower Pokemon. Illumise and Latias are both female Pokemon with male counterparts that are technically different Pokemon, those being Volbeat and Latios. Mothim, like Wormadam, is a bagworm. Male bagworms, however, turn into moths. Tornadus, Thundurus, and Landorus are based on various Shinto gods of nature, all of which are male, though they're also somewhat based on genies, which are mostly depicted as male. Plus, look at those manly muscles, and those amazing mustaches. Rufflet and Braviary are based on American bald eagles, which, much like vultures in Mandibu's case, aren't monosexed. But in Pokemon's case, they are the male counterparts to Rufflet and Mandibuzz. Braviary, being a red, white, and blue bald eagle in the Unova region, which is based on the US, essentially makes it the United States of America's mascot Pokemon. America's motto is even Home of the Brave, referring of course to its military force, which is by vast majority male. Gallade is based on various things, such as Galliant Princes, as well as Roman gladiators' Corinthian helmets and various sword fighting stances, all of which were primarily used by males. Tauros is a wild bull, bulls being the male counterparts to cows, and they have large horns and are pretty much bigger in general. Tauros is widely accepted to be the counterpart to Miltank. Tyrogue, Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan, Hitmontop, Sock, and Throw are all humanoid, most closely resembling human males, and each resembles and uses a different fighting style. And fighting, both in humans and in animals in the wild, is a very masculine thing to do, be it for sport, for surviving, or for trying to get laid.
The Pokemon world has a number of oddities. Missing No, Alchemy, Cryogonal being able to learn Attract, Spoink having to bounce in order to keep its heart beating. Why, Spoink, why? You are so cute and I just want to hug you, but if I do, you'll die! And Nidoqueen is unable to breed. So, why can't Nidoqueen breed? Well, first let's point out why it's so odd. Out of all the Pokemon, the ones that cannot breed make sense. The Pokemon that don't have a sex obviously cannot breed, so they don't, for the most part. It's complicated, but it's at least not super simple, just bang them together until a baby egg pops out. And other than the sexless ones, the Pokemon in the undiscovered egg group are also unable to breed, but if you go through the list of Pokemon in the undiscovered egg group, legendary Pokemon, legendaries, baby Pokemon. Breeding babies is wrong. Legendaries, holy butts, there are a lot of legendaries, more babies, legendaries, and Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen? Nidoqueen? Also Nidorina, its previous evolution, and then Cosplay Pikachu, but it's kinda hard to breed while covered in clothes. The reason it's so strange that Nidoqueen cannot breed is because the male counterpart, Nidoking, still can, just fine, just not with Nidoqueen. The way breeding works in Pokemon is simple. You have two Pokemon of the opposite sex and of the same egg group, and put them both in a daycare, and eventually the female one will lay an egg, and the new baby is the same species of the female one. For the most part, egg groups make sense. But there are a few oddities. That's a video for another time, but the popular joke is that a Skitty and a Whale Lord are able to breed. A massive blue whale and a cat. Better hope the whale is the female, because whale dongs can be the size of a car. So if these can breed, and these can breed, and these can breed, why can't Nidoking and Nidoqueen breed? When breeding was introduced in Generation 2, it was fine that they couldn't breed. People assumed that it was a mistake, something they overlooked, or perhaps it was too complicated to implement for this evolution line with the technology available on the Game Boy. Most Pokemon are still called the same Pokemon despite their sex, while the Nido lines are technically considered different Pokemon depending on them being male or female. But this theory doesn't play out right because then they would have fixed it by now. Generation 3 introduced Illumise and Volbeat, two more Pokemon that are technically different Pokemon but are the male and female counterparts to each other, and they can breed just fine. But even today, Nidoqueen is unable to breed at all, while Nidoking can get schwiffy with it all around. It's not like this was intentional, right? Nidoqueen's Pokedex entry mentions her main thing is that she gets a lot stronger while protecting her young, much like real rhino mothers, which the Nido line is somewhat based on. They get very aggressive when protecting their offspring. And fixing this would be super easy too, literally just change the category of egg group Nidoqueen is in, and problem solved. You could fix it in less than 5 minutes. So at this point, by Generation 7, it must be intentional, but why? The common theory seen all over the internet is menopause. But what is menopause? Menopause is when an older woman, usually around the age of 51, stops having menstrual periods. From this point onwards, she cannot become pregnant. This is due to a very complex mixture of hormonal changes, but for the sake of this video, just know it's when a human female becomes unable to have kids again because she is too old. Meanwhile, old men can still have kids as long as they can still get it up, much like Nidoking. But does it happen only in humans? Is it possible for a Pokemon fun to have it? Well, menopause happens only in 3 species on Earth. Can you guess what they are? One of them is humans, obviously, but the other 2 may surprise you. Have you guessed yet? It's humans, killer whales, and pilot whales. Odd. So it does happen in some animals, some is a massive understatement, but only marine ones. So unless the Nido line of Pokemon are human-like, which they aren't, or are marine animals, which they aren't, then the menopause theory doesn't quite work. Especially since Nidorina, the middle stage, perhaps the young adult or teen equivalent, also cannot breed. Early menopause does happen about 1% of the time around the late 30s, but that's too small of a chance to be considered for this theory. What's interesting though is while the middle and final stages of this line cannot breed, even with Nidoking, its first stage, Nidoran, can, with Nidoking. Or should I say, Pedoking. Maybe the origins of what the line is based on will have a different answer. The Nido lineup get their names from a few different words from Latin languages and Japanese. Pokemon name etymology is strange. I have a huge video about it right here. I recommend it for all Pokemon fans. Shameless plug. Calling out your shameless plugs doesn't make it any less shameless. The Nido part comes from the Japanese word Nidoru, or even just Nido, meaning twice or 2 times, which could refer to their evolutionary line being split in 2. Ran or Ron from the first form comes from ran as in to run, since they run across fields. But the other possibility, Ran, means orchid in Japanese, as the most common colors for Japanese orchids are purple and blue, and they have these spots, and are poisonous, just like the Nidos. Well, poisonous to cats at least. King and queen is obvious, and Nidorino and Nidorina get their ending suffixes from Latin, meaning masculine and feminine, but you also get rhino, as in rhino. The Nido lineup are loosely based on rhinos, having the hard armor plates and the horns, and living in fields and all that. In fact, wait, I think I just answered the question. Duh, I just gotta Google something real quick. Alright, obviously. So you know how I mentioned that Nidoqueen's Pokedex entries mention them taking care of their young? If it's worthy enough for a Pokedex entry, then it has to be a major thing. But Pokedex entries are often more about the wild Pokemon in their natural habitat, rather than the captured battling ones. So perhaps, much like actual rhinos, they breed just fine in the wild, but in captivity, they have problems. Sumatran, black, white, all kinds of rhinoceroses are notoriously difficult to breed in captivity. Some of them so much so that they are slated for extinction because they are all dead in the wild, and the ones in captivity aren't breeding. Even artificial insemination does not work with them very well, and it's specifically because of the way the female rhinoceros's reproductive organs work. They are shaped extremely irregularly and use a complex concoction of hormones that need to be present for baby making, and these hormones simply do not come out while a rhino is in captivity. Meanwhile, the male rhinos are fine for the most part. It's easy enough for them to get it on wherever and whenever anyone wants it. So, is this truly why Game Freak made Nidoqueen unbreedable, or was this just a mistake that they left in? Either way, it's a curious case.
Salutations, Hatchers! We higher-ups at Grizzco would like to provide you with an update on information. It seems that some of our researchers have found some interesting ancient films surrounding the Salmonid's ancestors. And we want all of our Hatchers up to date on all Salmonid information as we get it. This never-before-seen information will help you understand what the Salmonid truly are as you shoot them down and collect those power eggs. As you know, the Salmonid are an interesting race of fish-like humanoids that seem to want to get out of the ocean and much more inland. The Salmonids may be doing this because of instincts instilled in them from their ancient ancestors. So here it is, the life cycle of salmon, sans the id, as translated from 6 ancient films that date back to long before the Great Turf War. Our estimates date these tomes to be about 12,000 years old, so let's not waste any more time and dive right in. This first tome seems to be explaining the ancient power eggs and how this small creature we presume to be a salmonid ancestor, salmon, grows.
The cycle begins.
Salmon life begins in fresh, clean water when a red or a nest of eggs is fertilized.
This must be referring to the power eggs.
These eggs remain in the gravel throughout the winter, and the embryos develop.
Odd, these look mighty similar to the golden power eggs.
In the spring, the eggs hatch, and alevins emerge. These are tiny fish with a yolk sac of the egg attached to their bellies.
Ew.
Alevins stay close to the red or the nest for a few months until they have consumed all of the yolk, and thus grow in size. These fish emerge from the gravel and are then considered fry.
Ah, I see. These are the eggs of the Salmonids. But why must they attack the Metal Islands? Are they in search of clean waters? Perhaps if we continue watching, we will find the reason.
Fry swim to the surface of the water, fill up their swim bladders with oxygen, and begin to feed.
Oh, this must be the ancestor to the small fry, or small fries are simply younger Salmonids.
Depending on the species, fry can spend up to a year or more in their natal stream. Upon emerging from the gravel, both pink and chum are already silvery smolts, and head directly to sea. Sockeye fry tend to migrate to a lake, spending 1 to 2 years there before migrating to sea. Chinook fry usually spend less than 5 months in fresh water.
Chinook? You mean to say those small fries will eventually be able to fly?
While coho fry may spend over a year.
This coho fry, may it be the ancestor to the cohawk salmonid? Interesting. Let's keep watching.
The survival of fry is dependent upon high-quality stream habitats.
Ah, clean water.
Boulders, logs, shade, and access to side channels is important in allowing the fry to hide from predators and prevents them from getting flushed downstream during flood river flows.
Migration. I wonder if this is related to the Salmonid's 70-year migration.
Eventually, environmental cues cause fry to begin their migration downstream towards the oceans. At this time, smolting begins, and scales grow as they turn a silvery color. At night, to avoid predators, small fry or developing smolts allow the river to take them tail first downstream while larger fry swim directly towards the ocean. Estuaries, at the mouth of the river, are crucial to the survival of young smolts. While allowing their bodies to adjust to the new conditions, they feed heavily, hoping to ensure survival in the ocean.
It seems that the young salmon, as they were known, would travel to the ocean. But what then of the onslaught we face every day of salmonoids coming onto land?
While some salmon remain in coastal water, others migrate northward to feeding grounds. Salmon may spend 1 to 7 years in the ocean.
So it only took 7 years to fully mature.
Certain species have more flexible life history strategies, while others are more rigid. Coho may spend up to 7 years at sea, but typically 4. Pink salmon, on the other hand, spend a fixed 18-month time in the ocean.
There are so many types of salmon, many more than there are salmonids, that's for sure.
Sockeye typically spend 2 years at sea, and Chinook can spend up to 8 years before journeying back to their natal streams to spawn.
Such a diverse species. Ah, a subject that you should be familiar with. The Great Migration of the Salmonids is well known. Here is an ancient scroll depicting the Great Migration of the Middle Age. But let's see how their ancient ancestors did it.
It is uncertain as to how exactly salmon detect their natal streams, though it is suspected that scents and chemical cues as well as the sun play an important role in their homeward migration. Once the salmon reach fresh water, they stop feeding.
Interesting. Now that you mentioned it, I haven't seen any salmonids go on lunch break.
During the course of the journey, their bodies instinctively prepare for spawning. The taxing journey draws energy from their fat storage, muscles, and organs, except for their reproductive organs. Males develop hooked noses or kype in order to fight for dominance.
I wonder how the salmonids evolved to use cookware instead of using their teeth like barbarians.
Upon reaching natal streams...
Wait a moment. Natal streams. This must be why they head towards the derelict islands. They must have been built on their ancient rivers.
Females build nests or redds. These little depressions in the gravel are made by the female by turning on her side and using her tail to dislodge stones or pebbles. Males fight with other males for spawning rights with a female.
Even amongst themselves, they are savages.
The dominant male will court the female, and upon spawning, they release eggs and milt simultaneously. These eggs will settle into the gravel, and the female will cover the eggs with loose gravel and move upstream in order to prepare another nest. Eventually, both the males and the females die, supplying the river habitat with nutrients and the seeds of the next generation that will someday return to continue this cycle.
Their ultimate goal is to die? Ha! I always knew Salmonid were quite unintelligent.
Some salmon, such as the steelhead, which are actually rainbow trout, it's a common misconception, are able to live after they spawn, and some may spawn several times.
Interesting. The larger boss steelhead are able to continue after they spawn. This must be due to their robust nature and great fortitude. So, upon viewing these films, our scientists have deducted a possible reason why these salmonids are attacking our land. A theory, if you will. Long ago, when these salmon were but simple legless fish, the geography of this area was very different. But due to erosion and the shifting of the tectonic plates, and the dam we built, what were once their ancient streams used for breeding are now closed, washed away, and polluted. And the reason they so stupidly blunder into our defenses in mass is because they are exhausted from not eating anymore. Plus, all they can think about right now is getting home and breeding. And this is also exactly why they carry so many of these power eggs. Ah, excellent. Well, these have been quite informative. These ancient films have revealed quite a lot about the Salmonid ancestor, and it's information that we can use to better understand and defeat the Salmonid foe. So until next time, Hatchers, splat on! Night in the Woods is a very interesting game, though not one that I would just recommend to everyone. Though I enjoyed it greatly myself, it's not the kind of game that just anyone can enjoy. Though if you are around the age of 20 and are all depressed or empathetic or wondering your place in the world, then this game is 100% for you. But to me, one of the most interesting things about this game was Possum Springs, the town that the game takes place in. It's one of the most interesting, unique, realistic, and relatable settings in a video game that I have played. So yes, there will be spoilers here, but nothing super major, at least not until later. So, let's learn about Possum Springs and its inspiration from the sad reality that is the Rust Belt. Now, maybe it's just me and my West Coast education, but I haven't heard the term Rust Belt until just about a year ago. And as I think about this, I feel like this video may be common knowledge to those who live in it. But for me, and I assume many of the rest on this side of the country, it's all new information. But even though I had no idea what a Rust Belt was when I first heard it, thankfully I was able to piece together where it was just by the name of it. It's this area of the United States, mainly Michigan, Indiana, and Ohio, but also crossing into Pennsylvania, Illinois, and western New York. And it gets the name Rust Belt because, well, basically, it's falling apart. The most famous city in the Rust Belt is, of course, Detroit. So think about everything famous and well-known about Detroit, but spread that throughout small towns scattered across that part of the country. Here we see the modern ruins of a prosperous past. In the mid-20th century, this part of America was at its richest. Its factories and mines were pumping out products left and right, and the big ones too. Coal, cars, construction equipment, machinery, steel, lumber, everything. And this is reflected in Night in the Woods well. Possum Springs was a mining town, and the locals are proud of it, spanning murals of their prosperous time along the walls and erecting monuments. Their local sports team are the Smelters, named after their once prosperous smelting facilities in the area. And the older citizens refer to the good old days frequently. These older citizens mostly would have been from the baby boomer generation, the time when this area was at its most prosperous. They grew up in an ever-improving world of high middle-class living, only for things to come crumbling down in their adulthood. And the kids these days, they don't understand that things used to be better, because they grew up at its worst. But why did it crumble? Well, that depends on the political views of who you are asking. Those on the right will often say it's because taxes and regulations got too costly, which causes these businesses, mines, and factories to either shut down or relocate to where it's cheaper. And those on the left will tell you that it's greedy CEOs moving out to where they can line their own pockets more. And in reality, it's definitely a mixture of the two. It's both, along with the added factor of technological improvement. I mean, one miner with a machine can do the same work in a day that 10 miners could in a week 60 years ago. And yes, it did become significantly cheaper for these factories to move elsewhere because of regulations and taxes. But many, though not all of those regulations, were for safety's sake. After all, mines and factories are dangerous places, so it can be viewed as greedy CEOs just wanting to move instead of spending money on guardrails and paperwork, but it also makes business sense. Just take me for example. Just a few months ago I moved out of California because the cost of living is too high and they tax me too much. Being a YouTuber is considered running your own small business, so I moved to Oregon for business reasons, and because the weather is so much nicer here. Factories, especially at the time, tend to have good wages, supporting tons of middle-class families just from one person, usually the father, working there. So when these factories leave, suddenly these middle-class families are stuck with middle-class bills to pay, but are stuck working for lower wages at retail jobs. And that's if there are even any of those left. This aspect is reflected by May's dad. He used to work in the mines himself, but now works at a grocery store and he hates it. May's mom has to work now too, and it sounds like despite their efforts, something is going to happen to their house. They probably can't afford to keep it up anymore. Beatrice and her father run a business together, but recently had to drastically downscale to a small, worn-down apartment because they simply couldn't afford the nice house anymore. The Rust Belt is full of empty houses, especially nicer empty houses, at least they used to be nicer. All of the middle and higher class people left, or dropped into the lower class. Foreclosures skyrocketed, and most people could no longer afford to keep their houses. The same goes for parks, schools, and businesses, because if people can barely afford their small houses and apartments, then they don't have leftover money to spend at other businesses, so those businesses don't make enough money to stay afloat. So they either fail or move out to a more prosperous area, leaving the Rust Belt town even more empty and worn down. At one point, you drive for an hour just to get to a mall, a nicer place to shop and hang out, but even it is a bit run down and empty. And this is the point in the game that resonated with me the most, because this particular aspect is happening across the country, not just in the Rust Belt. Malls suck nowadays, at least compared to how they used to be. And why? Well, Beatrice says it pretty clearly, because of the internet. There are many articles and predictions from economists that state that a mall-pocalypse is about to happen. It's just around the corner. Multiple mall chain stores can no longer afford to keep running. They can't compete with internet prices and still pay mall rent. Malls charge a lot for rent and haven't really adapted to the times. Most of them don't even realize that they are killing themselves. And while it's hitting malls hardest, the same thing is happening to outlet stores and small businesses in general. The internet is making them obsolete. But while this is hitting the entire nation, it hits the Rust Belt especially hard, since it's almost all they have left. Another point that gets brought up is that the small local businesses are closing first, and they are being replaced with major chain businesses like the Snack Falcon. Seeing this made me relive a bit of culture shock I had a year ago when I first visited Oregon. I had no idea that so many local businesses could exist in one area. My hometown in California is 95% chain stores and restaurants, because the only ones that can afford to exist there are the ones with major corporate backing. But the problem with that is, when you, say, buy a Starbucks coffee at a Walmart, most of that money is going to another part of the country where their headquarters are based, or maybe even out of the country where their headquarters are based. But when you buy a local thing from a local store, all of your money is going to be used to further advance your own local area. You are supporting your local area. That's why there's so much emphasis on buy local. But at this point, the Rust Belt can't afford to support local, because there are so few local businesses there these days, as only major chains can afford to be there. And so it's a cycle, and the people get poorer and poorer. And these effects are well shown in Night in the Woods. Firstly, everything is run down, but also there are lottery ads all over. Notably, the poorer you are, the more likely you are to buy lottery tickets, and lottery companies know this and prey on the poor for their dollar. Lots of the young adults here, especially Beatrice, wished that they could afford to have gone to college at all, but they can't. Too expensive. New technology is expensive too, and even though the game takes place in 2017, most of the tech in the world is outdated, from the early aughts. people can't afford to keep up. One of the most prosperous and well-kept local businesses in Possum Springs appears to be the pawn shop, likely because the poor citizens are selling their more valuable belongings to afford food. Another interesting yet obvious statistic is that pawn shops also do better the more poor a particular area is. Also, the poorer an area is, the statistics of crime and drug use skyrocket as well, which is also why the even shadier pawn shops in such areas do well. And this is also referenced by May's friend Casey apparently being in the meth-making business. Another trait of the Rust Belt is sinkholes, which is a recurring point in Night in the Woods 2. It's why there is so much construction going on, repairing the sinkholes. The reason sinkholes are such a big problem in this part of the world is because of all of the old abandoned mines just sitting there, empty, slowly eroding holes underground. The surface ground can only stay up for so long. And this segues nicely into the spoileriest part of this video. It's about the underground cult, which, theory, I'm pretty sure consists mostly of the city council members. Though they are the antagonists of the game, I feel like they fit into the relatable category of villains. The ones that have a good point and good intentions, and are relatable and understandable, but go about things in not the best way. In this case, they discovered that a sinkhole within one of the abandoned mines leads to an eldritch horror known as the Black Goat, and when they sacrifice someone to it, their town prospers for just a little while. So the connection between them and the city council is obvious. They are the only two groups we see in the game, and they both have the same goal: make the town great again. And there we go, I said it, make the town great again. Let's go political. The way I found out about the term Rust Belt is the same way many other people first found out about it: the 2016 US presidential elections. It was the unexpected twist of Rust Belt states turning red that caused Trump to be elected. If you go back and look at these political maps, it's easy to see that while the Rust Belt contains a few swing states, they tend to be bluer. The few times they do go red is when the entire country has a very obvious preference. But in recent years, people have been getting more and more polarized, so most media outlets assumed these states would all be blue because of their more recent history. It's why it was thrown left and right that Clinton had a 90% chance to win, and then she didn't, because of the Rust Belt, a part of the country that is usually ignored. And while being a little stereotypical here, places like BuzzFeed and popular Tumblr blogs will tell you that it's because they are all sexist and racist, even though they dominantly voted for Obama both times before and have been blue for most of history, so why would they suddenly do this? Anyway, the real reason is, like humans, much more complicated, and is much more sadder than that. It's because this part of the nation is called the Rust Belt for a reason.
What do you think of Donald Trump?
I hope he get it. I vote for that black guy 2 times.
Obama.
Barack Obama.
Yeah.
You voted
My
for him 2
papa's a
times.
Democrat. Because you're in the United Mine Workers of America, aren't you? Union worker. My papa was a coal miner.
I worked 26 years ago, man.
And a few journalists covered it very well. This part of the country is experiencing all of those problems I mentioned earlier and more. Politicians of all kinds on all sides always promise more than they will ever give, of course. But Obama's campaign in particular was one of hope. Hope and change. Which is exactly what the whole Rust Belt wanted at that time, and still wants. They hope for a change that will make their part of the country great again.
Lived in this county for 82 years, and the Democrats, well, you can look at it. You can look at it.
And after Obama made those promises and fixed almost nothing, well, what's the point in voting for Hillary? One of the major flaws that political analyzers on all sides point to in Hillary's campaign was that she offered very little change. She stood for basically everything that Obama did. Little more, little less. And since Obama did very little for this part of the country, why would Hillary? In fact, Hillary went out of her way to state that she wanted to shut down the last of the coal mines.
Because we're going to put a lot of coal miners and coal companies out of business.
Meanwhile, Trump went out of his way to appeal to the Rust Belt, claiming that he wants to bring those jobs back and make that area great again, which is exactly what the people there want, and what many of them want more than anything. They can look past the flaws that the media pounds and pounds upon constantly because they see voting for him as the greater good for them. And even if he didn't campaign in that area exactly, many political analysts still believe that these states would have voted for him because he still represents some form of change. At least something will be different. At least there will be some, even if minor, some small chance that things will get better for them. And that's all these people want right now. Change for the better instead of the constant decline and instead of being ignored. And before the comments turn into a dumpster fire for me daring to say anything remotely, vaguely, slightly positive about Trump, I know, of course he isn't actually doing anything to help at all. In fact, a few of the government programs that he is cutting the funding from are programs specifically made to help that region do better. Welcome to Politics 101. Every politician on every side ever promises more than they will ever be able to do. But the politics of the region and even the rest of the country are well portrayed in Night in the Woods too, albeit subtly. Both the Rust Belt and Possum Springs share a certain dynamic between conservatism and liberalism. The older generation is religious, with churches everywhere. Christendom, in the broadest sense, has both a form of conservatism and generosity involved, though not through liberal means. What I mean is, politically speaking, Christians and even just religious people in general tend to vote more conservatively, yet at the same time tend to be significantly more involved in charity organizations and do more things to help the homeless and such. And you'll notice that the majority of the characters involved in the church, even remotely, are much older. Meanwhile, the discussions you have about spirituality with the younger characters reveal that they tend to go either agnostic or atheist. This, along with the political ideologies we know of in the game, such as B being part of the Young Socialists, goes in line with what is currently happening. Many of the older generations tend to be more conservative in general, while the younger generation right now seems to be the most liberal they've been in modern history. Part of it is due to polarization, of course, but it's also because of, well, everything. Politics, especially in the broadest and generational sense, tends to be complicated. Nobody is purely one thing, everyone is a shade of gray. Or perhaps purple, you could say. Near the end of the game, we see Beatrice talk about the old cult people wanting to gain back the world of a past that barely existed, which is very accurate to how many younger people these days see the older generation. You see on the news older people talking about their glory days, about their booming businesses, about Ronald Reagan, about a time where they could walk into a store with conviction and get a job immediately, a time where things were only getting better. More than anything, the world you grow up in and spend your young adult life in becomes your normal. It makes you who you are. So, kids these days, they don't know, does have some merit to it. Kids these days grow up in a post-9/11 world that is already falling apart, and ghost towns are all over the place now. This is the new normal, and many younger people can't even fathom it being any different. Much like Beatrice, they may have terrible childhoods, working extra hard just to be able to eat TV dinners. If only those businesses had stayed, then things would be better. But they are gone now. Those CEOs and those businesses ruined everything. It's their fault. Forget the business sector. Capitalism ruined everything. The government should help the social sector, so that my life would be better, and so it's more fair. And thus, a socialist is born. This is also exactly why we have phases and flip-flopping political views throughout the generations. Kids grow up being raised by their parents from 1 or 2 generations behind. Plus, they grow up in a world that is being mainly affected and controlled by the previous 2 generations. And because most of us are little rebels, at least on the inside, we want to be different, unique, make a name for ourselves. So we go against that. And while what classifies as conservative versus liberal has changed over the generations, it's notable that baby boomers were, for the time, very liberal. But in turn, they raised Generation X, a much more balanced but leaning a bit towards conservatism generation. By today's standards, though, both fall into conservatism much more, and that factor, along with being raised by boomers and Gen Xers, the millennial generation is the most liberal generation possibly in history. The main characters in Night in the Woods would fall into the very tail end of this generation, and being raised in a more extreme environment of any kind affects your outcome too. In their case, it makes sense that they would lean towards the left. They are living in a falling apart city whose older inhabitants are much more conservative, and from their perspective, are stuck in the past. And because the more conservative government doesn't seem to be interested in helping, well, it just makes sense to do the opposite. And here's a tangential fun fact: the more extreme left views of millennials and early Gen Z kids in general seems to be leading to the bulk of Generation Z being the most conservative generation since the 1940s. At least, according to political, pop media trend, financial, and generational analysts. It just keeps flopping. And speaking of analysts, not to jump on any fear trains, but I've read more than a few times and even did my 6-month-long final project in high school on the prediction that California is going to become the next sort of Rust Belt, which, looking at my hometown, I can see 100%. The politics and policies that definitely benefit Southern California are destroying Northern California. And thus, more and more businesses are moving out of California and moving to states like Texas, Oklahoma, and Washington. But that's a subject I could spend an hour on for another time. To summarize, oftentimes people who live in the area I do, the West Coast, will have no idea about the problems and politics of the Rust Belt. They are confused why and how they could even flip-flop politically so much, especially during the last election. And to those people, I say, check out Night in the Woods. It's easily the most accurate portrayal of that part of the country. Desperate, yet strong and hopeful people of a once prosperous part of the nation. They are strong and do everything they can to stay afloat. Arm in arm, they raise each other up in their small towns. Though, through seeing the continuous decline, some get desperate and will overlook any crimes or misdoings if it potentially works for the greater good of their area. Sure, you could say some are stuck in the past, but at least they haven't given up.
The world of music is a world of pure beauty. Some say music is the pinnacle of art, and yet, of all of the bits of music, of all of the songs created by these artists, only some can claim to have ascended to a new level of finesse. A song that is not only beautiful, but deep in meaning. Today, we are going to look at one such song. One from a video game of all things, and that is Sonic Adventure 2's City Escape. We start off the song by laying the ground, gathering the setting and our surroundings, but not in a physical sense, but rather in an emotional one. Here, the artist is talking about the everyday hustle and bustle we face in our day-to-day lives, always going from one place to another, both physically and within our own minds. And as time goes on and society progresses, we must all keep up with society at an ever-increasing rate, now at the symbolic speed of sound, as if to signify that one can no longer listen and hear all of those around them. At this speed, you must pass by everyone. Here, the artist is talking about how we all have places to be, but we also have a greater purpose that we all strive for. A rainbow, or such that represents the goal of life, no matter how incorporeal. It symbolizes us being at peace with ourselves, us feeling complete, like a whole person, such as rainbows contain the entire color spectrum. We all want to experience all we can in life before we pass on, and to do that, well, we have many places to go. The need for progress is addressed in this line. Humans don't like to change and must be reminded that they need to be going forward in life. They must break out of monotony and not be dragged down by the past. The great unknown is what makes humans resist change. We don't know what the future holds. Here, the artist is stating that the mysteries of life can only be found out by going and discovering them yourself. Do not fear the future. Embrace it. This reinforces the idea of progress again. By stating it again, it may be symbolic of second-guessing yourself. But you know that you must press on, moving forward, because you must follow your rainbow and not stick to the past. No time for guessing, follow my pen instead. Life is short. All things must end. There is a finite amount of time you can spend on this material plane. Here, the artist is suggesting that we must follow his lead, or plan as he calls it. As we know from previous lines, his plan is to move forward with life. Solid advice. To trust is a bold statement that any human can claim. Trust is only earned and not given freely. And trusting something you can't see, something immaterial perhaps, is an even greater challenge. This line is almost impossible to complete for many of us, and thus, here the artist is stating that you must overcome the impossible. Once you believe in what you infer from the artist and act accordingly, and overcome the impossible, you will be set free. Follow me, set me free. The artist is seen as an omnipotent being so far in this song, but he states that he is not free, and only by trusting and taking heed of his words will he become unchained from his prison. Previous lines about trusting in what you can't see now have new meaning. The artist, now being immaterial and unseeable, may be a spiritual being, but not so much a god figure though, but perhaps a soul or a psyche, your own emotions, your heart, wanting to be set free and pushing you onwards to do that. Trust me and we will escape from the city. Again, trust is extremely important. As for escape from the city in this reference is the prison of the ever-expanding mediocrity that man has created for himself, to keep him from thinking about the more important things in life, as they may be unpleasant. But if you trust and follow your heart, you can escape this prison of the city. I'll make it through. Follow me, set me free. Trust me and we will escape from the city. I'll make it through, prove it to you. Follow me. This segment is reassuring the listener of the intentions of your own inner workings, your heart speaking to you. It wants you to know that with trust, it can escape. Here, the artist warns you to be wary of everything. Everyone is out to deter you from your goal of change. People will tell you that you can't do what you want, or that you're not strong enough. People are willing fully to take advantage of you and to put you down, especially in the city. Trust your feelings, got to live and learn. You must believe in yourself to break out. This isn't as easy as just knowing, just learning. You must experience failure like all people do. You must know defeat before you can achieve your goals. You must live and learn, not merely learn. I know with some luck that I'll make it through. Sometimes you have to take risks and let fate decide if you fail or succeed. Escaping isn't possible for everyone, but that shouldn't stop you from trying. Keep pressing onwards. Sometimes you'll wind up desperate, but sulking about the past fixes nothing. The only option is to move forward. I don't care what lies ahead. Giving no importance to the hurdles you must overcome is a sign of great trust and confidence. You may worry, but you will escape no matter what. No time for guessing, follow my plan instead. Again, after reassuring you that the artist is confident, he asks that you unbegrudgingly follow him. Your heart. Your soul. Don't second guess yourself. Move forward and figure out where you belong, but don't allow your prejudices to get in the way. Take my lead, I'll set you free. Follow me, set me free. Trust me and we will escape from the city. I'll make it through. Follow me, set me free. Trust me and we will escape from the city. I'll make it through, prove it to you. Follow me. All in all, this song is a song straight from the heart and soul, speaking to you on a deep level. You don't belong in a melancholy world, a mundane city that keeps you oppressed with its walls that society calls decency. Follow your heart and move on. As you grow older and live and learn, you will find what that rainbow is for you. And if you listen and don't stick to the past, you can hear your heart shouting it out at you. Only after escaping this city of life, you will finally be free to be yourself. Finally, you can go fast.
Sonic Mania has me excited for Sonic for the first time since Shadow the Hedgehog, which isn't actually that bad of a game. Why does it get the same rating as Sonic 06, a legitimately broken and unfinished game? Shadow's good, I swear. Anyway, when it comes to the classic games, I tend to prefer classic Sonic over classic Mario, but today, heavens no. But maybe now it will be different. So Sonic Mania got me thinking about Sonic characters again, and I realized that it sure is weird that Knuckles and Tails can fly. Or, well, I guess in Knuckles' case.
Knuckles!
You're flying!
This isn't flying, this is falling with style.
But here's the problem. See, this is an echidna. Does anything about the echidna scream, "Hey, I can glide like a flying squirrel," or a sugar glider, yeah! But thankfully, Sonic Boom does make this video short because Sonic Boom gives us the answer. Knuckles just pauses the game and then jumps again, and then pauses the game and then jumps again, and then pauses the game and then jumps again, and then pauses— No, that's silly. So what is the real mystery here? There must be some sort of explanation for this, and that is what we are going to talk about today. So first, the common answer. One quick Google search and we find that on the Sonic Wiki it claims that he traps air under his dreads, which echidnas don't have, and he uses that air to glide. Which, I mean, would that actually be possible? How could something glide with no actual wings? Gliding is achieved when you have elongated, unpowered flight, meaning no engine or propulsion to give you more lift. I know there are quite a few things that somewhat glide without wings in the animal kingdom. There are even some gliding snakes and spiders, both small and light, but they can still glide a bit nonetheless. But none of these compare to the ability of Knuckles, the gliding king. So let's figure this out, starting by figuring out what Knuckles actually is. Knuckles the Echidna is an echidna, if you couldn't tell. This adorable little snoot is this red punchy flying thing. See the similarities? This egg-laying mammal, or monotremata, is a native species to Australia. Echidnas are known for their ability to dig, which Knuckles is also excellent at. They are also apparently quite good swimmers, being able to swim well even during flood conditions. Some even regularly bathe, but surprisingly, they are completely unable to fly. What does get really interesting, though, is that the echidna has recently been linked via its ancestors to the crocodile, due to a very similar pelvic bone. That means that Knuckles and Vector could be distant cousins. So, then what even is Knuckles? He's got dreads, the Jamaican flag colors on his shoes, he talks like an American but comes from Australia and has Mayan ancestors. What? Well, fine, enough of the confusing nature stuff. Let's analyze Knuckles' abilities. Knuckles is stated to be one of the strongest characters in the Sonic franchise and has many feats to back that claim up. I mean, he punches Eggman's machines into smithereens and destroys rock walls. He even managed to punch the emeralds right out of Supersonic, the supposedly invincible hedgehog. So maybe it's not exactly gliding. Maybe he's using his strength to jump really good. Instead of gliding, maybe he's just jumping off of a wall really well. But that doesn't really explain how he can start gliding forward after jumping in one place, or how he can change direction. And also, look at those legs. Skip leg day much, you old knucklehead? I don't think he would be able to jump high without breaking his legs. Maybe he's like a sugar glider. One of the cutest little guys ever. These small mammals use the excess skin on their flanks to glide. While the air is rushing by, the skin goes all taut and fills with air, almost creating a scoop that widens the animal's surface area. This greatly increases drag and decreases its descent speed, letting it reach the branches on adjacent trees before it lands on the dangerous floor. It is possible that echidnas are related to flying squirrels, at least. Well, we can see that the flying squirrel X-ray has quite a lot of excess skin around the body, while the echidna does have some, but it's only a little bit, even if we include the quills or the dreads in Knuckles' case. Neither of which are solid, by the way. They wouldn't be able to form this scoop. So let's say he does somehow trap air under his dreads, perhaps magically. Would that even make it possible to glide? If we remove his body and just look at his head with the dreads, we see that it has a pointed nose to a tapered end, much like an airfoil. He has 7 large dreads that slowly get shorter the closer to the center we get. It's like this. He looks similar to a B-2 stealth bomber, which just so happened to have been revealed to the public around the same time the first and second Sonic games were being developed. They were seen as, well, super cool and awesome, and we all know that Sonic's main point and marketing revolves around him and his friends being super cool and edgy, especially to Americans, so perhaps some inspiration was taken from this. In Knuckles and Team Chaotix, his sprites were much smoother and rounded, creating a streamlined airfoil. At first, I didn't believe that this idea of Knuckles gliding with his hair could even be feasible, but if we look, we can see that the dreads are rather close and seem to be almost touching, creating an almost solid wing surface, similar to the B-2. I'm not saying that a creature could fly with just this, but it may have some basic design merit. To glide, the lift generated by his wings or wing equivalents must be almost or above the gravitational pull on his body. Due to what we know of Mobius, it may very well be possible that he can glide due to a lower gravity. We see in Sonic CD that Eggman had to chain a huge planet-like structure to the planet. Now, shouldn't that death egg just fall, not float away? What if there is an intense force that pushes upwards, like a strong magnetic field, or possibly a magic energy field? There are also a large amount of characters and things that seem to be able to fly that should not, like any of Eggman's ships, or Cream, or Tails, or anyone really. The only few people that probably should be able to fly is Rouge the Bat and those little birds, like Flicky. But even then, their wings are all way too small to give them the proper amount of lift, at least with Earth's gravity. But Knuckles is the most confusing one of all. He just jumps with a bit of air under his hair? Even with less gravity, the science just isn't there. So maybe it's not wholly scientific. Maybe there is a more magical explanation to go along with this. Knuckles is the sole guardian of the Master Emerald, a jewel that is said to contain chaos itself and is immensely powerful. The Master Emerald's main ability is to cancel or nullify the power of the 7 Chaos Emeralds. Knuckles is the last remaining guardian of the Grand Jewel, and it is this Grand Jewel, this Master Emerald's power, that allows Angel Island to float up in the clouds. We have seen multiple times when Eggman steals or breaks the Master Emerald, the island falls into the ocean below. Only when it is returned does the island begin to float again. And we do know that Knuckles has some powers already granted to him by the Emerald, as stated in the lyrics of Knuckles' Pumpkin Hill level in Sonic Adventure 2. He states that the Great Emerald's power allows me to feel.
The Great Emerald's power allows me to feel.
We also know that the only other Echidna that could glide, at least of what we've seen, was Tikal. This Echidna is daughter to the chief of the Knuckles clan and is one of Knuckles' ancestors. 4,000 years prior to the events of Sonic Adventure, she was trapped inside the Master Emerald, only to be released when it shattered. At the time, long ago, she was also the Master Emerald's guardian, and she is also able to glide. She is also seen using the Emerald's power to teleport and levitate. It seems very possible that she gets this power from the Emerald. So who's to say that Knuckles doesn't also gain this power from the relic, making him extra powerful and able to glide smoothly through the air, despite being an Echidna? Well, to me this sounds like it's the most likely case. It is possible that he uses the air caught under his dreads as anti-shock bodies while gliding, or maybe he uses them as a rudder to steer himself, using small bits of power from the Master Emeralds to break an already weak gravitational pull, a combination of physics and magic. Today, we will be explaining why Tails can, and more so, can't, fly. When Sega was creating Sonic 2, they wanted Sonic to have a new cute sidekick to help attract new people to the franchise. So, Sega had an internal contest on what the new character should be. From this contest, Yasushi Yamaguchi created a flying squirrel character, which would later appear in Sega Sonic Arcade, thus Ray the Squirrel was born. But unfortunately, Sega didn't really like the character's design as Sonic's main sidekick. So, Yamaguchi then created Tails the Tanuki. But again, Sega shot down the idea, claiming that it was too similar to Mario's new costume in Super Mario Bros. 3. On the third try, he created the Tails we know and love today, a twin-tailed fox, or Kitsune. And This little fox could fly by spinning his tails around like a helicopter, but that shouldn't be possible. Wouldn't his tails just get twisted up? Ugh. And that's where the mystery begins. There must be something twisted going on here. For this to be possible, Tails would need to break the very laws of physics. Perhaps there is something dark or supernatural going on. So what is Tails' dark secret? Well, let's start solving it by looking more into his origin. So, Tails is a kitsune, and that may already be a possible reason as to why he can fly. Let's look into the myth of the kitsune and see if there is any connection with flying. Kitsune, the Japanese word for fox, is also the name of a yokai, or demon, one that is a fox with multiple tails. Kitsune are known for being tricksters, but are also known to be quite loyal to the ones they care about. In this case, Sonic. Sometimes Tails seems just a little too close. Although there isn't really indication that kitsune can fly. There is one depiction of a kitsune flying while carrying Bodhisattva, but that's it. They normally don't. So is Tails secretly this dark yokai? Or is there something else to look at? This may be harder than I thought. Maybe we should start with why Tails shouldn't be able to fly or even hover in the first place. Miles Prower, aka Tails, was born with a genetic mutation that gave him 2 tails. This defect is also known as polydactyly. According to the Sonic lore and mythos, Tails was often bullied about his 2 tails. But during his youth, he had trained his tails to be quite dexterous, enough to pull a lever. He's like a little spider monkey. And somewhere along the lines, he learned how to use his tails for flight. After all, Miles is an aeronautical genius. Being who he is, I'm sure he saw his 2 tails and immediately thought of a helicopter-like rotor. And just like a helicopter, Tails flies in the games and comics by rotating his tails. In some instances, he must first wind up his tails prior to flight, though in most games he is only able to achieve flight for about 8 to 10 seconds before he appears to get exhausted, and then slowly descends back to the ground. This could be based off of Miles not being quite athletic enough, or possibly it's due to him having to wind up his tail and after 8 seconds it's fully unwound. But no, that wind-up gag was only used a few times. There must be something much more twisted going on. After all, let me explain why he shouldn't be able to fly at all. Animals don't have wheels. Yep, that's about it. That's the reason that Tails shouldn't be able to fly. What I mean is, in order to spin this way, his tails would need a rotor and an axle. Just think about it. If he were to twist his tails this way, they would simply get tangled in each other. Or if his tails rotated that fast, wouldn't the skin and blood vessels not be connected? How can a living organism not be connected to itself? A spinning wheel on an axle is connected to the axle mechanically. Gears rub against each other, but if they had to be connected to veins to live, well, the veins would get all twisted up. Mechanical motions like spinning simply do not work on living beings. It's just not logically possible, though there is one exception to this. The one axle in nature belongs to bacterial flagellum. The flagellum is a small corkscrew structure that rotates using motor proteins, and funnily enough, the wheel here is more like a corkscrew, and it's used for propeller propulsion. Unfortunately though, this is the only type of spinning object in a living being, and it can only function on this microscopic level. And even then, it's not really an axle. Long story short, the science just isn't there. Tails' tails should not be able to rotate organically, unless, that may be it. Tails' true dark secret is that Tails might be a cyborg. Think about it. He is a mechanically inclined genius, a super genius, and he has a great workshop. The only way he is able to keep up with the one he adores, Sonic, is by hovering. So Tails may have taken on his greatest challenge and surgically replaced his own tails with robotic versions of them, thus allowing him the ability to rotate his mecha tails at high enough speeds to attain flight. He gets tired because they run out of power, or perhaps they do have to wind up, or perhaps they overheat. After all, because they aren't big enough or the proper shape to efficiently achieve lift, I mean, a tail is nothing like a helicopter blade. They would need to spin at beyond comprehensible speeds to make up for that. And these speeds would take a lot of power and overheat. It's not so far-fetched of an idea either. Mobius is home to many odd creatures of nature and science. There are even a few cyborgs amongst the freedom fighters like Bunny Rabbit, which, let me just say, is an amazing name. So this world is not foreign to the idea of man-made flesh. This could also explain the immense dexterity in his tails along with his increased power. Sure, spider monkeys can use their tails to grab onto levers and pull them or hold things, but foxes can't. They don't have enough joints in their tail, and they aren't dexterous enough. Tails is also able to use his tails as weapons, using them for attacking as seen in Sonic Adventure and other games in the series. This also could be why the tails do not rotate when he uses his spin ball or spin bash attack. Here we see him spinning his body super fast, like Sonic does, but while Sonic's tail spins with him, curiously, Tails' tails trail behind, which again, should be impossible naturally. Perhaps the way he can spin up so fast like Sonic is by reversing what the motor spins. Basically, he uses the rotor to rotate his main body rapidly while keeping his tails stationary. After all, Tails loves Sonic. They are best buds, and Tails would do anything to be able to keep up with the fastest thing alive, even go through some drastic measures, like shoving a rotor up his butt.
The tropical Isle Delfino, a sunshiny paradise full of fruits, fun, and for Mario, peril. Or was it?
Was it perhaps all a lie?
Super Mario Sunshine is a trip away from most of the formulaic Mario games, not only taking Mario and the crew outside of the Mushroom Kingdom, but also introducing an entirely new way for Mario to platform his way around. The Flash Liquidizing Ultra Dousing Device, better known as Flood. Once Mario acquires the Flood, the princess is kidnapped and yet another adventure to rescue her begins. Right? Well, maybe not. You see, Mario Sunshine has a ton of clues in it that points to the distinct possibility that the events in the game never happened, and instead, the player is filming a TV show. Does this seem improbable to you? Well, let's just look at the evidence given to us. Just after arriving Isle Delfino's airport, Mario runs into Flood, which just happens to be sitting out in the middle of the runway with no explanation ever given for it being there. This is extremely convenient for Mario, who uses it to clear the runway of the polluted piranha plant, only to be arrested and thrown into a kangaroo court trial. In the complaint against Mario, he is accused of pollution and vandalism using the game's ever-present paint-like goop, which has suddenly appeared all over the island. It's mentioned that the island has been cloaked in an unnatural darkness ever since the island's many shine sprites disappeared or lost their power, which is supposedly due to the goopy vandalism. A sketch that looks vaguely like Mario is produced based on supposed eyewitnesses' testimony, and the judge throws the book at him, declaring that he cannot leave the isle until the goop is gone. Now obviously, Mario games aren't known for their gritty realism, but a lot of things are way off about this trial. In the trial, Mario is given no lawyer, with only his companions to try and help prove his innocent. This doesn't matter, however, since when Princess Peach tries to speak up against an unproven accusation, she is immediately silenced by the judge. To think that a small island nation would so blatantly mistreat not only a well-known international hero, but also the royalty of a rather large and populous kingdom is just absurd. It's even more absurd to think that the princess would just brush off this extremely hostile behavior when Mario proves his innocence at the end of the game, acting as if nothing had ever happened. No, perhaps this trial is staged, not against Mario, but rather as a means to introduce the story elements for a dramatic tale acted out by Mario and his companions. Treating a princess this way is almost bad enough to declare war, but if this were all acted out and staged, no big deal at all. This is all expected and planned out. There's plenty more evidence to go though, so let's just move on. In the jail scene after the trial, Flood informs Mario through some sort of data analysis that the shine sprites are Isle Delfino's source of power. Yet, throughout the entire rest of the game, not a single area shows any signs of electrical problems. The only shine sprite that really seems to do anything is the main one, and it just clears up some clouds. Then, after Mario gets released, a pair of Pianta officers informs Mario that they'll be watching him closely to ensure that he doesn't slash slack off. They then spend the rest of the game standing in front of a single building off in a small corner of Delfino Plaza. Those are either some really poor officers or fakes, actors hired to drive the story along. Shadow Mario's first appearance soon after in Delfino Plaza seems fine at first, but when you look at one detail in particular, it raises a lot of questions. Regardless of how long the player spends defeating Shadow Mario, Toadsworth, the princess's personal assistant, never moves to help, and never even speaks up when he witnesses the attempted kidnapping. That's very strange for someone whose job it is to serve and to an extent protect royalty. That is, unless he's assured that there's no real danger because the chase is scripted out for a TV show. Now then, riddle me this. While pictures have served as portals in the Mario universe since Super Mario 64, why is Sunshine the only time they're used to teleport Mario to elsewhere in a contained area? None of the levels in Super Mario 64 were actually connected to the castle. Instead, they were all their own self-contained areas. This is, at minimum, heavily implied to not be the case in Sunshine. Not only are all the areas stated by characters to be part of the same landmass, but many other levels can easily be spotted off in the distance as part of the Isle. But if this is all one island, why do most of the levels have a graffiti mark on a wall as their main entrance then? Purely for show. The level entrances were chosen for visual spectacle. That's why Mario shoots out of a cannon to enter Piña Park, and stares up into the sun to enter Noki Bay, despite just simply walking there being 100% easier and possible. Entering most levels were treated to a mission select screen. In the North American and European versions of Sunshine, each mission is labeled as an episode, and given a title. What an odd thing to call your missions, unless they were literally episodes of a TV show, or at least trying to get that idea across. This trend carries over through all of the releases. In the Japanese version of Sunshine, each mission is a story. And side note, there's only one major instance of Nintendo labeling something as a story. Mario Story, the Japanese name for Paper Mario, a game whose events are widely speculated to be fictional in the Mushroom Kingdom universe's canon, as they take place entirely in storybook form. Fiction, even in the Mushroom Kingdom. Fiction within fiction, ooh. Finally now, we've reached the first level of the game, Bianco Hills. In episode 2, Mario first encounters a mini-boss named Petey Piranha. The first time Petey is defeated, he melts into a puddle of brown goop. It's really strange that he then reappears just fine in a later episode of the same level and upon defeat, melts into a puddle of brown goop again. I propose that while the fights may indeed be real, or at least acted out, the defeat is a special effect, stitched onto the end of each fight to make the perfect dramatic fight scene. Both fights taking place in Bianco Hills is no accident either. Since they're the first episodes recorded, they'd naturally be some of the earliest ones later put on TV. And nothing hooks people into watching like a good dramatic fight scene with awesome special effects in the first few episodes of a show. And really, they don't even need to be good special effects. I mean, look at Doctor Who. The next level available to open is Rico Harbor. Episode 2 of Rico Harbor introduces us to a recurring situation in the game. Many individual Piantas have one or more shine sprites in their possession. This is particularly odd since the shine sprites were supposed to have fled. That is, gone away from the Shine Gate of their own volition. Why then would a large number of them be held by citizens of the Isle? And why wouldn't the citizens turn in a shine sprite they perhaps stumbled across, if they are in fact so important to the well-being of the entire island? No, the fact that a large number of shine sprites are held by individual Piantas only supports the point that the shine sprites are actually powerless, and are there merely to make up a story element. At least, the smaller ones are. Level 3 is Gelato Beach. Here we have the first encounter with a mysterious character, Il Piantissimo, a human sprinter that challenges Mario to a race in 3 separate levels, while wearing a Pianta costume. The costume department got pretty lazy with him. Curiously, if the Pianta mask of Il Piantissimo's model is manually removed, the person underneath appears to be the Running Man from the Legend of Zelda series. Hiring someone who was constantly running himself, or comes from a long lineage of runners to race Mario, would make sense, considering that very few other people would even have the chance of running as fast as the hero plumber. Also, Link and Mario have crossed paths at times, so it is speculated that Hyrule is another continent, on the same planet as the Mushroom Kingdom. The last bit of evidence from the beach comes in episode 8, the Watermelon Festival. The watermelons in this episode are quite unusual. They're rather large and they don't act very much like watermelons at all. If Mario pushes a melon into a wall or off of too high of a cliff or allows a cataquack to throw the melon into the air, the watermelons pop. They don't get crushed or crumble. They pop. Like a balloon. In fact, the watermelons are balloons, as is demonstrated by their popping. The deflation of the largest melon when it is placed in the fruit grinder and the inflation of a replacement melon for Mario when he pops the largest melon at its spawn point is absolutely solid evidence towards this fact. After Gelato Beach is Piña Park. Piña Park's first episode is perhaps the most blatant and obvious evidence for Sunshine being a TV show for several reasons. First, Mario chases Shadow Mario into the main part of the park, where Shadow Mario uses some sort of ability to float over water. And this ability is never shown again, and it's never shown before. The pool then opens up like a secret hatch, allowing a giant, Bowser-like robot to rise up from beneath. Mario is then encountered by a literal director, who calls him a fearless hero and calls the battle a show, and sets Mario up with a hero's vehicle to fight Mecha Bowser. Even more bizarrely, once Mario defeats Mecha Bowser, the top of the robot opens up to reveal Peach inside. Since only Shadow Mario entered the robot at the beginning of the fight, that means Peach must have been inside while Mecha Bowser was still sitting below the pool. This entire battle is full of absurdities and odd coincidences that points to it just being staged. If it wasn't staged, then why was there a huge containment area for Mecha Bowser hidden in the middle of the amusement park? How does anyone sneak a humongous robot in there? And for context, a lot of Japanese TV shows are full of very strange and somewhat hilarious coincidences like this, especially ones aimed at children. Episode 2 contains our first encounter with another recurring mini-boss, a Monty Mole manning a cannon. Not just any Monty Mole though, a single Monty Mole who shows up later in Noki Bay, manning an identical cannon. Obviously, whoever is producing the show hired one actor for multiple similar roles. In all but 2 episodes of Piña Park, an unusual group of enemies known as the Electro Koopas are present. These Koopa-like enemies have a peculiar shell, with multiple spikes on it that constantly run electricity through the air. These are odd for 2 reasons. 1, they never appear in a game outside of Sunshine, and 2, real-life animals that deliver electric shocks have to store up their charge and thus can't be releasing electricity constantly. Even other electric animal enemies in Mario and Zelda have to recharge at some point. It seems reasonable then to conclude that Electro Koopas are in fact not alive. They are small robotic enemies with a generator inside to produce constant electricity. Piña Park has a few other oddities to it as well, but those will be addressed in a bit when we look at the recurring events in all of the levels. Level 5, Serena Beach, perhaps the most atmospheric of the levels. There's not much of note outside the Hotel Delfino, but once inside, a number of oddities appear. In episode 4, Mario enters the hotel's on-site casino and ground pounds a random tile on the roulette wheel to descend into a boss fight with King Boo. To say that King Boo appearing in Hotel Delfino is random would be an understatement, but that's not even the part that makes the boss battle seem extremely staged. The manner in which Mario injures King Boo in that fight is a 3-step process. First, he sprays the slot machine King Boo is sitting on, for some unknown reason. Then once King Boo spits out fruits and ripe jalapeno peppers, Mario throws a pepper at King Boo and follows that up with a fruit. This fight, it's weird. It's just weird. This fight raises a lot of questions. Why does a combination specifically of a spicy pepper and fruit damage a Boo? Why is King Boo's ability to spontaneously produce enemies and objects tied to a slot machine? And most importantly, why is there a random stage area below the roulette wheel of a casino? Well, going from past logic, it's very likely that this King Boo is also fake. The only thing Mario is battling in this specially built stage underneath the casino is the slot machine. King Boo is some sort of projection or hologram, or perhaps just special effects added in later. When Mario hits the machine first with a pepper and then with any fruit, it adds a tick of damage to the fake King Boo, and when it gets 3, King Boo disappears, leaving a shine sprite. Next up, Noki Bay. Episode 1 we've already covered in the discussion of Piña Park, so let's go to episode 2. Episode 2 features a mysterious tomb of an ancient Noki king. as claimed by the village elder. The elder brings up this tomb as a non sequitur in conversation with Mario about the pollution problem in the bay, and then directs Mario to how to find the tomb. The elder then encourages Mario to loot it as a reward. Not only does this mission make zero sense as a reward for anything, the idea that a village elder would direct an outsider supposedly criminal no less, to raid an ancient preserved tomb, which is obviously important to the local culture, is positively bonkers, if it isn't scripted for a TV show. After Mario follows the hidden paths of the cliffs up to the area at the top, high above the tomb, he then encounters a mini-boss previously defeated in Rico Harbor, Gooper Blooper. Let me repeat that. Mario encounters a giant squid on top of a sheer cliff hundreds upon hundreds of feet above any substantial source of water. This implies that either Gooper Blooper isn't a real squid, or was very recently placed up there just for Mario to encounter. Either way, more staged drama. And even after all that, we're nowhere near done with Noki Bay. The next episode is somehow even stranger than the ones before. The village elder presents Mario with scuba gear that somehow perfectly fits over Mario and connects to Flood. He then explains that he believes the issue with the local pollution is on the ocean floor. He then tells Mario to jump into a bottle prepared specifically for Mario to practice deep sea diving. Yes, in a bottle. Perhaps 1/6 the size of Mario himself. Nevertheless, Mario immediately dives into the bottle, shrinking to a minuscule size as he does. Not only has Mario never had the ability to shrink on command prior to this game, this is an ability he never uses afterwards either, and no one mentions it. This mission is obviously set up beforehand with 2 stages of sorts, Noki Bay itself, and a giant bottle made for Mario to swim around in. The visual link between them isn't Mario actually shrinking, it's just a special effect for the show being filmed. Noki Bay saves the strangest spectacle for last though with episode 4. In episode 4, the source of the pollution is finally discovered on the ocean floor, where the elder randomly guessed it'd be. The pollution is coming out of a hermaphroditic diprosopus giant eel. Put more plainly, the creature appears to be a male eel and a female eel sharing a body fused at the mouth. The dirty plaque bacteria on this creature's teeth is making purple goop bubbles which rise to the surface of the bay and pop, spreading the pollutants all around the water. Now, there have admittedly been some extremely strange creatures featured in Mario games before, but this eel really takes the cake. Its own oddness, combined with the idea that tooth plaque would be causing an entire bay to become polluted, catapults this mission far above the line of absurdity into spectacle. The perfect thing for a TV show. Especially if it's a Japanese one. The game quiets down a bit in Pianta Village. Episode 1 features a group of chain chomplets, an immature form of the chain chomps, that, like many other enemies here, is never seen outside of Super Mario Sunshine. Bizarrely, when overheated, the chain chomplets seem to give off a burning hot version of the game's goop. Them having this ability conflicts with the general story of Sunshine quite a bit. How are the residents of Isle Delfino unprepared to deal with the goop if some of the animals already on the isle produce it naturally? Are we to assume that the chomplets only for the first time ever started sweating goop just when Mario, the only one who was able to deal with it, showed up? That seems very unlikely to say the least. And with that, we've finished all of the evidence that applies to particular levels, but we still have even more to go through. Episode 7 of each level contains a Shadow Mario chase, many of which are unusual in and of themselves. In every Shadow Mario chase, not only does Shadow Mario go in circles, but he also waits for Mario to catch up to him if the player falls too far behind. Obviously, any real villain wouldn't be doing that. Beyond that, in Delfino Plaza, Bianco Hills, and Noki Bay, we see Shadow Mario comfortably swimming in water. This happens despite the fact that not only does the goop in the game dissolve and wash away in water, but Shadow Mario himself is hurt by being sprayed with water. Conflicting symbols! Shadow Mario reveals his true identity in the Mecha Bowser fight. He is in fact Bowser Jr. somehow disguising himself with the goop present in the game. The goop is supposedly coming from a magic giant paintbrush stamped with Professor Egad's trademark, same as the Flood. As if Egad gave both of these items to the populace. Or perhaps just made the more advanced props for the show. The reason Bowser Jr. gives for kidnapping Peach is that he supposedly believes Peach to be his mother, after Bowser told him that. This is, well, admittedly silly, and should be obviously untrue even to a young Koopa like Bowser Jr. In fact, it is. Bowser Jr. knows Peach isn't his mom, as he states at the end of the game. So, what's his motivation again? Bowser Jr.'s motivation, along with the ending scene of Bowser explaining that he lied to his son for reasons never given, and the plan to kidnap Peach, make up another part of the script for the show's story arc. It's a bit of a plot hole, which aren't common in Mario games. Granted, that's in part due to Mario games not having much plot at all usually, but still, having a plot hole would make much more sense if it's related to a TV show being produced. A TV show with substantially more plot than Mario games tend to have. Now, you might have noticed that I haven't mentioned a minor character that appears in several levels at all yet, Yoshi. And there's a good reason for that. The characters we see and Mario uses to complete a number of missions are not actually Yoshis, exactly. The supposed Yoshis we see in Sunshine have a couple of abilities and a couple of peculiar problems that no other game's Yoshis have. Sunshine's Yoshis are able to squirt fruit juice out of some sort of internal pouch. They can change color when they eat fruit and spin very rapidly in the air with Mario. That last ability completely contrasts with the Mario Galaxy games, which brought back the spin jump for Mario, but only lets Yoshi either shake his head or cancel some temporary abilities with the spin. Yoshi does not like spinning, except for in Sunshine, the supposedly fake one. The Yoshis on Isle Delfino also show a number of odd problems that no other Yoshi has had before or since. In order to hatch, these Yoshis must eat a specific fruit through the shell of their egg. They also spontaneously liquefy and evaporate in not one, but two separate situations. The first being if Yoshi goes into water that reaches too high up on its body, and second if the aforementioned internal juice pouch runs dry. While you could argue that the requirement of eating fruit to hatch and grow to adult form spontaneously just means that these Yoshis are a subspecies of T. Yoshisaurus Munchakoopas, that still doesn't explain how a Yoshi could randomly evaporate. It is this very unusual behavior that leads me to conclude that these Yoshis, like King Boo, Petey Piranha's death sequence, and the Electro Koopas, are all fake special effects. It may look like Yoshi and act somewhat like a Yoshi, but it's just a robot that can somehow dissolve. Or dissolves via special effects put in post. Of course, one of the other weird things that Sunshine has is its mysterious secret levels. Locations completely cut off from the rest of Isle Delfino, accessible through portals, some of which have intuitive locations, but a few are just nonsensical. Let's look at the most egregious secret level entrance, episode 6 of Pina Park, the Yoshi Go Round's secret. In this episode, Mario retrieves Yoshi and has to feed it fruit until it becomes the correct color to complete a pattern of fake Yoshis on a merry-go-round. Once Yoshi is the correct color and touches the empty pole, Mario enters the secret level. There are very few things in Sunshine that make less sense than this level entrance. The other level entrances are mostly entered through caves, entrances to obscure buildings, or holes in large objects. Though again, why would just some random doorway in a building take you to some mysterious other dimension? That does not seem like a very good place for a dimension like that. Kids could just walk into that door. These secret levels of Sunshine are all made of a variety of structures, usually with a mix of moving and non-moving platforms, occasionally with a few enemies sprinkled in, and in one case with a number of piantas in it too. They all take place in gigantic voids, some of which even have backgrounds themed to Mario's previous adventures. Now, aside from the question of how these levels are constructed or stay floating, one would have to wonder why these levels, which are supposedly in an island kingdom completely separate from the Mushroom Kingdom, would be themed after Mario's former feats. These levels are most easily explained as a combination of effects for the camera, filmed in a rather large studio area, with a rather large green screen behind it. Probably the same one where the giant bottle was built. And finally, after a mountain of evidence from all the levels of Sunshine, we've reached the final boss fight. Mario jumps, hovers, and directs a lava-proof boat through the main room of Mount Corona's magma chamber. Or rather, through a studio built to look like a magma chamber. The fact that platforms, which obviously didn't form naturally, are in a pool of lava and aren't melting makes no sense otherwise. Mario then rockets up to what might be the mouth of the volcano. It's hard to tell since the final boss fight takes place in a void similar to the secret levels, meaning, again, a giant room with a giant green screen. Up above the magma chamber, Mario encounters Bowser, Bowser Jr., and Peach, all sitting in a goo-filled hot tub. Well, the Koopa royalty are. Peach is perched up on a rubber ducky, but I digress. The detail that most immediately stands out in the hot tub is Bowser himself, who appears to be multiple tens of times larger than Mario. While Bowser has grown to similar sizes in Galaxy games, that was with the space-time warping power granted by the Grand Stars. And in New Super Mario Bros., he grows to this size thanks to Kamek's magic. Here, Bowser only has the Shine Sprites, and the Shine Sprites show no evidence of having any other power aside from glowing slightly. Also, by this point, Mario should have most of the Shine Sprites. Once Mario lands on the hot tub and words are exchanged with the Koopas, the final fight begins. What is very odd about the final battle is that Mario never actually hits Bowser or Bowser Jr., either directly or indirectly. Instead, he uses Flood to launch up in the air and slam down on 5 protruding platforms attached to the hot tub, eventually upsetting its balance enough for it to just tip over and dumps Peach and the Koopas out, thus defeating Bowser. Despite Bowser never being hit, he's now shown to have shrunk to a much more normal size for him in the ending scene where he talks to Bowser Jr. about his lies. Though if he is supposedly directly above a volcano, he did get dumped into lava, though, like in New Super Mario Bros., Big Bowser tends to be fine with that. Bowser being defeated without either being hit by something or dumped into lava and fully submerged in it was unprecedented for the Mario series. Actually, no. It wasn't. There was one other game in which Mario never hurts Bowser, but instead defeats him by allowing him to fall. Fall by stomping a hole through the floor. How interesting that the final boss battle of Sunshine so closely matches the battle in Super Mario Bros. 3, the only game we actually have direct confirmation of being 100% quite literally staged. Mario Bros. 3 is a stage play, in case you didn't know. Video about it here, it's absolutely true, Miyamoto confirmed it. So, there it is. The evidence that Mario Sunshine never happened, or rather, that it was a fictionalized show recorded by Mario, Peach, and the Koopa family. You might wonder why, though. And while these next ideas are unfounded in the evidence mentioned above, I think they're intuitive enough to be possible. For one, the game doesn't show off all of Isle Delfino, but it does show all of its hot spots, areas that would attract tourists with their fun games and culture. It's possible then that the residents of the Isle collectively agreed to take part in this show for the major amount of attention the Isle would receive. After all, it was unknown before Mario Sunshine happened. So we have an explanation for why the Piantas participated in the show, but what about Mario, Peach, and the Royal Koopa family? Well, it is possible that they were paid to participate. However, considering that we've seen this exact combination of actors before in Super Mario Bros. 3, it might just be possible that Mario has started an entertainment production company to cash in on his fame and adventures. Still, that's a theory to look into for another time. There is also the possibility that Peach and/or Toadsworth set this all up to help boost Mario's ego again after being kidnapped in Luigi's Mansion, the game right before this one. But again, that's just another theory. Princess Peach. Or is it Princess Toadstool? Come to think of it, when did the transition even happen? Now what if I told you that there was no transition? Oh! Hi, it's Lockstin. Welcome to my universe. So Peach is undoubtedly the most well-known and most popular princess in video games, and for a good reason too. She was one of the original damsels in distress as far as video games go, but back in the 80s and early 90s, she was Princess Toadstool. Where did this Peach come from? Well, it came from Japan. Yeah, it's been Peach since day one, but, you know, peaches are too sexy for Americans, apparently. Granted, that's true. Peaches to the Japanese represent fertility as well as plump and beautiful, fertile females. Which puts a whole new spin on the reasons why Mario, of all people, is saving her. But anyway, Nintendo of America figured Princess Toadstool made more sense. I mean, she's the princess of the Mushroom Kingdom where all the mushroom men are called toads. The Toadstool Mushroom. Doi! And the name Princess Toadstool stuck. The classic Mario NES trilogy, Super Mario World, and even all of the cartoons used the name Princess Toadstool, or just Princess for short, to refer to Peach. But as complicated as translating Japanese to English is, the true name, Peach, slipped through the cracks in Yoshi's Safari, but was corrected back to Princess Toadstool later in Super Mario RPG. But they didn't translate a particular boss line that refers to her as Peachy correctly. And when the boss eats Princess Toadstool, he says, "Tastes peachy." Obviously, this was used as a joke because her name is Peach in Japan. Though, for the English-speaking world, it didn't make much sense. Why does Princess Toadstool taste peachy? And this particular mistranslation may have been what tipped Nintendo off to just giving up on the cover-up name and naming her what she's named, Peach, as just a few months after Super Mario RPG was released, Super Mario 64 came out in all of its revolutionary glory. And its famous opening scene has Princess Toadstool reading off a letter she wrote to Mario. She ends the letter formally, "Yours truly, Princess Toadstool," but then signs as Peach. This was the big transition. This is letting everyone know her real name is Peach Toadstool, even though in Japan it's just Princess Peach, but eh. And at the same time, it also showed that after all these years, Princess Toadstool, or Peach, has been growing somewhat attached to Mario, as she's now on a first-name basis. Second base can't be that far off, Mario. Just hold your horses. Or your Yoshis, I guess. A similar thing happened with Bowser, too. Bowser is only his name in the West. In Japan, he is just King Koopa. And then all of the Koopalings also have their names in the cartoon completely different than what they are in the actual games due to translation errors. Mario names are kind of all over the place. At least they got Mario and Luigi right.
It's hard to argue against the iconic nature of Mario's mustache. His face caterpillar has become a video gaming icon almost as much as he himself has. But why does he have it? What made Miyamoto, Mario's creator, decide to give this man the most magnificent whiskers of all? And why is his mustache a different color than the rest of his hair? And most importantly, how is his mustache so perfect? Like, seriously, I've been trying to grow this thing for 2 months just for this video, and this is as far as I've gotten. But my apparent lack of masculinity aside, hello, and welcome to Noggin. I'm your host, Lockstin, and today we are answering all of those questions I just said in the video. Otherwise, why would I even say those questions? So first of all, why does Mario even have a mustache? Mario's mustache had a very simple conception, and it goes all the way back to the creation of Mario himself. Mario's creation was due to the circumstances and the art direction that Miyamoto wanted to take his games. Many games during the late 70s and early 80s in the West emulated lifelike proportions for characters, but limitations of hardware meant that if Miyamoto made a realistically sized Mario, then Mario would only have 2 pixels for a face. And Miyamoto wanted to show a bit more expression than that, so they went with a more cartoony character design with a larger head and stubby limbs. Everything about Mario's creation was made to make a better looking game, not necessarily a more realistic one. They used every pixel available and even cut corners to emphasize the look of Mario, to make him feel good to play as. And part of this design direction is also why he has a hat. Having a hat cut down how many pixels were needed for hair, and you could just add in eyes right underneath the hat without having to give him eyebrows. The same can be said with his mustache. Without the mustache, his pixely face looks kind of like a blob, so let's add the mustache. If you put it below the nose too far, he loses his chin, but if you put it too high on the nose, then he suddenly becomes pointy and thin. But if you add just this 1 pixel of hair here, it makes it look like an extra large poofy mustache. And it is implied that he has a mouth underneath it. Your imagination fills in the blanks. These features followed Mario all the way from his debut as Jumpman to the current date, and most likely this will continue being his iconic style in the future. Due to the limitations of the NES, they were only allowed 3 colors per sprite, so what colors did they choose for our hero in red? Well, red. And a good accent of red is a dark color, so they chose an almost olive brown for his boots, shirt, and facial features, with an orange-ish flesh color making up the face and hands along with the overall's buttons. Later on, during Mario's next 2 games, they added an outline so he would stick out against the more colorful backgrounds, but this outline was still within the 3-color limit. And considering he needed his iconic red and some flesh color, well, guess that means the mustache is stuck being the same color as the outline. This meant blue and black in Mario 2 and 3. This was similar to how old comics would print shadows in blue rather than black in order to get more contrast and hues. Mario also sported a blue mustache, but it was intended as black, as seen by all the artwork. They also realized that overalls are made of denim, and denim is blue, so they swapped his shirt to red to keep that high contrast and match his hat. So there we have the creation of Mario's mustache, but let's go deeper into the evolution of the world's most iconic piece of facial hair. Even as times changed and Mario found himself in more and more games, his mustache was never taken away. By the time technology was good enough to make him still look decent without one, he already had an iconic look. And plus, all the merchandise had already been made. When you make a mascot for your game series, it's best not to change them too drastically, and Mario was more than just a mascot for Mario games. At this point, Mario was the mascot for all of Nintendo, and possibly even gaming as a whole. So best not to change him too much, especially when he already has a nice and friendly look to him. Speaking of which, yeah, his mustache certainly gives off a happy, friendly glow. I mean, you know how some mustaches can make people look creepier? Well, Mario's mustache just oozes happiness, and this is all thanks to the slight upward curve even present in the original Jumpman series. It gives off an appearance of a smile that signals to the player that Mario is happy at his job, and you should be happy playing this too. So we have a friendly plumber with black hair and a black mustache. Well, wait, his hair is brown now. When did that happen? Well, I'll tell you. It happened around the time of Super Mario RPG. From then on, our plucky plumber proudly packed pecan brown hair in the games. But outside of the game Super Mario RPG and Mario 64, this isn't actually the first time we really see this hair color change. In fact, the box art and official art of Mario, we can actually see this change took place way before either of those games existed. His brown hair dates back all the way back to the cover art of the Japanese and European versions of Super Mario Bros., his first NES game. So now the question arises, does he dye his hair or is this his natural color? Why the sudden change? And who decides these kinds of things? Firstly, no, there's no real evidence that suggests that he dyes his hair. In fact, he wouldn't even need to, as this actually isn't an abnormal or strange trait at all. This is actually a fairly common trait, not just in Mario. Our hair color is dictated by the pigments in our skin, and there are two pigments that are in hair coloring. Emulanin, which gives us the dark blacks or brown shades, and pheomelanin, which gives us the red and yellow shades of hair. People with low levels of emulanin tend to have lighter hair or blonde hair, and vice versa. And sometimes people will have different levels of each in different patches of skin. This is why some people, including myself as a teen, would have brown hair, but if I ever tried growing facial hair, it would be a very light blonde peach fuzz. I'll also use Josh as an example. Josh here is an assistant on this channel, and just look at him. Brown hair, reddish beard. You're weird. So this color difference in Mario can easily be natural, but who gets to decide what his hair color is? Well, the creators of Mario, obviously, and it just so happens that the creators of Mario have quite a big amount of pull within Nintendo as a whole, with Mario being the most iconic Nintendo character. There have also been interviews that cover this exact question. Quote, Mario's mustache and eyebrows are black, but his hair is brown. Does he dye his hair, or is that natural? Or is that a toupee? End quote. To which Takashi Tezuka said, he's naturally brown-haired. And then Shigeru Miyamoto said, this goes into a technical explanation of the number of colors that you could use in the early days. Mario was originally red, blue, white, and black. Maybe it was around the time of Super Mario Bros. 3 that we changed his hair to a different color. What really happened was that when drawing the character, it became much easier to draw the mustache as an extension of the outline of his nose. Using that same color of black, we drew the mustache. But then we felt bad for Mario that he didn't have a distinct hair color, so we gave him brown hair. End quote. We felt bad for Mario. I guess that's a reason to do it. His hair color did also help distinguish his outline from his hair, but why wait so long to implement that hair color in your games? 2 words. Sprite limitations. Again, we come back to why Mario looks the way he does as a whole. Everything that was done with his design was done with precise control to give you, the player, the most appealing visuals. Even his overalls were a major design decision, done so that you could see contrast from the arms of his shirt and the torso of his shirt. But no, why is his mustache so large and poofy? It's just so perfect. He must have some amazing genes. It must be because he's Italian. One of the stereotypes of Italians is that they are quite hairy. So, is that why Mario's Italian? The name Mario just sounds like the epitome of Italian names, and I don't know anyone that wouldn't connect the name Mario with Italy. So what's the history of Mario's name? Well, Mario's original first name in a game was Jumpman, but he was also known as Mr. Video. Both names are kind of lame. Jumpman limits you to pretty much jumping. You could definitely never add flying mechanics, and Mr. Video doesn't sound very friendly or welcoming. It sounds too professional for a blue-collar plumber/carpenter. At least, that's what the American Nintendo division thought when they were making a localized release of Donkey Kong. So, what are they to do? Well, they just name him after their landlord who was picking up rent that day, barging into the meeting where they were trying to figure out Mario's name. His name was, you guessed it, Mario Segale.
Of course!
Apparently he bore a striking resemblance to our man who jumps. Mario Segale is an Italian-American who... Wait. He doesn't have a mustache? How could you do this, Nintendo? He looks nothing like our beloved Jumpman. Well, I guess if you shave Mario's mustache, he is terrifying. But you can see similarities between Jumpman and Segale. It has been confirmed by multiple Nintendo interviews that this is who Mario is named after. This arbitrary person who just wanted his rent money has now been immortalized. It goes to show that you should always be lenient on your renters. Eh? I don't think my landlord watches these. So, Mario is definitely Italian, and this is especially apparent when you look at his sun-kissed olive skin tone that he had in the first few games, though his skin has been lightening up as time goes on. His hair is a dark brown, also lightening up as time goes on, except for his mighty mustache. And his mustache is still amazing as ever. I mean, do you see this? It has individual hairs now. So just how is this mustache so amazing? Well, hair growth, particularly in the face and body, is stimulated in the body by your levels of testosterone. And of course, men produce significantly larger amounts of testosterone, which is why men naturally grow beards and they are generally hairier. Though that's not to say that if you have low testosterone, you'd be smooth or just fuzzy. In fact, most men have roughly the same levels of testosterone, though there are certainly outliers in every group. This is why around the end of puberty in your early 20s, we see men growing the fullest and best facial hair, as their testosterone production is at its peak. Though, men with more testosterone end up growing beards sooner in life. But don't worry, all you patchy-faced nerds out there, there's still a chance that you're just a late bloomer. Like myself. The other side to hair growth is, of course, genetics. You heard that right, the thing that explains the way you are is the exact thing that changes the way you are. I bet that's some world-changing information for you. We all know that genetics are a product of our evolution, so what things could affect our hair growth? Well, climate has a lot to do with it. If you take a look at Figure 1, we see a humidity map of the world. It's pretty hot and pretty moist in the Mediterranean. Then look at Figure 2 side by side, which is a regional map of the average hairiness of populace. Here we see that these maps match up pretty quickly. There are outliers, of course, such as the inhabitants of Kazakhstan, as they migrated there less than 1,000 years ago, so we really can't know how the climate has been changing them. So, statistically speaking, what kind of hair do Italians have? Most have black hair along with black facial hair, and they are notorious for growing mustaches early on in life. The most notable mustache in Italy is the handlebar mustache, also known as the spaghetti mustache, due to how common Italian men seem to grow this stylish stash. So what kind of mustache does Mario have? It is similar to the handlebar mustache, but its overall appearance is slightly different. It is typically depicted with a top that curves upwards at each end, like a crescent, and may either be an unbroken line or dip down in the middle to indicate Mario's large nose. These bumps on the underside of Mario's mustache are called scallops. Mario's mustache is insanely perfectly scalloped, with a large number of bumps that give it its classic wavy design. It is typically depicted with 6 bumps of even width, though the 2 middle bumps may be slightly smaller on some designs. designs. All these factors come together and fits the classification of a quite bushy, petite handlebar mustache, mixed with a handlebar with scalloped edges on the bottom to finish the look. So really, his look is entirely his own. It's the Mario mustache in all of its glory and majesty. Some are follically blessed, and others not so much. Remember Metal Mario? It was a power-up in Super Mario 64 that turned Mario's body completely into metal, though he can still somehow move around just fine. It made him really heavy, meaning he could walk around at the bottom of a body of water. Soon after this, Metal Mario was also brought into the original Super Smash Bros. Game, as a mini-boss sort of character to fight in classic mode. And much more recently, Mario Kart 8 brought Metal Mario back, because Nintendo was too lazy to make anything more than a reskin with altered stats. And they did the same with Pink Gold Peach too. But while Pink Gold Peach is easy to figure out, what type of metal is Metal Mario? That's the question we are answering today on Noggin. Even if Metal Mario is magical living metal that couldn't exist in real life, I at least want to know what kind of metal he's most similar to. So for starters, I feel like Metal Mario in Mario Kart would be the best one to work with. It's the most topical, and it has some level of reference to weight. He seems to be a general clone to Mario with the same animations. The only major difference is that he is heavier. At least, he's a constant contestant who shows up just to ruin Bowser's reign on being heavyweight champion. So let's use statistics from Mario Kart to get a basis of the metal to properly identify the alloy. Looking at these will also help because this is the only instance of Pink Gold Peach, who, based on the name and hue, is some sort of living pink gold. So let's look at the raw stats of the racers compared to the metal versions of themselves, all while using the standard kart, standard wheels, and standard glider. So both metal versions have the same weight, which complicates things a bit, but now let's look at the character's data without karts. So, Metal Mario and Pink Gold Peach still weigh the same, but Normal Mario and Normal Peach don't. Interesting. And unless we assume Pink Gold Peach is actually pink gold, determining the metal of Mario is going to be immensely more complicated. So if we do assume Pink Gold Peach is pink gold, which why wouldn't we, then we can use that to find out what Mario is from deduction. So first we will need to find Peach's density, both metal and non-metal, so that we can find the volume. Pink gold is an alloy of gold and copper mixed to produce a pinkish hue. Sometimes silver is thrown in there also. This actually makes the gold worth less than pure gold, which is why pink gold is cheaper than, say, white gold, as white gold uses palladium, a much more expensive metal. The exact mixture of gold and copper changes based on hue and what the smith wants the color to be. If we only knew what carat she was, we could easily identify the total gold and copper amounts, but unfortunately we will need to go off of the color. Carat is how many parts of the mix are gold, up to 24 being 99.9%, so 18 carats would be 18 parts gold and 6 parts alloy. Most 18 karat pink gold is a mix of 75% gold, 20% copper, and 5% silver. Any higher carat would be too soft for even jewelry, and this is a race kart driver. She'd get so many dents. Also, 18 carats is a bit more yellow, almost a brighter pink, way brighter and softer than our Pink Gold Peach. Her color is much more similar to 14 karat pink gold, also known as rose gold. This metal has darker hues and is much stronger as it is less gold and more alloy. 14 karat gold is the standard for jewelry, as it has enough alloys to not tarnish and makes it durable enough for everyday use. The normal 14 karat gold is 58.3% pure gold, while the remaining 46.7% are alloys depending on the jeweler's discretion for the color wanted. A common warmer color that we see in Pink Gold Peach is more rose with a possible 36% copper, 2.5% silver, and 1% zinc. The zinc is used as an anti-corrosive agent to prevent the copper and silver from tarnishing over its lifespan. The silver is used to increase malleability of the metal, as silver is quite an easy metal to smith. So now that we know the metals and the percentages, we can start getting weights and compare them. First, we need Peach's normal weight, and then her metal weight in real units. Thankfully, Nintendo officiated a life-size statue of Mario, which happens to be 5'1". And there is also this poster that looks at the models directly. Though the proportions change from game to game, this at least gives us a rough estimate. Really, that's what you should consider this whole video. A huge, rough estimate. And with these heights, we can get these weights. Peach is 186 centimeters, or 6'1", and Mario is 155 centimeters, 5'1". So if we base the weight on a healthy person on their height and age... Wait, age, how old are these two? Well, Miyamoto has revealed that Mario is in fact 24 years old, with Peach not far behind. Some estimate that she is 23, like Forbes, but let's just say we have two 24-year-olds. Peach is 6'1" and 24, so her ideal healthy weight is between 140 and 190 pounds. Or, for simplicity, we will go with 165 pounds, or 74.85 kilograms, or let's just go with 75 kilograms. Mario, coming in only at 5'1", should weigh 100 to 132 pounds, but let's be honest here, he isn't ideal. He is certainly a bit bigger than a healthy weight. Just look at that gut. Though, based on his feats, he must also be quite muscular underneath all that flab. So I suppose we could go with 132 pounds, or 60 kilograms. So how do these compare to the in-game weights? Mario weighs 6 units and Peach weighs 4 units. And that's not right, is it? That means Mario weighs 50% more than Peach, and that's pretty drastic. Well, we just did the math. Maybe Mario is more overweight than we thought. Well, muscle is heavier than fat. If we use Peach as the base, as she appears to be a healthy human, a bit thin if anything, and Mario is 50% heavier than her, that would make Mario 112 kilograms. So let's work with both of these numbers to get a more canon via game mechanics weight and use 60 kilograms for the more realistic weight. Pink Gold Peach in Mario Kart 8 is a weight of 10 units, while Peach is 4. So that means there is a total of 250% in weight change. So Pink Gold Peach weighs 75 kilograms times 250%, 187.5 kilograms. Well then, first I'd like to say that this is going to be impossible, as Pink Gold Peach is the same size as Peach, but only 250% heavier. Meanwhile, Gold is much more dense than a human. The average human density is 985 kilograms per cubic meter. So we enter that into the equation density equals mass over volume, where we need volume, so we get volume equals mass over density. Volume equals 75 kilograms over 985 kilograms per cubic meter. Plugging the numbers in, volume equals 0.0761 cubic meters. And in case you can't imagine cubic meters, this is about equivalent to 76.1 liters or 20.1 gallons. So now we can take the densities of gold, copper, silver, and zinc and use them to find the overall weight. So let's put everything into our equation now that we have two variables. We have volume equaling 0.0761 cubic meters, so that times this would be mass, meaning mass equals 1,468.73 kilograms. But that is if she were completely gold, when she's really only 58.3% gold. So we take 58.3% of the total volume and we get 0.0443 meters cubed times 19,300 equals 854.99 kilograms in gold mass. Now we need copper's volume, 36.5% of 0.0761 cubic meters, which means we get 0.0277 cubic meters, and times that by the density of copper, which is 8,960 kilograms per cubic meter, and we get 248.19 kilograms of copper mass. Next is the silver, with a density of 10,490 kilograms per cubic meter, and 3.7% of mass. So 0.0028 cubic meters times 10,490 kilograms per cubic meter equals mass. So boom, boom, boom. Finally, we need zinc's volume of 1.5% total and a density of 8,960. Bada bing, bada boom. This gives us the total weight of Pink Gold Peach. We add up all the masses of each type of metal, and we get 1,142.77 kilograms. So the weight that Mario Kart states is that she is only 250% heavier at 187.5 kilograms. But if she was made of pink gold, she weighs 1,520% more than her original weight. That's about 1,000 kilograms off of the weight stated, so this is most likely due to gameplay mechanics, as this would put her in the heaviest weight class by herself. DK certainly is a large heavyweight, and he only weighs 362 kilograms, meaning Pink Gold Peach would weigh 3.15 times more than a gorilla. So if we go based of Mario Kart, Metal Mario is the same weight as Pink Gold Peach, so his mass should be 1,142.77 kilograms, not 187.5 kilograms, but You know, gameplay mechanics. And his volume is going to be based off the non-Metal Mario's height and weight. First, we will do the realistic weight of 60 kilograms to get the volume of an average man his size. His canon weight is 50% more than Peach's, almost 2 times the weight of a healthy male of his age and height. We take the average density of a human, 985 kilograms per cubic meter, and do this. So his realistic size with realistic weight is 0.06 cubic meters, or 15 gallons. This is smaller than Peach, but that makes a bit of sense as he is much shorter than her, so there is realistically less of him, vertically at least. So now we do his volume if he were his canon weight of 112 kilograms. Boom, pow! This means he displaces about 30 gallons or 113 liters. That's half of an average bathtub. Well, continuing with our massive manlet, we can find density based on these 2 variables. Remember, our weight is the same as Peach based off of Mario Kart 8. So our mass is 1,142.77 kilograms. First we do his cannon size, the half of a bathtub one. Wah, wah, wah. 10,113 kilograms per cubic meter. That's about the density of silver or molybdenum. Now, for the realistic human equation, we take this density, which equals 19,046. This density is similar to uranium and tungsten, the same as gold. I feel like tungsten would be a lot more suitable here, since Metal Mario does not emit radiation that we know of. But wait, what about this whole canon versus realistic canon thing? We can do this quick, just replace the mass in our density formula for both to get the respective values. The canon, whatever that means, is about the density of magnesium. And next is realistic Mario with canon weight, which is about the density of aluminum, possibly a mix of aluminum with steel. Metal Mario's feats are that he's heavier than water, and thus he sinks, and he walks with a very heavy tread. All of these metals are much more heavier than water, and would cause a normal person to walk much slower. That is, if you could even live as metal. None of these metals are really easy to bend, so I'm not sure how you would be able to move, but hey, it's a game. So for what Metal Mario is made of based off Pink Gold Peach being Pink Gold, we can deduce that he is one of 4 metals, or an alloy consisting of these 4. Aluminum, tungsten, magnesium, and silver molybdenum. I'm leaning much more towards tungsten, as it's the most realistic both in volume and weight, where magnesium is the most unrealistic. Aluminum is known for being light and silver. Molybdenum seems too shiny to be this dark metal that Mario is made of, and if we take titanium and Metal Mario side by side, the colors are quite similar, though there are some variations between games. He could also be just a mix of a bunch of metals, but with what little information we have, it would technically be impossible to find out. So, Metal Mario is magically living in magically malleable tungsten titanium, possibly mixed with a few others. Hello, it's Lockstin, and you're watching Noggin. So, a bit ago Ubisoft sent me their latest game, Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle, and they asked me to make a video about it, so I played through the whole game start to finish even because I just enjoyed it so much. But let's go ahead and start this video off with a description. You know Mario and Rabbids, and maybe even the gameplay styles of both, but when combined, the gameplay becomes that of Fire Emblem and XCOM, but with Rabbids, not Xenos, because I don't think Mario could fight an alien. Mamma mia. In this game, you follow Mario across a multitude of worlds and encounter a plethora of rabid enemies. And Mario, being Mario, only knows one way to take them out, and that is, well, jumping on their head. But when he's not flattening Rabbids, he's shooting them. Wait, since when does Mario use a gun? Oh, I guess right here then. Yeah. Those are some weird looking guns, Mario. Are you sure you know how to use... Oh, he's a natural. Well then, Mario, you just keep on rocking those Rabbids. Oh, the whole gang's got guns. This should be interesting. But throughout the whole game, and I'm sure I'm not the only one thinking this, I kept on wondering, how do these guns even work? Well, let's get right into that, shall we? Well, first I should say that this is all perceived information. None of this info has been given to me by Ubisoft or Nintendo, so as with many videos, take what I say with a grain of salt. This is a video explaining the basics of how these guns appear to work, but it should be noted this is how they work within the Mushroom Kingdom, not in the real world, obviously. The first thing we noticed were these weird orbs on top of all of the guns in the game. Each color orb corresponds to a different special effect, and every special effect lasts for one turn in-game. Once the turn ends, the target will lose the debuff or buff it received, with the one exception being the starter guns, all being a generic color and not having special conditions. Each element also does a special effect on top of the certain types of elemental damage. Though, I say element, but I'm not sure if bounce is an element. Well, let's go down the list. The honey ability is a fun one. This honey-colored ball is the cause of the honey effect. Honey is a status effect that prevents the movement of whomever is hit for one turn. For a honey gun to work, the honey projectile it shoots would need to be heated in the gun to remain viscous. When fired, the honey cools in the air to become thick and sticky again, which then covers the enemy and sticks them to the floor like glue. Simple stuff. The next element is ink, coming from a small black and silver orb with a splat behind the rabbit face. This is simple to explain. Ink is shot, possibly blooper ink, and possibly by just using a pressurized system like the guns from Splatoon. A paintball-like ink ball douses and blinds the target's face, restricting the use of weapons for one turn. The stone effect was a really neat one to figure out. When you get stoned, you can't move, attack, or use abilities. You are petrified. So how do you logically explain petrification? That's quite a fantasy thing, right? But upon examining a stoning blast, we can see some sort of powder being shot out. It isn't petrifying the enemy solid, rather it coats the target in a thin layer of cement powder or stoning agent. Stone orbs must contain some sort of quick-dry cement. The layer is small though, so the target is able to break free after one turn. Guns that cause the burn effect may work similarly to the honey guns, only instead of shooting warm honey, it shoots lava bubbles. Cars. The burn orb heats the energy blast to an incredible temperature, allowing it to catch things on fire, meaning whoever gets hit catches a blaze and gets thrown into a panic and has to run around and stop, drop, and roll to put the fire out. They do, so it's not massively damaging, but now they might be out in the open. Then the freeze effect shows us that the guns are specially made to match each element, as a honey orb in a freeze gun wouldn't work, because the honey, and fire for that matter, needs to be heated to work, and heating ice is just counterintuitive. Though, I wouldn't put that past the Rabbids. The orb energy inside freeze guns is supercooled before it is launched. The preceding shot can then chill its target greatly, preventing them from using their special abilities for one turn until they warm back up. The energy blast that causes the push effect would need to be larger and more solid, in turn causing much more knockback on its target, meaning they fall back and get bounced around everywhere like a pinball game, possibly even out of bounds. Perhaps the orb applies an extra bit of sonic energy to give that shot more boost. The bounce effect was a tricky one to figure out too. It's like the push ability, except it sends the target back and up. But I think we figured it out. The energy blast, being supercharged with bounce energy, hits its target and reverses the gravitational force on or around the enemy. But this amount of energy can only do that for a short time, so they very quickly fall back down to the ground. The sudden change in G-force would be what causes the extra damage though, since Rabbids and the Mario gang can fall from these heights all the time, and they're just fine. And then there is vampirism. You shoot someone, and some of their health floats back in a rabbit skull-shaped bat, and then they'd have these purple bubbles floating above them. And for one more turn, if anyone else shoots them, they also can steal health from them. Basically this one's ghost magic. I mean, booze and ghost rabbids exist, and it's called vampirism after all. There's no scientific way to explain this one whatsoever, unless you start dealing with crazy quantum stuff that is only theoretical and might not actually exist. So now that we have the orbs and what effects they can cause, how do they interact with the guns or weapons? Let's start explaining that with my main man Mario. Here is a basic blaster and a huge hammer. The blaster, which is also used by Rabbid Peach, seems to be held in one hand, and a majority of the blaster encloses the hand, and Mario is grabbing onto a pole that goes all the way through it. This hand covering might be so that the blaster protects his hand from any blowback from the projectile. Compared to the other guns in the game, the energy blasts out much closer to his hands on this. The blaster's design varies from blaster to blaster. Some have a nozzle, while others have a semisphere with multiple glowing panels. It is believed that all blasters have these panels, and the orb atop the gun creates or transfers some of its energy into the center panel, while the additional panels store energy to create the propulsion needed to fire the center projectile. Mario and Rabbid Mario's secondary weapon is the hammer. And I really just want to say, Rabbid Mario is probably my favorite character in this game. So much personality. He's more of a plumber than Mario. Anyway, the hammer is an iconic Mario weapon that Mario himself is no stranger to. This large two-handed hammer with two orbs set like gems on the side of the head is a powerful beast, much stronger than most guns. Most hammers seem to follow the same design, with only the heads changing drastically. And notably, the hammer cocks by pushing down on the head. When the hammer strikes the ground, it momentarily releases the energy it's been storing from the two orbs to create a large explosion. The hammer using two orbs is likely why it's so strong and has such a huge blast radius. Next on the list is Mario's counterpart, none other than Green Mario. Linguini. Lasagna. Hang on, I wrote his name down somewhere. Right, Luigi! How could I forget? Lamborghini has experience with nozzle-based weapons thanks to his adventure in Luigi's Mansions, and thus, Luigi uses the precision rifle to snipe Rabbids from afar, and Luigi also shares a sentry drone with Rabbid Peach. The precision rifle is a two-handed weapon with the power orb situated on top of a large, voluminous chamber. The rifle's trigger is on the front grip, with a pull handle that seems to cock the weapon, located on the back. Due to the long rifled barrel, Luigi boasts the longest range in the game. It is believed that the orb's projectile is situated at the start of the barrel, and the entire chamber is filled with propellant as to make the orb fly farther. Then the slug-like energy blast that it fires seems to be thinner due to the barrel, and it has a much longer trail. The added propellant also doesn't just make the gun shoot further, it also makes the blast fly faster, meaning the impact is much greater from this weapon, causing much more damage than a normal blaster shot. Luigi's second weapon is the Sentry. These small, autonomous drones are able to hunt down an opponent once it locks on. Powered by the orb on top of them, this robot will follow any target until it either reaches them or is destroyed, or another enemy steps into its blast radius. The power source to propel this vehicle is provided by the orb, presumably, and once it reaches the target, it will self-destruct. Most likely by breaching the orb with some sort of internal device that then causes the orb to explode. Its explosion range is about the same as a grenade, and later, higher leveled ones are able to explode much more. Keeping in line with green sidekicks, we have Rabbid Yoshi. This deranged lunatic uses the minigun-like weapon, Rumble Bangs, along with Grenaducks. The Rumble Bang is a small two-handed non-mounted turret-style minigun with two handle shields. The barrels of this weapon seem to affect the size of the projectiles, and one volley contains about 10 energy projectiles. Presumably, the orbs on the weapon fill the inner chamber with the energy that it shoots, and as the barrels spin, it lets out this energy bit by bit. And due to the shots being separated like this is both the strongest and weakest weapon, pretty much depending on how many of the shots land. Rabbid Yoshi's second weapon that he shares with our defender in Address Peach is the Duck Grenade, or the Grenaduck. Due to the unstable nature of the power orbs, they normally explode if any harsh impact or energy is imparted onto them. Much like how there are large boxes of orbs that explode if you shoot them. By squeezing the rubber ducky, you deactivate its rubbery containment, so when thrown, the impact with the ground would cause the orb to detonate, either immediately or after one bounce, perhaps depending on how hard you squeezed it. Next on the list we have Rabbid Mario's shotgun-like boom blaster that he also shares with Peach. These large two-handed heavy weapons boast a large damage with a mighty fast drop-off. They also seem to have a much larger orb than the standard weapons. The internals work similarly to a blaster, except instead of the energy being propelled, it is detonated inside of the gun, creating an almost cone-shaped explosion, blasting its way out of the gun. The range is about 7 cells away, or double a grenade's 3 range, so it is theorized that the orbs are very volatile and act as grenades in most forms, meaning the boom blast is an aimed grenade essentially, and the larger orb means that it can create a larger explosion. And I just need to mention it again, Rabbid Mario is the greatest character. And well, we just did Rabbid Mario, so we might as well do Rabbid Luigi next. It seems Luigi's clothes are too large for this tyke, always pulling his sleeves up and all. Rabbid Green Mario's secondary weapon is the rocket launcher. They work very similarly to the blasters, but the long body allows the orb's energy to be shaped into a longer cylinder. With the added energy, its explosion is much more energetic and thus hits a larger area. Rabbid Linguini also shares this weapon with Yoshi. RL's primary weapon is unique to him. It's the Blorb. A blah orb, I guess. Well, this seems to be similar to the weapon that the Peekaboo's enemy carry, meaning that it's just a power orb that they can cast the energy from. Except in Rapid Louie's case, it has an apparatus around it. Ragged Louis does seem to be a caster, but he must not be as well versed in the world of magic, therefore needs an outer casing to focus the power. The weapon itself acts as a floaty, stringless yo-yo which spins and opens to reveal the orb. Upon firing the device by smacking it, a small jet of energy with a small, non-stable magic missile-looking beam projectile is fired towards the enemy. Its stats are similar to the blaster, although it seems to have better special effects scores. This may be due to his mastery of the orbs without much help from machinery. And as for the enemy's weapons, most of them are either casters who use the orbs in their purest form, or they have guns that they reload and fire whole entire orbs from, or they work in pretty much the same way. Or they're Valkyries, which, they do that. Well, and then there are, like, Waluigi and such, who just carry around a large thing and walk up to you and smash you with it. But I think that one's kind of self-explanatory. Creepypastas tend to be creepy. Or at least funny, kinda. Most of them aren't great. A creepypasta is a spooky story that gets shared around the internet a lot, as in somebody reads it, then copies it, and pastes it. Pastes, so pasta. Creepypasta instead of copypasta. Yeah, years ago there was a popular creepypasta regarding Super Mario Galaxy 2, and what are known as Hell Valley Sky Trees. It got shared around quite a bit, and a few theories popped up now and again. But I think we may have just actually solved it. But first, let's go ahead and look at the classic theories by looking at what others have said. Oh, great.
This always happens to you, doesn't it?
What?
You wait for an opportune time to actually post a video and someone beats you to it. You complain about that on Twitter all the time.
Yeah?
Well, you know what? Post your dang video anyway. You've been sitting on this script for half of a year. Plus, while the thumbnail says solved, she just brings up the same theories from years ago. And not the answer that you've come up with.
How do you know my answer?
Because I live in your dang computer, moron. I can see the finished script.
Oh, well, right then. So it all happens in Super Mario Galaxy 2, on the level entitled the Shiverburn Galaxy. It takes place inside of a giant canyon filled with lava and ice. And if you turn around and look up, some strange beings are watching you. And as you progress through the level and look back again, they are keeping up with you. What are these mysterious beings? At first, all the way back when this was first discovered, there were a few theories that popped up. Are they aliens? Are they ghosts? What gives? Well, if you go into the game's files, we start to get some answers. In the game's files, we learn the true name of this level. It's Hell Valley, as the outer sky texture is named beyond Hell Valley Sky. And the beings that follow you? They're known as the Hell Valley Sky Trees. Being deep within a canyon filled with lava and ice, it's easy to see the hellish nature of this level. Various depictions of hell show it off as not only being underground or inside of a deep pit, but also hot and filled with fire, lava, and brimstone, but at times also has freezing parts. But what is a sky tree? Well, considering these beings are part of what game designers call the skybox, the sky in this name may be referring to that. But what sort of trees look like this and follow you around? Clearly none, so there must be something going on. This is where the theories develop. At first, the theories were simple. Hell Valley may be the name of this level while the game was in beta. Some even speculated that the level is called Hell Valley in the Japanese version of the game, but that has since been disproven. Its actual name in Japanese is Kachikochi Yogan Yarakushi, which I've butchered horribly, but it translates to Frozen Lava Galaxy. Well, maybe these are aliens then, similar to some Area 51 alien photographs. Maybe these are giants watching you. After all, they are quite sizable for how far away they are from you. Or maybe we should be looking at the Japanese nature of this game. There are Jigo Kondani, Japanese monkey is famous for their love of hot springs. These hot springs tend to be surrounded with snow and ice, so this combination of hot and cold may have inspired this level. Plus, these springs tend to be the inside of vast valleys, surrounded with canyons and mountains. But the only problem with this is, why would there be monkeys up here in this galaxy, watching Mario? And these look nothing like monkeys. Which brings me to the last of the common theories, which is also the most widely accepted one. In Japanese folklore, there are little spirits that live inside of trees known as kodama, nature spirits. They are extremely popular in Japan, even to this day, and are prevalent in its media, and some say that they are the spirits of the trees themselves. Plus, look at them, the similarity is certainly there. Though these Hell Valley sky trees are taller and have longer arms, so they took some creative liberties. It is the Mario universe after all. So there you go, problem solved, right? Well, maybe not. We may have recently figured out another piece of the puzzle, and it comes from a bit of actually creepy folklore. So, there was a small valley in Southern California known as Hell. Hell, California. Kind of on the nose there. Hell, California is famous for two things. One, its extreme variations in temperature. In the middle of the day, it can reach 120 degrees Fahrenheit or 49 degrees Celsius. Then, over some nights, it reaches below freezing, 24 degrees or -4. So, a small valley named Hell that has extreme variance in temperatures sounds fitting. But what of the Hell Valley sky trees? Well, right next to Hell, California is Joshua Tree National Park, which has its own urban legend. The Skinwalkers, the evil spirits of vengeful Native American medicine men, which at night come out of their residence within the Joshua trees to attack. They are monstrous humanoid creatures that stand upright, but whose arms may be long enough for them to walk on all fours, while still appearing to be tall and upright. They stalk you as they walk the park at night, and will hide behind and even within the Joshua trees if you turn around. And best of all, they are not alone, as midnight shadow figures are also said to haunt the area, ghosts who appear as black as night, and take the simple shape of an ordinary human, but with completely hollow eyes. So, these Hell Valley sky trees may be inspired by this Southern Californian urban legend, surrounding the valley known as Hell, containing haunted Joshua trees, with spirits known as skinwalkers and midnight shadow figures residing within and around. The inspiration is clear to me, especially since California is one of the most popular vacationing spots for Japanese civilians, only behind Hawaii and France. But what do you think? Has this mystery been solved, or is this just another theory to throw onto the pile? Let me know down below, and until next time, never stop using your noggin.
Or he might be eaten up by a ghost.
The inspirations behind Pokemon designs and origins tend to be pretty deep, and from all sorts of things, from various mythologies to various aspects of various cultures to all kinds of animals and animal behaviors. It's all over the place. Some Pokemon are even based off of famous people, or at least the names are, like Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee, Jackie Chan and Bruce Lee. And sometimes, like the Pokemon, or rather the Ultra Beast we are talking about today, they are based on fictional characters and concepts. UB Burst is based on Pennywise. But hang on. But how could they base an Ultra Beast on a movie that just came out? Well, young one, because Stephen King's It was a book originally written in 1986 to mass success. And people who grew up in the 1980s are the ones making media today. That's why the 80s are starting to make a comeback. Plus, when you delve into it, it really becomes obvious. Looking at the official page for UB Burst, we read that UB Burst tricks targets into letting their guard down as it draws near with its funny gait, swaying this way and that, then shocks them by blowing up its own head without warning. Before they can recover their senses, it steals their vitality, which it's said to use as a source of energy. That sounds pretty creepy, right? If you have read or watched Stephen King's It, you can basically already see where I'm going with this. But for those who haven't, I'll explain it and overanalyze it. And as always, spoilers for the book, miniseries, and recent movie ahead. Let's start with that first line there. UB Burst tricks targets into letting their guard down as it draws near with its funny gait, swaying this way and that, then shocks them by blowing up its own head without warning. At the beginning of every iteration of it, poor Georgie is lured near a storm drain during a yearly flood, when his paper boat floats into it. When he tries to grab it, he sees a clown in there. But of course he isn't afraid of this clown, because he's a child from the 1950s, and doesn't know that this is the very clown that will cause millions of children and adults in the real world to start being afraid of clowns. The clown introduces itself as Pennywise the Dancing Clown, and asks him if he wants a balloon with his boat. And when asked if the balloons float, it says, "Oh yes, indeed they do, they float. And there's cotton candy." And then, when Georgie reaches in to grab one, Pennywise grabs his arm, and as the book says, George saw the clown's face change. What he saw then was terrible enough to make his worst imaginings of the thing in the cellar look like sweet dreams. What he saw destroyed his sanity in one clawing stroke. It rips Georgie's arm off, and he bleeds to death in the gutter. As with the rest of Pennywise's child victims, it feeds off of poor little Georgie's fears and life energy. So let's see here. Tricks targets into letting their guard down as it draws near with its funny gait, swaying this way and that. It's similar to Pennywise choosing to look like a clown to lure in children, and offers Georgie a balloon because what young child doesn't want a balloon? It also introduces itself as the Dancing Clown to further get the child to let their guard down. He's friendly, and that matches the description of its funny gait, swaying this way and that pretty well. Also, UB Burst's signature move is called Mind Blown, a fire-type special move. It sacrifices half of its maximum HP to deal damage. It seems par for the course for UB Burst, which attacks others by blowing up its own head. And despite its comical appearance, this move packs some serious power, which, while being pretty messed up, is also a lot like Pennywise, in the sense that its true form blows people's minds. So much so that anyone who tries to see its true form loses their senses completely, hence Mind Blown. The children that survived and temporarily put it to sleep were pretty messed up over it, understandably, and it messed with their minds so much that they forgot all about their childhood once they moved out of the town of Derry. That is, until they had to go back to defeat it. And the fact that it is an Ultra Beast instead of just a normal Pokemon is very telling too. Pennywise comes from an undiscovered void containing and surrounding the entire universe, a place referred to in the novel as the Macroverse. And where do Ultra Beasts, including UB Burst, come from? Ultra Space, which is a previously undiscovered dimension outside of our own. Let's take another close look at UB Burst. Does it look particularly masculine or feminine? Not really. It looks pretty androgynous, which again makes sense, since Pennywise, though appearing as a male clown to children, is actually genderless. The main kids initially think of it as male, but then believe that it may be female due to its later manifestation as a monstrous female spider. Also not its true form. It is simply the closest the human mind can come to approximating it. Its natural form exists in a realm beyond the physical, which it calls the Deadlights. Coming face to face with the Deadlights drives any living being instantly insane. Bill comes dangerously close to seeing the Deadlights at one point after looking into its eyes. He saw the shape behind the shape for a brief moment. He described the sight as an endless, crawling, hairy creature made of orange light. Speaking of creatures made of light, UB Burst's head is made of curious sparks, aka light. Its typing is very interesting too. Since it's a clown, wouldn't it make more sense for its secondary typing to be fairy, since clowns are funny and cutesy and such? Well, normally that would be the case, but not if you consider UB Burst's sinister origins, and that it is based on a shape-shifting clown that is not really killable, or probably even alive, really. Plus, the final bit of connecting evidence is that Pennywise's physical form arrived in our world in a massive cataclysmic event similar to an asteroid impact, which is similar in nature to the cataclysmic event of all of the Ultra Beasts coming down from Ultra Space and causing havoc. Alright, so I'm a bit late to the party on this one, but ever since pre-ordering this game, I knew that I needed to do a video on it. And let's explain specifically the whole purpose of the Maw. before delving right into it, I should bring up a bit of game design, or even a story writing method. In a game with no dialogue, the world tells the story, so everything placed in the world is there for a reason, be it to further the atmosphere, or to tell a part of the story. And often to help get that story told, you use things that are well known, at least somewhat. These are called tropes, and in mystery games and stories like this one, oftentimes you can't exactly apply any actual evidence or logic to explain something, you just have to look at the trope that's being used or hinted at. And the reason I'm explaining this will be coming up soon, so sit tight. So, little nightmares. After having a dream about a geisha lady, you wake up in a suitcase and travel through the Maw, a mostly underwater ship island thing. And as you uncover what it is, the name begins to make sense. You first enter a prison for children that is being run by the janitor, a long-armed blind man. There is also a skinny tall guy who killed himself, but that's probably not important and totally won't be relevant later in the video. There is a play area, a crib area, and a cafeteria area. When first entering this area, you climb up a rope made of tied-together blankets, which, again, is a common trope, used from stories of brides running away or royalty breaking free from a castle. It's fairy tale stuff. It's a makeshift rope. And being that there is little to nothing between the game's starting point and here, I believe this immediately implies that Six, our protagonist with a mysterious name and mysterious face, was once a part of this, being taken care of in this prison before escaping. But now she goes back, as she has no other choice but to face these horrors to truly escape the Maw. Soon she becomes painfully hungry and scarfs down a piece of bread. This is important for later. We continue the escape and find yourself in a powerful room. Powerful as in emotionally powerful. It's a room full of shoes, nothing but shoes, and considering that this area is a prison full of malnourished children, this room of shoes seems to imply a sort of concentration camp vibe. The Holocaust in World War II gave us many images that showcase the evil humans are capable of, but some of the most breathtaking and award-winning, I might add, are photographs of the shoes. I mean, what do you do with the clothes of so many people, especially the more valuable or harder to destroy shoes? Well, you just stack them, store them in a room, much like here. So right away, we not only get the message of a concentration camp vibe, but perhaps even some sort of genocide going down. As we escape the prison, we see that the janitor is wrapping up the children's now dead bodies into body bags and sending them away on meat hooks. But to where? Where? Well, where do meat hooks go? To the butchers, of course. Boxes upon boxes of body bags lead to a bloody path up to the kitchen. Clearly, the children are being cooked up and even turned into sausages. Eating children is nothing new in horror stories. It's actually a fairly common trope in fairy tales, such as Hansel and Gretel, and numerous others that people haven't heard about because they are too dark for today's standards. But what is new here is that the Maw is apparently a huge restaurant for fat and ugly people. Kinda gives a Miyazaki Spirited Away kind of vibe. And judging by the cruise ship they come in on, and the more posh attire they find themselves in, and the high-class orgy room, it's implied that they are all rich and gluttonous. The Maw's name now is clear, as Maw is another word for a huge voracious mouth. These posh flabs come into the Maw en masse to gorge themselves on food, including the flesh of children, because that happens to be illegal and very much frowned upon in society. So if they want to do that, they have to go to this hidden ship island thing. Kinda like that one movie, Pirates, Band of Misfits, where the rich and royal people want to eat critically endangered animals into extinction. But because that's illegal, they have to do it on a ship outside of legal jurisdiction. The Maw is the same idea, but a lot more twisted. On the way to the restaurant, you see the geisha lady, watching them come into the restaurant. Her posture and location immediately implies a position of power. And considering that she is the only person here visibly of Japanese origin, and the restaurant is Japanese themed in terms of decor, the connection is clear. She's in charge here. She organized the whole thing. But why? Well, as most theories go, you will notice that besides this time, the other times you see the geisha lady, she is brushing her hair. She also happens to be the only person besides the children who isn't grotesque looking. And every mirror in the game save one is broken in some way. And that one still intact mirror happens to be the only thing that works as a weapon against her. Also, considering the other fairy tale inspirations for the story, it's safe to say that this is a Snow White situation. The geisha lady is beautiful. The only beautiful one here, even. But even then, she is unhappy with her looks. So she breaks every mirror and even wears a mask. And you'll notice that the cooks are wearing masks too, as they reach underneath them to scratch. And even the janitor is wearing a mask. The only reason he seems to be blind is because the mask has fallen or melted down over his eyes. The geisha lady made her employees look significantly uglier than her, and she gets pleasure from making the rich and powerful of the world ugly too. But why feed them children? Maybe that's the only way to get these fat farts to bother coming to this restaurant in the middle of the ocean. Offer something that they can't get anywhere else. Maybe children really are just that tasty. Or maybe it's because children are innocent. Children are adorable, pure, and beautiful. Well, when you ignore all the germs. The geisha lady can't compete with that. So she hates children. Hates them for daring to be better looking than her. These children are just little nightmares. So she has them kidnapped and killed in mass quantities. And what better thing to do with so many dead bodies than feed them to rich creeps? Or maybe there is something even more sinister going down. We'll get to that, but first more story. As the common theories go, she eventually has a child of her own, and judging by the pictures of a little girl in yellow all around and in the geisha lady's abode, the implication is clear. 6 is her daughter. And being her daughter would explain why 6 just happens to know exactly where to go to get to the ladies' quarters. Exactly get through this big, confusing maze that is the Maw. She's seen it all before, and as we see in the concept art for the game, she may have even worked here, helping out, specifically helping this mass bathe, hence the raincoat. And notably, alongside these pictures in the geisha lady's abode, there is another interesting one, with the geisha lady standing beside 4 other people. They appear to have normal-looking proportions, but this may have been at the very start of the Maw, a sort of commemorative photo at the grand opening, before the geisha lady snapped. So who are these other 4? Well, they must be the employees at the Maw, clearly. So perhaps they are the 4 that we see. The 2 chefs, the janitor, and... wait, that's 3.
And before you say it, no, this 4th figure is not the weird water beast that lives at the bottom of the Maw.
Because this thing was made for the DLC, and the developers claimed that they weren't planning on making DLC at first. But the fans of the game wanted more story, wanted more things to be explained, so they went ahead and made some DLC. Meaning at the time of conception, this photograph with 4 other figures has to be of figures present in the main game. So it is also notable to ask, if the geisha lady is 6's mother, then who is the father? Probably this other mysterious silhouette. But over time, the geisha lady twisted and snapped, and twisted the forms of her workers, and even caused them to wear ugly masks on top of that. And eventually, she just couldn't stand the thought that her daughter would grow up and be even more beautiful than she is. So she sent her daughter away to join the rest of the children in the prison. This, understandably, would greatly upset her father, the 4th figure. So perhaps he is the man we see at the beginning who took his own life, notably by hanging himself from this very tiny chair. I mean, it's big compared to 6, who is very tiny herself, but if this man were to just sit in this chair, well, the chair would probably slide right up his butt. It's very strange. A lot of proportions in this game are weird, but back to the main point. Since 6 knows her way around, she escapes from the prison her mother sent her to, and seeks revenge on her mother. And even the whole Maw. She plows through the 5 areas, 5 levels, 5 little nightmares, and eats her mother's soul, gaining her powers, and thus becomes the 6th little nightmare. Hence her name, 6. But wait, hang on. Eats her mother's soul? What's going on? Well, remember that bread thing she ate at the beginning? After that, the next thing she eats is a bit of meat, and then a rat. Though she leaves most of it behind, perhaps she only absorbed its soul too. And then a gnome! Oh, gnome! These gnomes are little creatures that pose no threat to you, and other times you hug them. They help you out. So by the time you eat one, it's very sad and scary. And then she bites hard at her mother's neck, killing her, and absorbing her soul to steal her powers, which she then uses to kill all of the guests in the Maw, and finally escape. But still, she steals her soul? She really is a little nightmare. Though this also begs the question, why does her mother have these strange ghostly powers, and what's with the soul stealing in general? Well, by answering those questions, we also cover a key theme in this game: cannibalism. I mentioned earlier that this game borrows heavily from fairy tales, and this is also true of cannibalism, the act of eating someone of your own species, in this case, humans eating humans. There is something much more twisted about eating someone rather than just killing someone. It's one thing to murder a person, but to murder and then consume, or even murder by consuming them is... ugh. And the Brothers Grimm, the authors of most classic fairy tales, knew this. That's why they and many other fairy tale authors included it. In fact, many fairy tales that you know originally had cannibalism in them too. Snow White, Sleeping Beauty, Little Red Riding Hood, and even the original Cinderella implies it at one point. And many fairy tales that aren't well known are unknown because they are too dark and too gruesome for today's standards, as they prominently feature cannibalism. Tales such as The Robber Bridegroom, The Juniper Tree, Sun, Moon, and Talia, and many, many more. And according to Francisco Vaz da Silva, a fairy tale expert and symbolic anthropologist at the University Institute of Lisbon, the act of cannibalism in fairy tales is often supernatural in nature, usually involving ogres, witches, and the metaphysical, which connotates the idea of absorbing the essence of someone. Much like in Native American mythology in eating the hearts of deer to gain their strength, oftentimes an older woman eats a child as a means to gain back her youth. She absorbs their essence. Cannibalism is also used to spell out the pure voraciousness of death. Death hungers for all souls. Cannibalism is often a metaphor for gruesomely dying, and through regurgitation, you can be reborn. Cannibalism connotes passage and transubstantiation, death and renovation, and encodes reflections on feminine power and kin entanglements. Now, not only does all this cannibalism make a bit of sense, it also explains the maw as a whole. The definition of maw is the jaws or throat of a voracious animal, or the mouth or gullet of a greedy person. In a way, this maw is death, consuming all of those who enter. After all, its official description is this: the maw arrives every year, always at the same time but never in the same place. It creeps and crawls and buries its claws deep beneath the glistening water, and there it sits in vast silence, waiting. Soon after, they start to arrive. The guests. The monstrous, sweating, hungry guests. All seams bursting, bodies bulging, eyes dead with boredom. They shovel up to the gangway and into the mouth of the maw. And then, they are no more. For none of those that enter have ever returned to tell the tale. At least, not yet. The guests aren't coming in to dine at a fancy restaurant and leave. They are coming in to cannibalistically gorge themselves and die. But why? And how? Well, come to think of it, we never actually see them die besides at the hands of Sigs. Could this also be insinuating that this soul-absorbing power is how they died previously too? At the will of the geisha lady? But then, for what purpose? Well, that synopsis on cannibalism should have spelled it out for you. The geisha lady wants to remain beautiful and be the most beautiful and possibly immortal person in existence. And children are beautiful, innocent, and pure. So, clearly, it is best to absorb the souls, the essence, the livelihood from children. But there are so many children, and because they are so beautiful and pure, the geisha lady cannot stand to even look at them. So why not apply an ugly middleman? Feed multiple children to each voracious glutton. By eating them, they gain the child's soul or essence, and in turn, the geisha lady steals that from the gluttonous guests. Seems like an excellent scheme, no? and it's one that would fit right into a horror fairy tale. Hence all the marketing involving relive your childhood fears and such. And being a fairy tale also excuses powers in general, as fairy tales typically don't go into the backstories of the witches. They just state that they are evil witches with powerful magic. So the ghostly powers of the geisha lady are there both because of her long-lasting near-immortal life, and because she is equivalent to a fairy tale witch.
Cartoons are great, and I don't get to talk about them nearly often enough, but with Cuphead releasing just around the corner and Bendy and the Ink Machine only gaining more popularity as the days go by, I figured now is a good time to transform and talk about this style of classic cartoons, as well as a few other questions about them, like why do they all wear gloves? And what is with all of the devils? Let's learn about that and more today on Noggin. Inkblot. Yes, Inkblot. That was the name of this style of cartoonistry. After all, at first they were only black and white, so they made the backdrops white and light gray, and had the characters usually pure black. Blots of ink, essentially. That's why Felix the Cat and Mickey Mouse are almost entirely black. Heck, that's why most of the old Disney cartoon characters were completely black. And this is also why they happen to wear white gloves. When it comes to cartoon expression and body language, the face and hands are the most important. And if the body is completely black, then seeing the finger details in the hands would be difficult to see in front of the body. It'd be black on black. So, white gloves were added so you can better see the hands that are moving around and such. It's pretty ingenious. And this is also similar as to why many characters, even all the way up until the dawn of the 21st century, would have large collars or neckties. The bodies and heads would be animated separately to speed up the animation. They didn't want to worry about always lining up the head with the neck properly, so by putting in a stylized bow tie or collar on the neck, they wouldn't have to worry about it. And this very concept is why so many characters like Top Cat and Yogi Bear all have ties. It sure seems weird that these animals would just have ties, right? But this one little animation feature pretty much dictated the character design of every Hanna-Barbera cartoon. And Bendy from Bendy and the Ink Machine just takes it a whole step further by not only having a bow tie, but also just not having a neck at all. His head can just move around freely. And speaking of moving, most old cartoons from this era used an animation style called rubber hose. Why? Well, pretty much the hands, torso, and faces would be animated first. Then the position of the arms would be blotted in later. And the limbs cared not for realistic anatomy. They would flop around all over like a garden hose made of rubber. This is most easily seen in Olive Oil from Popeye, flailing her arms about. And both Bendy and the Ink Machine and Cuphead do a good job at emulating this whole style. More so Cuphead, as the whole game is in that style. Though Bendy, as in the character within the game, is a better representation of that black and white era of cartoons. The only thing that Cuphead gets a bit wrong with its interpretation of the classic style is its clarity. It's way too high of a resolution and the lines are way too clear. But I think that is a change that is significantly for the better because nobody wants to play a new game in 120p. Or through film. But when you analyze Bendy and Cuphead next to each other, you start noticing some more similarities than just the inspiration and style. Both are kinda dark, aren't they? Cuphead is about how the character Cuphead gambled with the devil and lost, and now is forced to do his bidding. And Bendy is about an ink machine that can create living or possessed ink in order to speed up the process of animation. How they got the machine? We don't know for sure yet, but considering the characters in the game are losing their minds and there are pentagrams all over, it can't be anything good. Plus, Bendy, the cartoon character, is a little mischievous devil, with Alice Angel as his companion. So what's the deal with both of these games being based on classic cartoons, also having to do with all this devil stuff? Well, it's not as coincidental as you might think. It's just because old cartoons were also strangely fond of it. Betty Boop went to a ball hosted by the devil and even directly met Satan himself. And there are various Paramount and even Disney cartoons that feature Satan in some form or another. Even Disney's Fantasia from 1940 features a character who is officially named Chernabog from Slavic mythology, but both Deems Taylor and even Walt Disney, the two creators of Fantasia,
both referred to him as literally Satan. Calling him Chernobog was likely a production choice, made to cover up this satanic imagery. Mickey Mouse has even dealt with the occult from time to time too, visiting various graveyards and haunted houses, as did Felix the Cat. So clearly, classic cartoons dealt with demons all the time. Well, sort of. Only a handful of classic cartoons featured such characters and events, but because of their controversial nature, they were also some of the most memorable, jarring, and got the most response. After all, you could have some new character come in and be your antagonist, or you could have it be a demon, or even Satan himself. Now the stakes have risen considerably, especially considering that at the time, the vast majority of Americans were Christians in some form or another. It's similar to making Hitler and Nazis your antagonists today. You don't need to worry about making up a backstory as to why the villain is evil, he just is. I mean, he's Hitler. Or Satan. Old cartoons had to be short, it's all that they could afford to do, and with limited time, you can't be putting too much time into your villain's reasoning for being a villain. So pop Satan in there and boom, he's bad because he's Satan. And really, this was a win-win, because the controversial nature of all of this is what led these cartoons to becoming so popular. The classic cartoons featuring Satan or even just occultism in some form were widely talked about, either in praise or in disgust. But there is no such thing as bad publicity. So, these cartoons got around more so than most others, and were remembered for decades, kind of leaving behind a stereotype that old cartoons were all very occult and kinda creepy, which, in turn, became a major point of inspiration for Bendy and the Ink Machine and Cuphead. If there is one thing that I love about making theory videos, it's the part where I get to decipher symbols. Especially if there's that possibility that I'm just looking way too deep into it and it's actually way simple. But hey, it's still fun to do. And today we are going to take a quick look at this flipped star from Bendy and the Ink Machine. First, some context. Bendy is a cartoon devil from the early to mid 20th century rubber hose era of cartoons. In the cartoons, he was always a mischievous but otherwise happy little devil, and Alice Angel was his companion. Curiously, a lot of cartoons from that era were very religiously inclined or were occult in some way or another. I think that will be a video on its own later. Now, in the game, decades later, the animation studio is abandoned, and a dark secret is being revealed. Apparently, an actual demon, perhaps even Satan himself, was summoned and possessed the ink that was used in the animation process. The basic idea is, a deal was made with the devil to make animating faster through processed ink made by the Ink Machine. And now, decades later, the devil wants his dues. Throughout the studio, you occasionally see these flipped pentagrams, which may have been used to summon the devil, which is now taking the form of an ink-drenched Bendy. Perhaps a conglomeration of ink from the Ink Machine, Bendy merchandise as seen throughout the game, and the souls he has already taken. At one point, you get kidnapped and you wake up in the middle of this pentagram. You find out that the kidnapper intended to sacrifice you to the demon which is currently possessing the ink in the shape of Bendy. And in this pentagram room, there are also 3 chairs and 3 coffins. But what then of the pentagram itself? What's its deal? What are these other symbols around it? What does it all mean? Well, first off, we should cover the base, the pentagram itself. Being a basic shape means it's been used throughout many cultures and religions throughout history. For instance, the earliest known use of a pentagram was as a lologram, a sort of early letter or hieroglyph by the ancient Sumerians. It meant the word ub, meaning corner or angle, a nook, if you will. Eventually, the ancient Greeks picked up the shape and called it a pentamikos, meaning 5 corners, and it was used to symbolize the seeds of Kronos, the Greek personification of time, meaning the pentagram symbolizes the beginning of time, the beginning of the universe. We're getting a bit closer to the modern interpretation now. Then later, early Christians used the pentagram to symbolize the 5 senses as well as the 5 wounds of Christ, 1 on each limb and 1 from a spear on the side. Wearing a pentagram necklace or engraving pentagrams onto shields or armor at the time was equivalent to Christians today wearing cross necklaces. It symbolizes their faith and devotion. Then, in the late 1400s, this began to change. Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa, among many others, began using the symbol as a base for magic. As to them, it represented the 5 base elements of earth, fire, water, air, and spirit, each of which have their own symbols that will help us while deciphering Bendy's pentagram. These esoteric hermetics frequently used pentagrams for all sorts of rituals, and by the mid-1800s the distinction between the upright pentagram and the flipped pentagram was made. When upright, it symbolizes holy power. With a single point upwards, it depicts a spirit presiding over the 4 elements of matter. It is a good, heavenly spirit. But when flipped 180 degrees, the spirit point is downwards, and now symbolizes the evil spirits, demons and such. Pentagrams became a symbol for Wiccans shortly after, a belief that draws upon a diverse set of ancient pagan and 20th century motifs. And flipped pentagrams with a goat head inside became the religious symbol for the Church of Satan, which was founded in 1966 to mass media hysteria. During the 20th century, the vast majority of the Western world was Christian or Catholic in some form or another, and this was also during the major media boom of the 20th century. Movies and cartoons were becoming very popular. And what's a good way to scare people who are devout to their religion? Confront them with their religious enemy. Horror movies would often depict Satan or demons or evil magic of some form frequently, and after the news of the Church of Satan being founded came out, this only rose. Flipped pentagrams were an easy way to get these religious people to immediately feel a negative emotion. You could have a monster movie with a big bad monster, or you could make said monster summoned via a pentagram with pentagrams all over its face, and suddenly it's way scarier to the Christian viewer. So, Hollywood rolled with it, and now pentagrams are widely believed to be satanic in origin, rather than also being used by Wiccans, Hermetics, various African beliefs, ancient Greeks, and even early Christians as a symbol to their devotion to Jesus. Funny how media has so much control over a population's feelings and beliefs. Yeah, funny.
And while we're at it, sorry for butting in like this, inverted crosses are the same thing. They actually aren't satanic at all outside the minds of Hot Topic designers and black metal bands trying to be edgy. The inverted cross actually comes from a Catholic tradition, where St. Peter didn't want to be crucified in the same way of Jesus because he felt he was unworthy. So his final wish was to be crucified upside down. So good job, edgy emos. I didn't realize you were all so devout to your Catholicism. Kudos to you.
Anyway, so that's the pentagram, and here is Bendy's again, painted with the same ink that Bendy is made of, which, come to think of it, is kinda like pentagrams painted with blood, which is another sort of Hollywood depiction of what Satanists do. Which reminds me, I should cover some bases real quick. Some of my deciphering from here on is based on actual beliefs held by various religious groups, and the other bits are just using logic leaps with the Hollywoodization of magic circles in mind. There is a good chance that the devs of this game didn't actually research pentagrams all that much, and just made some of the stuff up, similar to how many Hollywood movies do it. But they also might have done at least a little bit of research, and that's what I'm hoping to be the case. Anyway, on with the deciphering. Outside of it being a flipped pentagram, what gets really cool and interesting is the placement of the extra spirit symbol, which is this circle. It's put right in between the fire and water points on the pentagram. Why does that matter? Well, when drawing a pentagram, the direction you draw each line will either increase or decrease the powers of the elements each line symbolizes. It's called banishing or invoking. Now, since we didn't see the lines actually being drawn, we could assume that these symbols are here to point us in the right direction. Some pentagrams would be drawn with extra symbols within the circle but outside of the star, as a means to specify what it is you are trying to accomplish with it. In this case, the spirit symbol is between fire and water, and interestingly, old-fashioned ink is made by burning carbon over a fire and mixing that blackened carbon with water. So, spirit being between the fire and water points on this ink pentagram seems to say ink, perhaps as instructions to the demon to possess nearby ink, or as a means of summoning an ink demon specifically, if that's a thing in this world. And then there is this extra earth symbol in between the air and spirit points, which confused me, and so this might be a stretch, but here it goes. There are, of course, many interpretations of pentagrams. Even among the magically inclined of today, there are various beliefs. But the one thing that unites many of them is that the most common pentagram is the Lesser Earth Banishing Pentagram. And there are 4 distinct beliefs and reasonings as to why that is, one of which is almost a total flip from the one I'm going to explain, but I'm only going to explain the one that happens to help us with deciphering Bendy's pentagram. Earth is the lowliest of the 5 elements. It's dirt, but it's also what makes up most of the materials we use, like metals and gold, and thus, Earth is seen as the materialistic element. There is greed and sin in there, especially when we get into biblical contexts. Humans were created from the dust of the earth, and humans are full of sin. Plus, Satan and his demons were thrown to the earth. Hellfire of sulfur and brimstone is said to be within it, and so on top of it being the lowliest of the elements, it is also said to be the most evil, at least in certain contexts. So banishing it, albeit slightly, helps balance out the entire pentagram, because the forces of Earth are extra powerful compared to the other elemental powers, because it resonates with wickedness. So why then put an extra Earth symbol in your pentagram? Well, to strengthen Earth's powers, including its wicked ones. This flipped pentagram is already evil in nature, and adding this makes it even more so, makes it more likely to summon an evil spirit. But why between the air and spirit points? Well, I'm not positive, but the best I can come up with is that the air is the opposite to Earth. It's the highest of the 4 bases. So adding Earth next to it counteracts it, and being beside the spirit point may point towards the idea of an earthly spirit as opposed to a heavenly one. But what then of all these extra scratches and lines? Well, many of them I am unsure if they actually affect the meaning. Some of these extra scratches and lines definitely seem accidental, or are just there because the pentagram got damaged through age. But a few of these are definitely distinct, and definitely put there for a reason. Like this thick line at the top, connecting the earth and fire points. And, well, I already mentioned hellfire and sulfur and brimstone once. This further solidifies that connection. And then these 4 horizontal lines on the bottom point definitely seem like they are there on purpose too. I'm not sure what they would mean exactly, but they are on the spirit point. Being a flipped pentagram, it signifies a more evil spirit, one from the underworld. Perhaps the extra lines are there to signify the summoning of a more powerful evil spirit, one that is of higher rank, or from a lower circle of hell. Or it is a sort of underline to make sure everyone involved is aware that this is indeed the bottom of the pentagram. The spirit point is down. This isn't the bottom. This isn't the bottom. This is the bottom. I mean, overall, Bendy is a very silly game. I can easily see that logic. So overall, I believe this pentagram was used to summon a powerful demon and commanded it to possess ink. I mean, clearly that's what actually ended up happening, so yeah, good job, game. You did good with this. Or maybe I'm entirely wrong.
Let's talk about the Man of Steel. Whoops, not Superman. We're talking about Wolverine. But could you imagine if Superman also had Wolverine claws? Just add that to the long list of powers. Wolverine, the popular comic book hero turned movie star. Originally a member of the X-Men, he has since become the main character of the X-Men for some reason. But with a new movie coming out just around the corner, it got me thinking. So in this video, I'm going to answer the question of, what would happen if you had Wolverine's adamantium skeleton? Admittedly, there is going to be a lot of hand-waving in this theory because there are many things in comic books that just work differently than in real life. As in all of it. Let's first go over Wolverine's basic statistics. James Howlett, also known as Logan, was born in Canada. His height, 5'3". Weight, 195 pounds before getting the adamantium skeleton. After getting his skeleton, he now weighs 300 pounds. That is 105 pounds of difference just in his skeleton, which is a lot of weight for a manlet, I mean, below average height male. For comparison, bones are made out of a light material, mostly calcium, that is formed as a lattice of inner chambers. The average person's skeleton is about 15% of their total body weight, while Wolverine's is a third of his weight. His mutant abilities are an extreme healing factor, animal-like senses and reflexes, and bone claws in his fists. His strength is listed as peak human and he can easily lift 800 pounds, but some sources show feats of strength beyond that of peak human capabilities. Perhaps thanks to adrenaline rushes along with the fact that due to his healing factor, he doesn't have to worry about breaking bones or tearing muscles, so he doesn't have to hold back at all. Or, this is just comic book logic. Anyway, beyond his claws, his most famous ability is his healing factor, and it is due to this healing factor that he survived the adamantium injection process, granting him his enhanced skeleton. There are multiple ways Wolverine has had his body fused with adamantium, all depending on which origin story you are going with. Comic books and movies have a thing with multiverses. In some more modern cases, his bones are not only laced or coated with adamantium, they are molecularly fused to it. In others, his skeleton is replaced with adamantium. Others still, it is coated and or injected with the metal. In the main Marvel universe, he has had 2 sets of metal skeletons. The first was pure adamantium that caused him constant pain and adamantium poisoning. Magneto ripped this skeleton out of him. Ouch. But then he had a different set of adamantium put in called adamantium beta that allowed his bones to breathe or do normal processes like create blood. Oh, speaking of which, in case you didn't know, bones are where your blood is made. The marrow inside produces blood cells. This is important for later. So now, what if your skeleton was metal? Well, I mean, in a way, it already is metal. Our bones are made of a few different materials, but the dominant one is calcium. Calcium is an alkaline earth metal. Calcium, when purified, is a soft gray-silver malleable metal. Due to its alkaline nature, calcium is very reactive and will oxidize quickly once purified. So calcium itself is metal? Yes, it is. In fact, it's the 3rd most abundant metal on Earth. And it's harder than sodium, yet softer than aluminum, with an average density of about 1.54 grams per cubic centimeter. Bones aren't pure calcium though, and the other ingredients in them makes them stronger and more dense. Bone density is on average 1.75 grams per cubic centimeter in a healthy adult. Now then, we'll use Wolverine's original adamantium skeleton, the base, nothing fancy, no crazy science skeleton. Just bones, coated and injected with metal. But where was this metal injected? Well, around and within the small pockets where bone marrow is located. Specifically, the spongy bone lattice that is the core of your skeleton. Bone marrow is not actually bone, but it is a soft tissue that fills the bones. And it is delicious, though it's not exactly in every bone, mainly just the large bones. The bone marrow is the starting point for blood production, which is called hematopoiesis. It's the engine that creates blood, and on average, the marrow makes up about 4% of total body mass. So, Wolverine being 195 pounds, that would make the marrow account for about 7.8 pounds of his body weight. And let's gather some more data. Now, you would think that an indestructible metal would mean that it's much denser, right? But this is not always the case with real alloys and metals. Take gold or lead, much denser than steel, yet much more malleable or brittle. Iron and steel have the same density, and yet steel is much more resistant to most types of stress. Take diamonds, for instance. They have half of the density of iron, yet are more resistant to scratches and dents. But they are easier to shatter or shear due to the structure of the molecular bonds. Okay, so here comes the math. Well, really by math I mean it's a bunch of formulas that actual mathematicians made up, and I just punch numbers into them. So density is mass divided by volume. We have a mass of 105 pounds, or 47.627 kilograms. But we don't have the density of adamantium, or the volume of his skeleton, so we need to find one of the other variables. But I don't know what adamantium is, and its density is never directly stated in the comics. It's a completely fictional metal, so we will have to find volume. Volume is mass divided by density. But wait, we don't have density either. Well, at least not of the adamantium skeleton. But there is the normal skeleton, and it takes just about the same volume as the adamantium one, because remember, some iterations of Wolverine's skeleton has it molecularly bonded to his bones. Also, we are just estimating here. Hand quotes all up in the air. Estimations, we're not claiming anything to be super specific. So if we use some math, we can use some fancy substitution. Remember, bone density is on average 1.75 grams per cubic centimeter in a healthy adult. This is what we are going to use as our density for our new equation to find our volume. So to find the average skeletal volume of Wolverine, we take his weight and find 15% of that, Remember, 15% of our weight is the skeleton. We take the average bone density and put it into the formula. Density equals mass over volume. So pre-metal skeleton, he was 195 pounds or 88.45 kilograms. So we take 15% of 88.45 and we get 13.267 kilograms. So now that we have the real mass of his skeleton and our average bone density of 1.75 grams per cubic centimeter, we can plug all those into the formula. There and here. There we go. And with this, we get this volume, 7,581.42 milliliters. Now with this information, we have another constant and only one other variable left. The density of adamantium. In the comics, his weight goes from 195 to 300 pounds. That means he gains 105 pounds, or about 47.62 kilograms. We have the skeletal volume, as the adamantium doesn't add any volume, at least not in certain iterations of Wolverine, and at least not for this estimate. We have our mass of 105 pounds, or 47.6272 kilograms, and that is just the adamantium skeleton. So now, we can get the density of the adamantium inside Wolverine, which may be different elsewhere or in different versions of Wolverine, but in this particular Logan, it is as such, bringing us to 6.28 grams per cubic centimeter. This is the density of adamantium. At least the adamantium inside Wolverine. So now we will compare this to real-life metals densities, such as aluminum, here's the average bone, pure calcium, iron, titanium, lead, gold, steel, tungsten. This means if adamantium followed normal rules, it would be almost 4 times as dense as pure calcium, or 3.5 times as dense as your normal skeleton. I would avoid swimming, that's for sure. But could you imagine something that dense and heavy inside you? For comparison, other things that weigh about 105 pounds are toilets, a Pacific octopus, a dresser, a 2-month-old horse, 10 cats, 45 liters of water, 105 pounds of sand. You get the point. And all of that is in the tiny space that is your bones. So now comes the fun part. Wolverine only survived the injection process because of his healing factor and immense strength. So if you had this same injection process done to you, you would most certainly die immediately. But what if you didn't? Let's say you get this skeleton magically. So you've woken up one day completely normally, although you're slightly more sunken into your bed than you remember, and boy oh boy are your arms heavy. Most healthy humans are able to lift or carry up to 70 pounds comfortably for a long period of time. You are going to be sore by the next day, that's for sure, but you won't die upon lifting it, just break down a whole bunch of muscles. But thankfully the human body has a wonderful system in place to restore the muscles that have broken down. It's called getting a workout. You should work out more. I should work out more, geez. Reed Richards at one point states that if not for his unnatural strengths, Wolverine would be unable to move. That is realistically plausible if he were frail, though the average person should be able to move just fine after some time building up muscles. Some time, of course, being a very long time. Lots of physical therapy. Richard may be referring to the possible muscle damage that can occur while lifting above your limits for prolonged periods, making you so sore the next day that you are immovable. So if it were me, I would have a bunch of really good movies in store for the time being, until I'm able to move properly, that is. The process of muscle growth is rather simplistic, but somewhat misunderstood. When someone is working out, they are pushing their body past its limits to break down its muscles, so that they will grow back stronger. What is happening is your muscle fibers break down at the microscopic level, which then release satellite cells. These cells are what replicate and mature into new muscle cells. They start to replace or repair damaged cells, often fusing together to form better structures. This fusion leads to an increased muscle mass due to the added cells and new, larger structures. The amount of cells released is dependent on resources provided to the body, like hormones and nutrients, and the all-needed rest. Your body needs rest to rebuild itself, and it can take 24 to 48 hours for your muscles to fully repair themselves. So, getting this metal skeleton would be great for muscle growth, getting daily exercise just by moving. You can simulate this extra weight with a weighted vest or a training vest. This is a technique used by professionals everywhere to vary their workout or to build specific muscle groups. Many professionals need to train like this to simulate body armor or protective equipment. Examples are the military, police, firefighters, and some athletes. Adding weight always increases resistance, making even walking or jogging a significantly increased workload. But when doing this type of training, the average person should start out by adding 5% of their body weight to avoid injury and fatigue. But if you suddenly got Wolverine's skeleton, then you effectively added 53% of your body weight overnight, meaning injury and fatigue always. Once your body's muscles rebuild themselves over and over and over and over again, you will be able to move without feeling much of the resistance. After that, you can start pushing yourself and actually train or work out to increase your strengths further. Due to your adamantium bones, you don't need to worry about lifting too much and breaking a bone, so you can just keep getting stronger. And if trained properly, you could even start lifting at a near superhuman level. But, that is the only positive. The rest is awful. The major dangers present to just adding the weight to your body are spinal compression, an altered center of gravity, and ligament, joint, and bone stress. Although you shouldn't have to worry about that last one due to the fact that you basically have indestructible bones now, but your poor joints! And prepare to get carpal tunnel and constant spine problems. In fact, prepare for much, much worse, because this is only the beginning. So congratulations, you are the new owner of an adamantium skeleton without having to go through the injection process. In the real world, you wouldn't be able to move very well, if at all, at first, unless you happen to already be significantly above average in strength. So have fun being bedridden for a long time while having to go through painful physical therapy. That's not the worst of your problems. Remember, it wasn't until the later origin story of Wolverine with the high level of advanced adamantium lattice alloy that allowed even Wolverine to survive having the skeleton long term. The regular and original adamantium skeleton was filling his bones and completely coating them, choking them, not allowing them to breathe. So the rest of your body would have to go on without the use of your bone marrow. Joyous. There would be no new red blood cells, platelets, or white blood cells. They are all trapped in the bones, unable to escape their metal encasement. Red blood cells in humans can last for up to 120 days, and your platelets, which are cells that help your body form clots to stop bleeding, last about 8 days before dying. And many types of our white blood cells last for a whopping single day. Maybe 2, but thankfully, the bone marrow does not produce all of your white blood cells. T cells and B cells, 2 types of highly specialized white blood cells, are also produced in the spleen and various lymph nodes. But T and B cells are often called helper cells because their role in your body is to identify bacteria and invading organisms. Then they tell macrophages and neutrophils what the danger is, and then they take care of it. But macrophages and neutrophils are formed in the marrow, so after a day, the T cells and B cells won't have anything to tell to take care of the infection, meaning your body is aware of sickness and infection, but can't do anything about it. So this means your immune system would be completely compromised within a day or 2. Better hope you live in a perfectly clean room or in a hospital. After a week, any cuts or bleeding will be 10 times more dangerous, as platelets won't be there to help seal your wound. With the lower blood count as your red blood cells die off, you'll start to have shortness of breath, restlessness, fatigue, and headaches. This turns you pale, cool, and clammy, and raises your anxiety. Your heart rate also goes up and up and up, until it does not, because after losing 40% of your blood, your heart rate drops significantly. You become confused and lethargic as you gain a heightened level of diaphoresis, meaning you sweat a whole bunch. You sweat out the very last bits of water you had as you become more and more dehydrated. Eventually, you slip into a coma and never wake up, as the last of your blood cells die and take you with it. And the fun part? That's the nice way to go. With the new blood trapped inside the bones, nothing is replacing the dying off old blood, which begins to die and decay. And with that, on top of lacking an immune system, means you have a very heightened risk of a blood infection. That's right, a blood infection. Your blood itself can become infected. This is called sepsis, and it is a horrible way to die. You know how when you get an infected cut, say on your leg swells up a bit around it? Well, when your blood itself is infected, all of you swells, including your organs. Organ damage is always fun. Your blood also begins to form clots all over, but you will wish that these clots could kill you within the first week because remember, platelets only last 8 days. After that, no more blood clotting, dragging out this miserable process as much as possible. Your blood pressure drops. You begin feeling increasingly cold and nothing can warm you up. You begin breathing rapidly while also having shortness of breath from the blood loss. It's like you're constantly drowning, but on air. And you get to have nausea at the same time. How wonderful! Because adding vomiting and diarrhea makes every fatal condition better. Your kidneys and liver start to fail, and eventually the lungs too, which kills you in a painful stomach crampy plus coughing attack suffocation way. All the while you don't have the strength to hold your guts to relieve at least a bit of the pain. No bending forward to absorb some of the shock from coughing either. That's all going straight to the lungs, damaging them. Eventually you die after having a heavy and painful seizure that you don't even get to shake much from because again, you are too weak to move too much. Gruesome! Blood infections normally don't get to that point because our bodies normally can fight it off. But with no immune system and no new blood, there is no chance of survival. But this leads to another question. What if you got constant blood transfusions? Theoretically, this could save you in a hospital setting, getting a constant feed of new blood. It would cause none of this to happen, but transfusions carry their own risks. Allergic reactions to blood are never fun, plus you get fevers, and can get an acute immune hemolytic reaction. Basically, you get a lot of pain all over and your kidneys get damaged. There is also the rare but still possible issue of getting a new disease, one from the donor, such as HIV, hepatitis B and C, as well as West Nile virus. At best, you have a 1 in 1.5 million chance to get an HIV from a transfusion, but 1 in 300,000 for West Nile and hepatitis. Seems unlikely, but when you are one person getting transfusions daily, your chances go way up. Much more commonly, your own immune system will attack the white blood cells in the transfused blood, usually only resulting in a fever that goes away after the white blood cells die. But if you have no active white blood cells, this may not happen. You just get the white blood cells from the donor. But the next transfusion, unless you are getting every transfusion from the same person, which is impossible, your body will be in constant fighting mode, flu-like symptoms, and minor organ damage. Constantly. And then there is the cost. The human body creates about 42 milliliters of blood per day. This would need to be replaced via transfusion. 1 unit of blood, that is, 1 bag, can vary, as some bags are more full than others, but a proper unit of basic run-of-the-mill blood in the United States is 350 milliliters. This, of course, varies in different countries. Doing the math, this means you would need 1 unit of blood every 8 days. But because lots of white blood cells die every day and transfused ones last even less time due to already being old, you would need a constant daily supply. By the time you absorbed the whole unit after 8 days, none of the white blood cells would be alive anymore, making it almost useless. But you can get donations of just white blood cells. So you get 1 shot of white blood cells daily and red ones every 8 days. A shot of white blood cells can cost $2,000 to $4,000 each, and 1 unit of blood costs $500 to $1,400 each. And that's not including the cost of paying the doctor to do it for you. Meaning, averaging that cost out, staying alive costs you $773,200 per year. Insurance will only cover that for so long, and if you happen to live in a country with free universal healthcare, they will only keep you around for so long before just calling you a lost cause. Other people need that too, and they only need 1 as opposed to daily. So, you're a lost cause. So unless you can somehow afford to cover all that cost yourself, well, I'm sorry, but you aren't Wolverine. At first, the only reason Wolverine lived is because of his crazy fast healing factor. But even then, he still got adamantium poisoning and was having blood-related problems. So his later skeleton was made as a lattice to allow blood to flow out of his marrow still, albeit at a decreased rate. But, as stated, this more scientifically accurate version of Wolverine isn't the only version of him. Most origin stories just flat out give him adamantium-coated bones, because the funny thing is, it's a comic book, and they don't have to be scientifically accurate. That's part of why they're so dang awesome.
The Hulk is a monster created after Bruce Banner was bombarded with gamma rays, and this beast may be representative of 2 different things. One is sheer rage and the destruction that we leave behind when we act on anger, and the other is the concept of living with a personality you cannot control, or as it's known in psychology, dissociative identity disorder. So for the video today, we're going to look at the traditional Hulk as a representation of intermittent explosive disorder, also known as anger disorder, and also look at the lesser known incarnations of the Hulk from the angle of multiple personalities. So first, traditional Hulk. With this simple classic Hulk, we can explore what intermittent explosive disorder really means to both the person involved and the people around them. First, let's look at what intermittent explosive disorder is. Symptoms of IED are broken down into separate categories, starting with behavioral symptoms. These symptoms are physical aggressiveness, verbal aggressiveness, angry outbursts, physically attacking people and/or objects, damaging property, and road rage. The next category are the physical symptoms: headaches, muscle tension, chest tightness, palpitations, tingling, feelings of pressure on the head, tremors, and then there are cognitive symptoms: low frustration tolerance, feeling a loss of control over one's thoughts, racing thoughts, and the psychosocial symptoms are feelings of rage, uncontrollable irritability, and brief periods of emotional detachment. Also, an interesting thing to look at for this is the risk factors involved in getting this disorder, meaning if you are or have any of these things, you are significantly more likely to get it. These are being male, exposure to violence at an early age, exposure to explosive behaviors at home, having experienced physical trauma, having experienced emotional trauma, having a history of substance abuse, and having certain medical conditions. So looking at these, let's check some things off about Bruce Banner and the Hulk. Well, clearly he's written and drawn as a male. Bruce also had an abusive alcoholic for a father who killed his mother right in front of him. So he's had violence and explosive behavior around him, and he's had to deal with that physical and emotional trauma as a child. So he has all sorts of risk factors. So now, looking back at the symptoms, obviously hulking out causes him to exhibit most of these behavioral and psychosocial symptoms, but we can also attribute the cognitive and physical symptoms to what happens to Bruce before he transforms. While naturally occurring cases of IED often manifest during the teenage years, there are cases that occur after some form of trauma to the brain or from PTSD in former soldiers. While not a soldier himself, Bruce was contracted by the military to make the G-bomb. It's a loose connection, but it's a connection. While he may not be directly on the battlefield, possibly killing people, the guilt may loom over him, knowing that his weapon will possibly even killing innocents. Anyway, the real incident we need to look at is the gamma rays that Bruce was hit with before he became the Hulk. Any old blast would have a concussive force, but instead of dying from it, Bruce was doused in gamma radiation and was hit with a massive concussive force. The force of that blast could have given Bruce brain damage that led to the first outburst of anger, which had been repressed for years in the first place. On the topic of the Hulk, though, we have some real symbolism to look at. When he hulks out, he loses the eloquence and intelligence of Banner. He is much more akin to a child than an adult with adequate train of thought, which kind of throws us back to how instances of IED are found more commonly in kids and teens. The Hulk is oftentimes trying to prove that he is stronger than his opponent over anything else. Kids throwing a tantrum for a toy or teens slamming doors and shouting because their parents tell them no is not too dissimilar to the argument Hulk is having with his enemies. He gets mad, and for better or worse, tries to get what he wants through shouting and violence. Banner, in this sense, plays two parts, both as the rational side of the kid or teen that knows that they know better, and the parent of the Hulk. Banner, in his human form, is the rational side who is willing to have a discussion. However, when he becomes the Hulk, Banner is shoved to the back of the brain. He tries to rationalize with an irrational force, becoming the parental figure to the Hulk. But the Hulk is also representative of the ugly side of all of us that we try to hide away from those around us. If that side gets the better of us, then it damages everything and everyone around. Another interesting point to take is that he becomes hyper-masculinized as the Hulk. Being male is a risk factor of IED. Not only males suffer from it, but the majority of the people with it are male. So, rage manifesting in such a form plays back into the disorder. And what triggers this beast inside of Banner? An explosion. Intermittent explosive disorder. It's in the name. The rage that sufferers feel is explosive, just like the Gamma Bomb. The Hulk, at least the classic version, destroys relationships around Banner, much in the way that the real victims of the disorder hurt those around them. They don't always mean to do what they do. In fact, sometimes they could even explode with righteous anger. Unfortunately, the strength they receive is unhinged and can only be aimed, and it may not hit the right target. Much like real sufferers, Banner constantly battles with depression and self-hatred for what he's done. Another issue Banner has is he doesn't want to become his father and end up hurting or killing someone he loves. This leads us to Betty Ross. Betty Ross is the love of Banner's life in the origin of the Hulk. Though missing from the Marvel Cinematic Universe for the most part, Betty represents the ideal partner for Banner. She's someone who keeps his demons at bay. She can calm the Hulk, at least in some stories, but ultimately she does succumb to a psychological breakdown due to dealing with Banner's part-time life as the Hulk. This is an issue that many people in the life of an IED sufferer face. They can't go through the stress of not knowing how to handle the explosive rage that happens seemingly randomly. It's exhausting trying to love and care for someone who causes you so much pain. In the case of Betty Ross, she does eventually marry Banner, and this, for a time, is good. However, the Hulk does reappear as a factor of turmoil in their relationship. This relationship would go back and forth for years, finally ending because Betty died due to gamma exposure since she had been with Banner for years. Though she eventually comes back and becomes Red She-Hulk and blah blah blah, comic book deaths are rarely permanent. But looking at the gamma exposure as a symbolic part of Betty's life, we can argue that it represents the stress of living with someone who has IED. That kind of stress can have horrible physical effects on the health of someone, even potentially leading to death. But anger isn't the only issue the Hulk represents as a character. He also represents people with dissociative identity disorder, commonly known as multiple personalities. Bruce Banner developed the identity of the Hulk in his mind during his abusive childhood, but this side of him was kept at bay for years because of Banner's complex mind. A complex mind that, along with the original Hulk, also developed the personalities of Joe Fixit, Professor Hulk, Doc Green, the Green Scar, and a few others. In order to explore the Hulk in terms of dissociative identity disorder, we have to look at the criteria or symptoms of the disease. First, 2 or more distinct identities. Secondly, amnesia must occur. Third, the person must be distressed by the disorder. 4, the disturbance is not a normal cultural or religious practice. And 5, the symptoms are not effects of substance usage. There are clearly 2 or more identities when you consider all the Hulk variations. Banner, in some interpretations, has vague memories, and in some, none at all. While not exactly amnesia, we can write this one up to creative liberties in the comics. Banner is often distressed by what he could have done as the Hulk, and he isolates himself as a result. While we have plenty of Hulks to look into, I want to look more so into how DID affects the sufferer and the people in their lives. Much like the anger trigger the Hulk has, DID can be triggered by a number of different environmental things, or even the state of the mind of the person at the time. Looking at DID, we can see that each personality can have drastically different mindsets, such as the cunning and hedonistic personality of Joe Fixit, or being a huge, naive, childlike rage beast like Savage Hulk. This can be very difficult to deal with when the sufferer doesn't know what one of his personalities has done. It makes it difficult to hold on to jobs and also relationships. Individual sufferers also report depersonalization, which is feeling like you have an out-of-body experience. They have identity confusion, not being certain as to who they are. Banner has to suffer with this to an extreme because when he swaps personalities, it could mean massive destruction and potentially hurting someone he loves. Much in the same way that IED takes form from childhood abuse, so can dissociative identity disorder, developing as a defense mechanism in order to protect the consciousness from the abuse. DID can first manifest in childhood, though is normally diagnosed in adulthood. Banner created the Hulk in his mind as a child to defend himself from abuse, though it chose to physically manifest itself after the gamma bomb allowed it to do so. Much in the vein of the Hulk, having different forms and sizes, real sufferers of DID can have physical differences between personalities, such as differing eyesight and allergic reactions. The brain is a pretty strange and powerful thing to be able to do that. The Hulk, all in all, is an over-exaggerated version of what this disorder can be to people, though over-exaggerated to get the idea across more solidly. So, where does this leave us? What is the Hulk in terms of our own psyche? The Hulk and Bruce Banner represent not only the physical disorders presented, but also our fears as human beings. What if they won't like us if we're this way? What if I let my anger get the best of me? We often, as a species, struggle with who we are, versus who we want to be. We hide our ugly and sometimes angry sides from the public because they aren't seen as favorable. But they are still parts of us, and we'll always have to deal with them. It's how we can channel our anger and our flaws that can make the difference for us. The Hulk is how we see ourselves at times, and Banner is our self-conscious anxiety that tells us that we're going to end up hulking out if we aren't careful. But remember, being you is who you are, and there is nothing wrong with that so long as you strive to continue advancing and bettering what makes you yourself.
Rick Sanchez is a 60-year-old mad scientist, known for his inventive, though often unpleasant and morally ambiguous personality. Rick is often found traveling to different universes and dimensions to further his scientific studies, though questionable morals have led him to being convicted of, well, everything. He has been known to do the right thing on occasion, but mostly remains a chaotic personality. While we don't know much about Rick's past, what we do know is that he was an absentee father for most of Beth's life. He has been traveling dimensions since at least his college days, and at some point in Rick's life, he knew Morty as an infant. Rick is a complicated mess of many disorders and issues, and it's hard to pinpoint exactly which mental issue he may have. We've seen him suffer from depression, alcoholism, and general psychopathy. He also has a pessimistic, if not nihilistic, worldview. Let's take a look at his supposed depression first. As we discussed in the Psychology of Sans video, the symptoms of depression are as follows: fatigue or loss of energy almost every day, feelings of worthlessness or guilt almost every day, impaired concentration, indecisiveness, insomnia or hypersomnia, markedly diminished interest or pleasure in almost all activities nearly every day, restlessness or feeling slowed down, recurring thoughts of death or suicide, and significant weight loss or gain. While Rick doesn't seem to exhibit as many of these symptoms as Sans did, we can link his behavior to a few, such as his feelings of anger, even over small matters, his disinterest in anything but cold, hard science, and his attempted suicide in the episode Autoerotic Assimilation. Rick chooses, much like real-world sufferers, to hide his pain, and even through his catchphrase in Season 1, Wubba Lubba Dub Dub,
Wubba lubba dub dubs! Wubba lubba dub dub! Wubba lubba dub dub! Wubba lubba dub dub! Wubba lubba dub dub! Wubba lubba dub dub!
he coats the real message with an excited and cheerful tone. It's revealed in the Season 1 finale that Wubba Lubba Dub Dub means, "I am in great pain, please help me," in his best friend Bird Person's native language.
In my people's tongue, it means, "I am in great pain. Please help me."
Rick is a genius and has seen many horrible things in his life through his adventures, and he chooses to use drugs and alcohol to numb himself from getting too attached to a world he views as ultimately doomed. His substance abuse and alcoholism is an extension of his depression. This is a common practice amongst people who suffer from depression, and it can, in turn, make the depression much worse. This also plays into his nihilistic worldview. Evidence supporting this comes from how easily he picks up and leaves from realities. Now talking about Rick's psychopathy, we can dig a bit deeper into his character. In case you're unfamiliar, psychopathy has some of the following symptoms: superficial charm, an inflated sense of self-worth, constant need for stimulation, lying pathologically, conning others, being manipulative, having shallow emotions, callousness, lack of empathy, poor control over behavior, promiscuous sexual behavior, behavioral problems early in life, lack of realistic long-term goals, being impulsive, being irresponsible, blaming others and refusing to accept responsibility, and criminal acts. And now, if we break down what we know of Rick, we can see nearly all of these symptoms. Rick has been known to be charming, at least from what we know of him in social situations. He does tend to have everyone on his side. Rick also exhibits an arrogant personality, saying things like,
Whatever you're asking, the answer is I'm amazing.
Rick lies, often, usually to further his own end goal. I mean, he's manipulated an entire race of aliens into blowing themselves up. Though shown to care about Morty at times, he's not known to care about anything or anyone else's well-being, except for maybe Beth and Summer. On the subject of promiscuous behavior, he got with a hive-minded planet of people, and in order to get things right,
We need a hang glider and a crotchless Uncle Sam costume, and I want the entire field of your largest stadium covered end to end with naked redheads, and I want the stands packed with every man that remotely resembles my father.
So yeah, you certainly could argue that he is some kind of promiscuous. And clearly, he does have plenty of unrealistic end goals, but since he's a genius, and since it's a cartoon, he is able to make these goals a reality. The last few symptoms of being impulsive, being irresponsible, blaming others, and criminal acts are present in almost every episode of the series. This, in terms of Rick's character design, is a technique used to make his humanity shine through when we happen to get glimpses of it. In the episode Close Rick Counters of the Rick Kind, which introduces the Council of Ricks, we get the most human response from Rick we've ever seen. Rick cries over the thought of losing Morty when having his brain downloaded by Evil Rick. So while Rick is nearing the level of the Joker in terms of psychopathy, even to the point where he does seem to break the fourth wall,
Morty, that's my series arc, Morty. If it takes 9 seasons, I want my McNugget tipping sauce.
he has a few human tethers to keep his humanity more grounded, such as Morty. Morty is Rick's 14-year-old grandson, who often appears anxious and sometimes unwarrantedly aggressive. For much of this Morty's life, Rick was absent just like he was absent in Beth's life. During the whole of Morty's life, his parents have been reluctantly staying together for the sake of the kids, which of course causes them to constantly have arguments. This kind of child development is very common in these kinds of households, at least according to the findings put forth by the journal Development and Psychopathology. While Morty isn't a person who constantly has violent outbursts, he does exhibit them from time to time, and is known to be more sensitive than the typical person. Morty also has a fairly pronounced stutter. Stutters can be indicators of anxiety and stress. A contributing factor to Morty's anxiety are also the adventures Rick drags him on. For example, in one episode, Morty was the victim of attempted sexual assault, which is shown to cause him some sort of trauma, as it would anyone in the same situation. He was made to bury his own body at one point, and even been made to kill a friend for the greater good. All sorts of traumatic events. Oftentimes, Rick doesn't care what danger Morty is in. As stated before, Rick has shown some worry and care for Morty, as evidenced by the sacrifice made by 1/64th of Rick's split timelines when he gave Morty his collar. However, even from the intro of the series, we see Rick leave a Morty behind. Morty has been with Rick through drunken stupors, and even while a drunken Rick is driving his ship, Morty also regresses his frustrations with the way his grandfather does things. This eventually leads to Morty having a violent outburst in the episode Look Who's Purging Now, where Morty murders people during a purge event. Morty is an impressionable young teen, and we can see a bit of Rick come out in him from time to time. You know, outside the fact that they're voiced by the same person. This has caused tension between him and his dad, Jerry, who wants Morty to be a normal kid. And this furthers a tension with Jerry and Beth because Beth wants her father in her family's life. It's a cycle that ends up frustrating Morty even more. At the same time, we see Morty developing the same worldview that Rick has. It shows itself in Ricksty Minutes when Morty says,
Well, Summer, maybe people that create things aren't concerned with your delicate sensibilities, you know? Maybe the species that communicate with each other through the filter of your comfort are less evolved than the ones that just communicate. Maybe your problems are your own to deal with, and maybe the public giving a shit about your feelings is a one-way ticket to extinction!
Though he says this in a much more inspirational context, it still echoes Rick's nihilistic view. While Rick and Morty are family, they have more of a friendship than what you would see in most relationships as theirs. It's hard to pinpoint, but you could argue that they have a symbiosis psychologically. Physically, we know that's the case, since Mortys are considered camouflage by Ricks. In the sense of their psychological relationship, there are arguments that are detrimental to Morty. But on the other side, Morty has shown some increase in confidence because of it. So perhaps, while the relationship we see is making Morty uncomfortable in the short term, Rick is preparing him for the real world, and making him braver by making him face his fears. While at the same time, Rick does use his berating to keep Morty humble, because as he says,
a cocky Morty can lead to some big problems.
So it can still be argued that this relationship is still out of Rick's own needs. Rick and Morty are a very big gray area of moral and psychological concepts, but that's part of the charm. And while we see Rick represent the worst of humanity at times, he also represents the best on occasion, mostly due to Morty's sense of reason. Morty is stuck in the middle. He has more humanity than Rick, but often gets pushed to the side by Rick. Morty is the innocence that Rick no longer has, while Rick represents the cynical worldview attributed to adulthood. While they are, in a sense, opposites, what Rick and Morty represent as a duo is the ability to balance each other and not become someone who is completely naive or someone who just sees no good in the world. Much like the relationship of Rick and Morty, the challenge of us as humans is to balance our innocence with our cynicism. To be prepared for the real world and life as adults, but not completely lose our humanity we naturally have as children. Life is a balance, and balance is beautiful. Samus has never had much of a personality. She's mostly just been a stoic badass until that other game. Or so you would think. Apparently, the Metroid manga had given her her actual personality way before Other M did. But anyway, we have a gaming psychoanalysis to do. This time, we're going to take a look at Samus and her supposed PTSD. Wait! Before you hit the dislike button because Other M and the manga ruined your life, hear me out. I'm about to tell you why her PTSD is what makes her an even stronger character than before. She enjoys her life on the planet known as K2L. From the sky, a ship descends and off steps the Chozo. Peaceful and wise, they do no harm to the humans who had colonized the planet. This peaceful visit, however, was cut short when K2L was invaded by the infamous space pirates. All but one human had been slaughtered, the little girl known as Samus Aran. An event such as this would easily leave anyone traumatized, much more a child who had seen her parents killed right in front of her. Ridley left a fire burning in Samus that day. While he was a terrifying beast, Samus knew he had to be stopped one day. Samus was then saved from a lonely hollow death by the returning Chozo, who would infuse her with Chozo DNA and train her in the ways of the Chozo, which in part was teaching her how to use the power suit. Later on, if we take into account the second volume of the manga, we establish that she indeed has a form of a panic or PTSD attack, in which she responds to Ridley's taunts about her family by collapsing to the ground in silence. In the end of the manga, we get a glimpse of her supposedly conquering her PTSD to fight Ridley. But is that truly the case? PTSD is a difficult mental illness to pin down, as symptoms come in and out of play months or even years at a time. These symptoms, according to the ADAA, include re-experiencing the trauma through intrusive, distressing recollections of the event, flashbacks and nightmares, emotional numbness and avoidance of places, people, and activities that are reminders of the trauma, increased arousal, such as difficulty sleeping and concentrating, feeling jumpy, and being easily irritated and angered. And the thing about these symptoms is that it is so hard to nail down a specific moment in which a person will be thrust into them. While generally we can say that when in dangerous situations we could see an emergence of symptoms, what kind we get and exactly how they show up is really on an individual basis. Samus had been known to be the brooding loner type since her conception, and while there are technical limitations to fault for the development in the first few games, they chose to leave it this way in later installments. Samus is one of the few cinematic heroes from the Nintendo universe, so why wouldn't they choose to develop this deep story with her? Truth is, they have. Her sullen attitude is easily attributable to her stress disorder. Emotional numbness and depression are just two of the symptoms we can see on the surface. She has been fighting these feelings of absolute hopelessness and anger, just as she has been fighting countless enemies. With that in mind, it's not hard to imagine the reason, other than relatability, that Samus has been left a somewhat blank slate over the years. While she's had moments of immense strength in conquering her trauma, it's not as easy as it sounds. Stress disorders can attack at any time. While often the result of being put into stress-induced situations, we have to look at the life of Samus for this. She's been constantly living in stressful situations, so it takes a lot to push her to the breaking point. Let's explore this a bit. When she fought Ridley in every occasion chronologically before Super Metroid, she had seen Ridley escape or disappear, knowing that each time he disappeared, he would eventually show up again, albeit altered, improved. So in Super Metroid, she has a more angered reaction. She's fed up and scared and just wants it to be over. She doesn't show her fear here because she's trained not to let fear conquer her. Her PTSD from childhood has slowly started to go away over time, in the sense that she can work around it now. But seeing Ridley here, again, after defeating his most powerful Omega Ridley form, floods her with rage. Rage for what she has been through for the years she's been the Samus we know. So this time, she vows to completely destroy him and make sure his remains cannot be put back together. She fights him as she would, but with such ferocity that she finishes the fight by breaking apart his body in an explosion, and watches as Ridley disintegrates into ash. He is dead. Finally. Then, she completes her mission and kills Mother Brain too. And to make sure that these ghosts of her past can't come back, she destroys the entire planet. What ash was left of Ridley is now gone, erased from existence. She is relieved. There is no possible way for him ever to come back. She is free. She can finally relax. That is, until Other M. Which, on a side note here, I am not defending Other M as a great game. It was okay, not good, but not bad either. But it fell into some tired tropes of science fiction that have been explored time and time again, while neglecting some of the aspects that could have been explored but were left hollowed out points that ultimately just weakened Samus's characters in the eyes of many of those in the audience. What I do say is that we get some nice glimpses of the story. Other M starts to flesh out Samus's character in a very cinematic way, and true, it could have been used to explore her psyche much better, but oh well, that's what we're doing here now. Anyway, back to the issue of Other M. Why would we see her PTSD resurface after so many years? And how does that make her a stronger character? Well, through the time between Zero Mission and the end of Super Metroid, it was always her anger pushing her on. She always knew Ridley was still out there in some aspect, which caused her anger and a thirst for vengeance. Though not as crazy as that makes her sound, she's not falling to the dark side or anything, because the Chozo had thought of this and also trained her to use that anger and focus it, turning it into greater power for her suit. Though, having to confront Ridley in Zero Mission brings back the trauma and causes her to hesitate in the beginning. But with Ridley still out there somewhere, she never truly conquers it and never truly gets over it. But she does get better because she can accept that she's now strong enough to face the monster who she couldn't years ago. That is, until Super Metroid, as we've discussed. Now in Super Metroid, she conquers her PTSD because she realizes she's stronger than the enemy she's been chasing, and defeats him for good. It's only until Other M that we see her succumb to the hesitation and trauma again, but it makes sense. Samus had obliterated her source of PTSD, only to have it revived by the same people who she allied with in the past. She thought she was safe from it, and she let her emotional guard relax, only to leave it open. So seeing as this is the situation, it's easy to understand why Samus would relive her past trauma here. She thought she was strong enough to rid the universe of her parents' and planet's murderer. But yet again, even though she completely disintegrated his remains, he's back to kill her. Same thing with Mother Brain to a lesser extent. So, now with her once again destroying Ridley and Mother Brain, she finally realizes, for real this time, that no matter if they come back to life, she is cemented as the great equalizer, and she has the strength to take on these threats no matter how many times they return. But I've neglected to talk about Metroid Fusion until this point, and there's a big reason for that, aside from being the last in the timeline, that is. Fusion is the true ending to Samus's fight with PTSD, and while I'll briefly cover the Neo Ridley appearance, just look at the biggest antagonist in the game, S.A.X. It's Samus, but not only is it Samus, no, it's Samus in her strongest form from her past. Back to Neo Ridley for a moment. When we see Ridley for the first time, his body crumbles. Why is this? Considering Ridley has been such a big nemesis for her, why would we be given Ridley only to watch him crumble to dust at the infection from an X-parasite? Well, it goes back to S.A.X. This is her biggest fight because it is her demons come to life. While a similar argument could be made about the Phazon Samus from the Prime series, S.A.X. represents a much more experienced Samus. Even the Neo Ridley fight doesn't give us our old boss, but an exaggerated version of him. While this could be explained away as the X-Parasite trying to evolve Ridley and make him a more deadly adversary, it's more than that. It's a pretty clear example of symbolism, in that through the X-Parasite, we see Samus facing almost a nightmarish form of her deadliest boss. And in the same vein, she faces her form, twisted into S.A.X. S.A.X. and Neo Ridley are both there to represent her inner demons and her fears. For most of the game, Samus has to run away from S.A.X., much like she has to run away from her trauma, or it would kill her, at least in her earlier adventures. But she does finally face S.A.X. She finally faces her demons head-on. This is important because this is what many real-world soldiers have to go through when dealing with PTSD. Though on the subject of Samus, it is downplayed for the need to tell a more concise story. This is still representative of the fight sufferers go through, though. The way people deal with and get past PTSD is very similar to the situations presented in Fusion. They spend so long running away, but finally, they turn around and accept that this is a part of their life that they have to deal with. And though the struggle is hard and takes a lot out of you, if you can take down these demons from your past, you are free to become a much wholer person. Much like we see happen in the final boss fight of Metroid Fusion. Alone, both the Samus who faced her demons and the demons in the form of S.A.X. fall short in fighting the Metroid. It is only when Samus finally accepts that this is a part of her she has to deal with on occasion that she's elevated to a much stronger fighter. It is unfortunate that these things happen to us, but once they do, all we can do is accept what has happened and get up to fight on. There are struggles, and there is pain in life. For some, there is more. For some, there is less. The important lesson is that we all keep going forward and live. Samus faced her PTSD in Other M, and finally accepted her struggle in Metroid Fusion. And this is why she's a much stronger character because of her depiction with PTSD. Because we all know someone who is struggling, or we may be that person ourselves. Samus shows us that we may not always be at our strongest, but if we push ourselves to get past our struggles, we can always keep moving, living, and ever improving.
Metroid, one of the better series that Nintendo has produced, but with so many games and multiple different developers, what is the true story and what isn't? Or at least, what is canon and what is an alternate timeline? It's not a huge amount, but there has been a tiny bit of controversy about whether or not Metroid Prime is canon, and the same goes for Metroid Other M. And with a new Prime having just been announced, I decided to take a look at this controversy to get to the bottom of it. So setting up the timeline based on in-game dates, the first is Metroid, and the remake Zero Mission. And then we have Metroid Prime, Hunters, Echoes, Corruption, Federation Force, Return of Samus, Super Metroid, Metroid Other M, and Metroid Fusion. So, wait, what is canon in this scenario? I'm glad you asked. Well, canon in normal terms means what is officially part of the story and what isn't. So that weird fanfic you wrote about Samus going on a crossover adventure with Thomas the Tank Engine, that is not canon. It's a made-up story that doesn't affect the actual canon story. Normally, canon is a part of the story that is made by the original creators or people that the creators have entrusted with the story. So, wait, why are people even arguing about this? They are all official games published by Nintendo, right? They all have the Nintendo seal of approval. Well, this conflict stems from one really big thing called fans. Fans of the Metroid series seem to be mixed on whether Prime is canon or not, that being part of the same universe, and the same goes for Metroid Other M. And there are of course a number of reasons for this. For example, what if the official story contradicts itself? Or what if they sourced a different company to write the story? Would it still be canon? That's what we are discussing today. So what do I mean when I say the Prime series? Well, it's all of the Metroid games with the Prime subtext. So we have Metroid Prime, Metroid Prime 2 Echoes, Metroid Prime Hunters, Metroid Prime 3 Corruption, Metroid Prime Federation Force, and now Metroid Prime 4. Two of the Metroid Prime games, Hunters and Federation Force, are written and developed by different parties than the other three. As such, some people say that Hunters and Federation Force may not be part of the Prime storyline due to how little they interact and fit in, and the fact that they were made by different studios. Though there are some instances where their stories do intertwine and help them tie into the same universe, but it's mainly tiny tidbits and text logs. Metroid Prime Hunters is a self-encompassing game that starts and ends within its own duration, but we can see that the stories do intertwine as seen at the end of Prime 3, which was made by the development team Retro Studios. During the special ending, you can see a mysterious ship that resembles the character Sylux. Sylux is a character that was first introduced in Metroid Prime Hunters. It was theorized for quite some time by fans that this was his ship, the Delano 7, or some variation of his ship. But that was not confirmed until E3 2015, when Kensuke Tanabe, one of the producers of the Prime series, stated that it was in fact Sylux the Bounty Hunter. That may integrate Hunters into the continuity, but what about Federation Force? Well, Sylux again is theorized to have an appearance at the end of Federation Force during a special ending where you are able to see what many believe to be his shoulder pad while stealing a Metroid while attaching. So now we know that the Prime series is at least the same self-contained universe, and the way Samus acts in each is at least similar. So we ask the question, is Metroid Prime canon to the other Metroids? Let's start out with the biggest issue with Prime's canon status. The games weren't created by R&D1 or directed by Sakamoto, Samus's daddy. So that, to me, is a major ding. A game not written by the original creators? Well, boom, there you go, it's not canon, right? Well, if we go based off of that, then the only games that are true canon would be the ones made by R&D1. So we have Metroid, Metroid 2, Super Metroid, and Metroid Fusion. That's less than half of the Metroid games. Sakamoto may have been one of the directors of Other M, but the game itself was made by Team Ninja, a completely different team than R&D1. The next big issue is that Sakamoto has never been firm on whether or not the Prime series is canon, even saying that they are almost an alternative or a guide-in to the Primeless Metroids, which means to him they are like a side story or a tale. In 2010, Nintendo published a magazine for Mario's 25th anniversary, and it included an article interviewing Sakamoto, where, when asked about the Prime Trilogy's canon status, he stated, "We wanted to explore Metroid's possibilities as a subjective, first-person action game." A member of Nintendo mentioned Retro, a studio that had great experience in this field. I didn't participate a lot in these games. I supervised that they maintained the essence of the franchise, but we gave them a lot of liberty with the plot. In fact, I have always seen the story of the Primes as an alternative, and not integrated in the story of the other Metroids. That's the reason they had total liberty when creating it. And they made Samus different, tougher. In this and other interviews on the subject, he is clearly distancing himself and the mainline Metroid IP away from the Prime games, stating that he let the developer, Retro, have almost full reign of the direction and plot of these games to create their own story with Samus. The creator saying that a game was seen as an alternative or non-integrated into the rest of the series is the final nail in the coffin for Prime's canon. Generally speaking, the Word of God rule goes. where the original story creator has total say over the story's canon, including retconning previous things so that current plot points make sense. So really now, there should be no debate on this, right? Well, not exactly. You see, the Prime series was very well received by the Western audiences, and is seen as almost superior to the other releases. Also, there really isn't anything in the Prime series that would totally contradict Samus's character or her motivations. Even the lore and plot details all fit snugly into Metroid overall. I don't see Prime as being strictly non-canon, but if the creator said that it's more of an alternative story, then perhaps it is canon, at least for now. But not in the last Metroid storyline, thanks to Other M. And this leads right into the next point, that some say that Prime is the true canon, and Metroid Other M is the non-canon one. So, is Metroid Other M canon? In Metroid Other M, we see Sakamoto's disdain. There are almost no mentions of Prime or any of the events in Prime, almost as if the storylines are separate. Or because someone didn't like the Prime series, because Prime did better than his own. Other M at multiple points even contradicts Prime's storyline, or simply ignores Prime's events. Some fans state that the things Samus does in Other M is so out of character for her that it simply can't be true canon. We see her go from a solo, silent, alien-murdering machine that answers to no one like a tough bounty hunter would, to a warm, overly sympathetic person that follows orders to the point of not using certain weapons unless authorized by someone she doesn't exactly have to listen to anyway.
Adam hadn't authorized it.
This is obviously a gameplay restriction, unlike every other Metroid where she just loses her abilities at the beginning. Though this has been defended by some who state that she is following protocol and regulations out of respect for her old acting commanding officer. We also see a Samus that has a less powerful emotional wall. She gives in to her PTSD as shown in my other video. Though, this does make her a stronger character. Again, details in that video, I really recommend it. But this game does give us a lot of backstory to Samus through flashbacks, which helps reaffirm its canon by showing flashbacks to previous elements of her story found in previous Metroids. Notably though, none of these flashbacks are in any of the Prime games, despite all of them taking place before. In fact, Other M's story goes as far as to directly contradict Metroid Prime 3's story. After Samus defeats the Grub Mass, she says, "It was the first joint mission I'd been a part of since becoming a freelance bounty hunter. And of course, it was the first time since my Federation days that I was following the orders of a commanding officer." Samus, as a freelance bounty hunter, was working for the Federation during the events of Prime 3. They hired her to clear a computer virus from their Aurora units. Then, again in the more recent title, Federation Force, she is hired by the Federation to find the Doomseye. And all of this happens before the events of Other M. We have another problem during Metroid Fusion, when it introduces the bioweapons plot point, which causes two problems. One, Samus is shown working for or with the Federation in Fusion, despite her negative experiences with them in Other M. This is not explained, and thus creates a huge plot hole. Counterpoint, although she's shown working for the BSL specifically, which appears to be a privately run company not run by the Federation. Counterpoint, then again, there are many data points where it states the Weapon X program is Federation property. But this is found out after you embark on your mission, with Samus's ultimate decision to blow the station up, which would go with her character of hating the use and development of bioweapons. The second problem is that Samus does not mention or hint at any of the experiences from Other M in Fusion, nor is there anything explaining why she wouldn't. The only connection point that Fusion does have to Other M is the ship's AI, which is renamed by Samus to Adam, a previous commander she had, the same one in Other M. This could have been the Other M developers using this as a chance to try to link the story into the other game. Unfortunately, this was most likely caused just by the fact that Fusion was made in 2002, and Other M was made in 2010. So the developers were forced to use what was available to them from Fusion, making Adam was the only real point that they could expand upon, using the ship's AI as a basis for his personality. Notably, this showcases one of many plot holes that exist because they made the games out of sync. Super Metroid, a game which came out in 1994, is the third to last entry in the timeline, with the only events taking place after are the ones that are seen in Fusion, produced in 2002, and Other M, which was made in 2010. The latest game that has been made is Metroid Federation Force, published in 2016, with its location being pretty much in the middle. And this leapfrogging all over the place is likely the main cause of issues regarding continuity. But then again, you could always try harder in writing your story to make sure it doesn't directly contradict itself multiple times all because of one game. One other conflicting thing in Other M was the statement that the Federation had to use genetic manipulation to take out the vulnerability to cold in Metroids. But this trait is actually explained in Metroid 2, as they already lose this naturally, through metamorphosis. Some fans also point out how strange it is that the space pirates from Other M are able to recreate Mother Brain, despite it being insanely advanced yet lost Chozo organic computer technology. Another plot hole fans frequently use to make the game non-canon is, why does Samus freak out at Ridley even though she's killed him like a bazillion times? Well, we've gone over this in that video that I mentioned earlier. It does make a bit of overall narrative sense, but still, there are plenty of other problems that Other M causes that messes with canon and continuity, but listing them all would take too long, and I'm sure by now you get the idea. There are quite a few big holes and tiny details that Other M gets wrong. But if you were to remove Other M from the canon of the entire timeline, suddenly all of those big holes and tiny details that are wrong disappear. The real big question is, where are the events that transpired within Samus's character? With Other M, what even is Samus's character anymore? Well, we should start by getting a baseline of classic non-Prime games, so that includes Metroid, Metroid 2, and Super Metroid. But these are quite old, and really the surface plot of these games was, shoot Metroids, you're a bounty hunter! Unless you digged into the lore through text logs in the manual, they lacked a lot of story elements. And considering that a lot of people don't dig, it's easy to say that Other M's Samus isn't the same Samus, and the same can go for the Prime Samus. Plus, in games where you play a silent protagonist, it's hard to keep the continuity smooth when you start to add in backstory and self-motive, like they started in Fusion, with Samus actually stating opinions and such. And they built upon this character they created in Other M. They gave a voice to an otherwise silent character. That's like if Link started to boast his opinion on pots or started to talk about how much he hated the dongos. It just wouldn't be the same. People would like the character less. It'd be miserable even.
The baby, and the baby, or the baby, of the baby, or the baby. Babies cry, the babies cry. Adam, 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 Adam.
Samus.
Let's look at the games in order of release date and look at the character of Samus through that context. First, we have Metroid in 1986. In this rendition, we get a Samus that takes no prisoners and wipes out the Metroid threat after being hired by the Federation. There really isn't much in terms of personality development, as the character was still new and games were very different back then. It wasn't even until finishing the game that you even realized Samus was a woman even. In Metroid 2, Return of Samus, which was released in 1992, we get a Samus that has bested the pirates once, and now is on a mission to finish off the last of the Metroids on a new planet after many Federation teams were lost. She finds a lone baby Metroid that she is unable to bring to an end, showing that she has compassion or a maternal instinct to some extent.
The baby.
In Super Metroid from 1994, we get an intro narrative that explains that she left the baby Metroid with science officers only to later find out that Ridley kidnapped the Metroid and destroyed the science station. She confronts the pirate boss once again. During her adventure, she finds the baby Metroid, but now it has grown. The Metroid attacks, but stops just short of killing her. This shows that she isn't all-powerful and has limits. She then faces Mother Brain and almost loses until the baby, who's adult now, returns and drains power from Mother Brain and grants Samus the power. In doing this, the baby is destroyed by Mother Brain, but then Samus uses all the power that she gained to destroy Mother Brain and even the entire planet. This shows that Samus feels for the loss of the Metroid that had imprinted on her, and shows that she is prone to fury and rage. After some time, Fusion comes out in 2002, where she is sent to a research facility by the Federation to explore a distress signal. She then gets attacked by the X-Parasites and winds up being fused with what little Metroid DNA the Federation had at the time, during which she talks, or rather writes log entries about her new ship AI, which she later names Adam, as the computer reminds her of one of her previous commanding officers from when she worked as a Federation soldier. This gives us a glimpse at her backstory, explaining that she was once part of the Federation, and what kind of character this Adam was. The beginning of the Metroid manga was released the same year, and this also goes deep into Samus's origin story, including more info and backstory about Adam. At the very end of Fusion, Samus finds out that the Federation is going to use the last of the Metroid DNA of her baby Metroid she had lost in the previous game as a bioweapon. So she, along with her ship's AI, decide to go directly against Federation orders and detonates the space station, eliminating all life on it and the planet it collides with, thus ending the X-Parasite and Metroid species, except for herself, as she now contains human, Chozo X, and Metroid DNA. From just these base games that most of all fans agree are canon, we have an efficient killing machine that has wiped out ecosystems and uses all the tools as they are gifted to her by Chozo mentors. Yet, at the same time, we see that she is human and can love or has a maternal instinct and emotions. She just doesn't show them most of the time. We also see that she can channel her anger and rage to do monstrous things like destroy planets. And as a side note, these games all follow one story. The story about the Metroids, wiping them out completely, save one, and then that one dies too. We could dub this the last Metroid story arc. And now that we have a baseline for her, we can compare her to the other games. So how do the supposedly non-canon games change her character, and are they plausible enough? In Prime, the storyline is rather contained in each game, with a small overarching story. We are Samus, a strong silent type that destroys Meta Ridley with little hesitation, just like in the previous games. During the events of Prime, she is out for her own vengeance and personal mission. In Prime Echoes, she is a caring person that attempts to help a race in need of urgent help against a dark adversary. There is not much in terms of character deviation than what we've established. This game is self-closing except for a few details, such as Dark Samus still surviving. After Echoes is Corruption, where we see Samus fall victim to Phazon corruption. We see in this story that she can feel emotion, which is shown when she heads to Elysia, where she mourns the loss of the hunters. We see a weaker Samus, but one that eventually overcomes her weaknesses. When Retro Studios made the Prime series, they made sure to never step on any toes. They made safe games. It doesn't make Samus anything more or less than what she already was established as being. She stayed a powerful bounty hunter that always gets the job done. In fact, it's so safe really that even if Prime wasn't canon, the only thing that makes it non-canon is Other M, and the possible feelings of one of Metroid's directors. So if Other M is the only big reason Prime can't be canon, then how about Other M? Here we are shown a Samus that is not an emotionless killing machine. We see her softer side, almost to a fault, during every event of the game and flashbacks. We find a Samus that follows orders from someone who no longer has authority over her, not utilizing key weapons and abilities to ensure the safety of her team, that she only occasionally interacts with in the first place. Also, as a gameplay mechanic, but still. It also shows Samus working with others and not solo. The father figure she looks up to, Adam, is further built upon in this game. This game was very big in terms of character change. It also added a lot of backstory, but interestingly, while this backstory has multiple inconsistencies with Prime primarily, it also doesn't work out too well with other Metroid titles' continuity either. But remember that manga I mentioned that came out at the same time as Fusion? That manga goes even further into Samus's backstory and explores Adam and the Federation even more too. But the manga also adapted and changed multiple things about her previous adventures in Metroid and Metroid 2. Interestingly, these adaptations wind up working with Other M. So what is the true canon? Well, the fact is that both are canon, you nerds. Calm down. Just because the creator said or because the game is not as good doesn't make them any less canon. I mean, this happens all the time. Take Sir Conan Arthur Doyle's character Sherlock Holmes. Doyle was so tired of this character after so many books that he planned for Sherlock to come to an end during his final battle with Moriarty, and he does. He falls off a cliff and dies, thus ending Sherlock Holmes' story. But the fans hated this so much, to the point that Doyle was receiving multiple death threats. You think death threats on the internet are shallow. Now imagine death threats with written letters being sent to you, and people in person. And after so much fan backlash and disdain, he, albeit reluctantly, brought his character back in a book that just continues the story, and never mentions Sherlock's death or the final battle at all. So, what's canon? Did he die, or is he still alive? Well, that's up to you, the reader, to decide if it's within your suspension of disbelief. Similarly, it's up to you, the Metroid fan, to decide what is canon and what isn't for you. The argument normally stems from one fan saying that the game they like is better, so the others should be disregarded. But can't we all just like the story, ignoring plot holes and incongruencies? Mistakes like that just happen all the time. I believe that they are both canon, but are separate stories. The Prime series is just that. The Prime series. Or as another way you could put it is, the Prime arc. It is its own enclosed story or stories, mostly made by the same developers with an end goal. It's not to say that they aren't canon to the non-Prime games, they are just their own story, separate from the last Metroid story that the other games follow. They both have different adventures, different stories to tell. It's just like how we have chapters in our lives, and some chapters, like middle school, happen to be completely encompassed by other chapters, like our childhood.
The new abilities that Samus gains in the latest Metroid games seem quite powerful. In fact, I would say some even make her insanely overpowered outside of game mechanics. Hidden deep within the Chozo complex, I find myself awed at the great temples we get to experience. Within each temple, there is a large statue that bears the symbol of the ability that is held within. You are then presented with a large bird's mouth that, once you morph ball into, swallows you whole. Kinky. Now placed into a new area, but equipped with a new ability, you need to escape by using it to figure out the next puzzle. These new Aeion abilities in order are Scan Pulse, Lightning Armor, Beam Burst, and Phase Shift. All clearly abilities of science fiction, but just how fictional are they? And how would such abilities work? Let's find out today on Noggin. Metroid Samus Returns is an excellent game, and I hope Nintendo continues making more Metroidvanias like this. But those 4 new abilities of hers, they are nice and very helpful, so let's get to explaining them. But first, what even is Aeion? Well, it's complicated. So let's wait until we need to explain it to explain an ability. For now, just know that Aeion is the power source of these abilities. A sort of battery. The Scan Pulse ability is the first of the new Aeion abilities that Samus has at her disposal. This ability is pretty straightforward. You activate the pulse and it fills your map with a grayed out silhouette of rooms around Samus. It also highlights breakable blocks for about 5 to 10 seconds. This ability is a godsend when you find yourself lost or just plain stumped on where you need to go. Anything to prevent you from breaking immersion and looking up a walkthrough, really. This Scan Pulse is rather tame in comparison to the other abilities we see Samus obtain. So tame that it can be explained with today's technology, in fact. Currently, our similar technology is called STI, or Subterranean Target Identification, created by Silicon Graphics Incorporated, also known as SIG. Man, these guys love acronyms. The technology uses sound waves to create a profile of the ground. You start with some sort of loud sound like an explosion, and the microphones pick up the sound waves as they pulsate and bounce around underground. And the software then creates a profile. The technology is mainly used to find oil, but has recently been used to help military personnel in finding bunkers and hidden tunnels. The same application that our favorite bounty hunter uses it for. Hers, though, seems to be based on a loud ping instead of an explosion, with her suit's computer system creating a visual representation of the weakened, breakable blocks, and her map is updated with some vital information as well, but still it's not a full map. Rather, it's the computer making estimates about where things are. But as of now, it cannot confirm it 100%. Though for the sake of gameplay mechanics, it is 100%, but you know what I mean. So Samus's Scan Pulse is 100% possible even with today's tech, so who's to say it wouldn't be a viable piece of tech in the future? I mean, cell phones and airplanes were considered sci-fi at one point too. Next up is her Lightning Armor. This ability is the second one that you obtain and is described in-game as a protective electric barrier. This armor protects you from almost anything in-game as long as you have enough Aeion energy. There are 2 things that I found still hurt you anyway, however. And those are the purple fluid and the red crystals, but those are mainly used to stop you from progressing in the game too far. You need to lower the fluid by finishing off Metroids, and the red crystals are to keep you out of certain areas without using certain abilities to get there. Game mechanics, am I right? Other than that though, the Lightning Armor protects you from everything. It also powers up your melee and melee counter to a much larger swipe.
This seems quite straightforward too. The suit dips into the Aeion energy to create a high voltage current around the suit. Anything that touches this current would instantly be shocked. Hence why it's so nice to jump through those swarms of annoying bats. I hate them! But full protection just from electricity all around you, that seems a little far-fetched. Well, some American supercruisers state that they have an electric armor defense grid that disrupts missiles' ion jets and controls them slightly, to force them to miss, thus protecting the ship's hull. But in Metroid, one of the most common times you use this ability is to get through patches of thorns adorned with red flowers. These patches seem to sap Samus's energy extremely quickly for just bramble pushes. But when you roll through them with your lightning armor on, they seem to try and escape from the shock. Great, more sentient alien plants. It seems that this defensive armor follows the old adage, a good offense is a great defense. This explains why non-organic objects like liquid and the crystals still hurt Samus when she touches them, as they don't retract or pull away from the shock. In a way, this armor acts like an invisible electric fence. Organic things don't want to touch it, and they get tased just before hitting Samus. And as for other things that it protects that wouldn't necessarily be sentient like the drops of acid, well, the electricity simply zaps and evaporates it. And this plays right into the additional ability that the lightning armor grants, the melee ability increase. One swipe is able to eradicate a huge swarm of bats or small creatures, and gives a large increase to the range of the counter. Simply because lightning energy is all around you, and swinging your arms moves that lightning ability around you because, well, your arm is part of you. Science is pretty interesting. The third ability you receive is the Beam Burst. This is also a welcomed ability, especially after those pesky automated turrets show up, as they take an immense amount of damage before they blow. The Beam Burst boosts her arm cannon's power to new heights, letting you fire much faster automatically, saving your thumb from fatigue. This ability is rather straightforward and acts as a separate beam. Once you activate the ability, your gun glows and you lose the ability to swap between your normal beam and ice beam. You are still able to swap to your grapple beam, however, for those quick getaways. The new beam is orange in color and does not affect your rockets. The beam also boosts damage of whatever beam you currently have. Once you get the plasma beam, this upgrade boosts your gun to the maximum damage it can be naturally. And Samus's gun seems to be based off of an energy beam weapon, so it's possible that if you simply add more Aeion juice, the gun will be stronger. There are only a few ways to make a laser more powerful, either changing the wavelength or the output power. With the added Aeion energy, the gun is sent into an overdrive mode, where it fires much faster and at a stronger damage output. Simple stuff. You add more power to a thing that's based on power, and it gets more powerful. And it makes a lot more sense after we explain Aeion energy more clearly. But first, the final ability is the one that I found myself using more in boss fights than in puzzles. It's the Phase Shift ability. This ability is one of the more insane abilities that Samus gains from this new title. Phase Shift is a pretty intense name too, and one that actually helps give us some insight into what this ability does. It seems to slow down time to where you're able to run across the unstable blocks that would normally break apart the instant you step on them. They still break, of course, but at a much slower pace. This ability slows down time for everything but the user, by using ridiculously large amounts of Aeion energy. So, time manipulation. Now that's one humans still haven't quite figured out. So to start with this, we need to explain what Aeion energy could be. Aeion has had a few different definitions throughout history. Many of these definitions don't quite fit in line with how the energy is being used so far though. Some of its definitions are 1 billion years, while others make it mean life or vitality. But in Gnosticism, the word Aeion means a supreme being or a universal ability. And that could explain how she is able to overload her already destructive beam weapons along with the energy to create an electric field able to shock any creature that comes in contact. The proverbial power of the Chozo gods, or god, is gifted to our heroine through its high energy.
And what are gods to a super spiritual yet scientifically advanced race? Well, some people theorize that a fourth or higher dimensional being would be the equivalent of a god to us. Perhaps the Chozo found a fourth dimensional entity with all of their spiritual power and were able to make contact and gain the Aeon's power. This brings me to how Samus is able to manipulate time. It's hard for humans to perceive the fourth dimension, as we are stuck in the third dimension, where time is difficult to perceive as a constant. But a fourth dimensional being would not be tied to time, at least not our definition of it. So it is possible that the Chozo received or finally gained an understanding to manipulate time through their contact with a fourth dimensional being. Instead of time travel, which has many problems leading to it being very improbable to possibly even impossible, time manipulation is much more reasonable, much like how gliding is much more reasonable than flying back in the 1800s. With time manipulation, it seems that Samus drifts into a different phase or into a different plane in between the third and fourth dimensions, where she is then able to manipulate or slow time down thanks to her new perspective. Or alternatively, it could just be that Aeon energy simply overcharges her brain and allows her to process information and send commands to her suit much faster, creating an effect that looks as if the world is moving in slow motion, but really it's just her mind is going double the speed. Much like the Flash in the DC universe, he is able to process information at inhuman speeds, therefore he is able to act out his motions and take fractions of seconds to do things that would normally take us forever. Either way, it's cool though. I'm leaning a bit more towards that first possibility though, since the Chozo are a very spiritually inclined race. And they built the suit, in case you didn't know. So with all of her new abilities more or less explained, I can chime in now on how ridiculous these seem at start, but once you really look at them, they start to make sense. The scan pulse is even used today, with the other abilities not too far off of our real science. Her lightning armor is rather crude and could run into some difficulties though. Like when touching water, it should defuse her charge. In fact, her walking could even break the surface unless her feet are isolated from the current. Her burst beam is a nice complement to her already strong weaponry, and then her final ability, Phase Drift, is pretty powerful, granting her what could easily be perceived as a superpower. I guess you could say that Metroid is no stranger to power creep. And now I just can't wait for the next game when we'll lose all these abilities and gain them all back again.
Hello and welcome to the Stanley Parable Aperture Theory video. If you have not yet played the Stanley Parable or the Portal games, I suggest you click the door to avoid spoilers. If you have played the Stanley Parable or simply don't care being the rogue you are, then allow the video to continue. I'll give you 10 seconds to decide your path. Well, I'd say that was 10 seconds, right? Alright, let's get this adventure started. The Stanley Parable. This meta journey without any real genre to define it seems to have an infinite amount of direction, and in the same sense could take place in any time, location, or plane of existence. But what if I told you, dear viewer, that the Stanley Parable takes place in a very specific place? That it were part of something far greater? What if I told you that the Stanley Parable took place in Aperture Labs? Yes, what if I said that this supposed model of moldable anonymity simply takes place several feet above the antics of Chell and GLaDOS?
Aperture Science. We do what we must because we can.
This is the motto of Aperture Science Laboratories, which was started by Cave Johnson as Aperture Fixtures in 1947. Originally a shower curtain manufacturer, their first documented foray into science was not until 1968, and well, let's just say it all went downhill from there. After the power shift at Aperture Labs and a few changes to policy, the scientific research facility mainly does one thing: tests. What sort of tests, you ask? Well, despite most of them being based around the use of the portal gun, if you look into it deeper, you'll see that in many cases, the tests are not at all about the use of any technology, but psychological tests, toying with human emotion and sanity, all in the name of science. And this is where, dear adventurers, our true theorizing begins. This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley is a man without identity beyond his name. He is an entity with the sole purpose of being tested, the sole purpose of being convinced. You see, what I'm getting at is that the entirety of the Stanley parable is an aperture science test, all for the purpose of convincing your generic average Joe Stanley into thinking his life is a game. Now, I suppose it's time to bring some evidence in to support this wild claim. Oh no, not one of these. It's not even reading off a disk. Why does it need constant loading screens? There we go. Well, as said earlier, it seems like the tests are more psychological tests rather than ones based solely around testing the portal gun. Many of them take inspiration from old US military tests, such as those involving subjects gaining an obsession, even a relationship with an inanimate object after prolonged isolation, an experiment conducted using everyone's favorite polyhedral assigned best friend, the weighted companion cube. The very idea of Aperture conducting any sorts of psychological tests on its subjects is not even a little bit unlikely. One of the most seminal quotes from the mentally unstable founder, Cave Johnson.
Science isn't about why, it's about why not.
This quote and a few others alongside the true nature of GLaDOS and Cave's obvious loose moral standards for his own facility, plus the sheer size of Aperture, suggests that other tests were conducted in the facility. With the added information about the companion cube, it would make perfect sense for the previously suggested psychological tests to take place. Now, what tests would these be? Well, they would most likely be a rather quirky, specific, detailed subject. They would probably have a pristine and uniform look, but with a makeshift appearance in some parts, revealing how broken down Aperture really is. It would most likely be led around by cause, so a strong, curious narration. And most of all, it would be designed to deceive. The twisted nature of the facility, especially after GLaDOS's hostile takeover, would probably have some grand trick, a scheme, a slice of cake, so to speak, but on a far more primary scale. What if you could take somebody and convince them that life was a game, simply by manipulating their environment, utilizing the cause and the bland look of Aperture? The final bit of information, the conclusion to further my point and make you truly see, is that when you eventually exploit flaws in the system and make the narration core, narrator mad, he places you in a place far more obvious. You are brought to the heart of Aperture, the belly of the beast. As soon as you are in the portal testing facility, the personality of the narrator changes drastically. His voice deepens as he becomes sadistic, even cruel. And this quote, this seals the deal. You, trapped in a glass box with no way out, listening to me talk. It's inspired. I couldn't have done it any better myself. A loyal call, becoming more like GLaDOS as he gets closer and closer to her, becoming more corrupt as he gets closer to power. Don't you see? It's a trick, a mind game. The game itself is a hellish mind. This is the story of a man without any identity beyond his name. This is a story of a man named Stanley.
The Gravity Hammer. A highly powered alien hammer that manipulates gravity to kill a fully armored Spartan in one swing. But how? In the Halo games, there are many alien species that make up the Covenant. One in particular are the Brutes. These Planet of the Apes knockoffs have their own arsenal of weapons, the strongest one being the Gravity Hammer. This thing is powerful. being able to send a 1,000-pound Spartan flying. The hammer uses some kind of generator to emit a field of gravity when it's swung. Halo does take place in the future, and gravity manipulation could be possible, but the brutes are not the most intelligent of species, usually resorting to brute tactics. So for them to figure out how to manipulate gravity is a bit of a long shot. You could say that the hammers were upgraded to gravity hammers by the more intelligent members of the Covenant like the Elites or the Prophets, but the oldest gravity hammer was created long before the brutes even joined the Covenant, and it uses the same gravity technology. So how did these hulking monkeys figure out how to manipulate gravity? Like with the Needler, we'll first need to chart down all the weird things that happen with the weapon. Then we'll solve each of them separately. First, the hammer swings incredibly fast using thrusters on the back of it. The confusing thing here is, how does the hammer know when to use the thrusters? Second, when impacting a surface, a gravity shock wave pulses from the hammerhead, pushing everything around it back. Third, the Fist of Rukt, the first gravity hammer, can push and pull objects and humans towards it at the wielder's will. So first, let's cover the thrusters. This is a pretty simple explanation. Similar to the Needler, the gravity hammer might have a form of gyroscope inside of it. When the hammer is tilted at just the right angle, the thrusters will activate. In Halo 5, the idle animation for the hammer has you open the side of it and look inside, where there's this spinny thing that looks very similar to a gyroscope. But since the gravity generator is located here, it's most likely the gravity generator. But if you look closely at the gravity hammer, you can see wires running from the hammer down to the hilt. So if this spinny thing isn't the gyroscope, then the gyroscope is most likely located at the hilt. Gyroscopes are very, very tiny, or rather, they can be. Plus, it would be smarter to locate a delicate gyroscope away from the part that smashes into things all the time. And a final note on this bit, gravity hammers are manufactured by the Sacred Promissory, the same group that assemble the Needlers, so gyroscopes might be their go-to for switches. Now for that gravity shockwave. The activation is easy, it's the impact or sudden stop. Doing this would send a signal from the gyroscope to the gravity generator, which would activate a pulse. The shockwave isn't the hard part, as it apparently just uses gravity. But what if it doesn't? It would make a whole lot more sense for the gravity hammer to just use a shockwave, rather than actual gravity. Going on that, there are a few things the generator could be doing to achieve the shockwave effect. The first option is that the spinning device inside the hammer could spin fast enough to the point of a sonic boom. Now, I'm no physicist, so if this doesn't seem possible, then we'll just go with the usual aliens excuse. The other way that it could make a shockwave is from a large buildup of gas, like a super fart. If enough gas is built up and compressed inside the hammer and then released all at once, it could create a shockwave-like effect. That could explain the spinning device, as it would create some sort of vacuum. Again, the hammers are created by the same people who make the Needlers, so they also have experience working with gas, according to the other theory. But then there's that third thing, the third question of how the hammer pulls things toward it. We only ever see 3 brutes using the gravity pulling effect throughout the entire Halo franchise. Tartarus in Halo 2, the Brute Chieftain in the first Halo Wars, and Atriox from the upcoming Halo Wars 2. Since Tartarus has the most screen time, we'll use him as an example. In Halo 2, Tartarus uses his gravity hammer to pull Miranda Keyes towards him with what seems to be electricity. It takes a while for him to actually pull her towards him, like he's charging something. What I think makes sense is that he's charging the human with magnetism, similar to how you can make something magnetic by rubbing it against a magnet a few times. Perhaps just heavily magnetizing the small bits of iron that's in everyone's blood. Remember, we're dealing with highly advanced alien technology here, and Magneto did it that one time. His gravity hammer charges objects with magnetism, then reverses the polarity of his hammer to push or pull that object to or from him. This would explain why Tartarus was able to pull 343 Guilty Spark towards him with a much shorter charge than with Keyes, and how he pushed Arbiter very quickly. Arbiter and 343 Guilty Spark have tons of metal on them, which would absorb the magnetism much faster than any human body would. Still though, this is just a theory, so who knows, the Gravity Hammer could be using some alien space magic we don't know about. Or the brutes actually did figure out gravity secrets. I mean, look at Atriox, a brute known for being extremely intelligent. We really don't know the truth for sure, but it can't hurt to hunt for it, and that's what theory videos on the internet are all about. Pac-Man! This game is one of the oldest and most recognized video games in existence, with many achievements to its name. When Pac-Man came to America in 1985, the original arcade version seemed so simple. Would you believe me then if I told you that in fact, Pac-Man can be seen as the dramatic story of a restless hero fighting armies of invaders, and that this story has a dark ending? Let's take a peek below the surface. For those of you out there unfamiliar with this fantastic game, here is a brief description. As the player, you control Pac-Man. Your mission? Eat as many dots, power pellets, and fruits as possible. As you roam the maze-like levels, you'll be chased by 4 enemies: Blinky, Pinky, Inky, and Clyde. If Pac-Man runs into any of these enemies while vulnerable, you lose a life. If you run into the enemies right after eating a power pellet, on the other hand, you'll defeat them, eat them whole, and gain points. Though this only happens in the early levels, as later on, eating the power pellet only confuses the ghosts and doesn't make them eatable. And as soon as you eat 244 dots, you go on to the next level. Now that we have the basics out of the way, let's start to figure out what's going on here. In each level, the enemies have a stronghold in which Pac-Man cannot enter. When Pac-Man defeats an enemy, the eyes of the enemy rush back to the stronghold as quickly as possible, as if some essence was going back to be reincarnated. That seems odd, considering that Pac-Man just ate them. Speaking of which, the fact that Pac-Man defeats his enemies by eating them is also very strange. It could be symbolic, but perhaps the eating will make more sense, literally, as we figure out what's happening here. Another clue to consider is the fact that as soon as all of these dots are cleared from a level, the whole level flashes, causing the enemies to vanish and Pac-Man to move on to the next stage. Now, this next idea might seem quite random, even out of the blue, but it serves as a good starting point for understanding the story. There is a certain type of white blood cell called a macrophage, which defeats its enemies the same way Pac-Man does, by eating them. If Pac-Man were a macrophage, a lot of the game's elements would be explained as analogies for what happens when someone gets an infection. Invading microorganisms swarm the host, triggering the host's immune system to inflame the infected tissue and send in a number of white blood cells, including macrophages. The macrophages engulf the invaders, trapping them and breaking them down. Once an area of the body is cleared of infection, the macrophages and other white blood cells, such as memory cells, make their way back into the bloodstream to keep searching for infections. Meanwhile, the inflammation in the previously infected area goes away. Similarly, the dots would represent various antigens, small proteins that the immune system doesn't recognize as being made in the body. By clearing out both the antigens and the actual invading organisms, the dots and the enemies, Pac-Man, the macrophage, would stop the infection and move on to other infected areas. There are several major holes to fill here, even with the general idea of what's happening in each level taken care of. For example, what are the fruits? Well, it's hard to say, but since they only give points, not affecting any of the mechanics, they could just be another type of invading organism. After all, macrophages consume every type of microscopic invader. We could be a macrophage inside of someone that really likes fruit, and thus gets fruit stuff all inside of them, and then they stab themselves with a key. How about the power pellets? Is there some sort of chemical process that causes macrophages to aggressively target infectious agents? In fact, there are. You see, in order to keep all of the different immune system cells doing their jobs in the correct location at the correct time, certain immune system cells called T cells release chemical signals called lymphokines. The lymphokines tell the macrophage exactly where to go and give an impression of where the target is. Next, we have a topic that raises several complicated questions. What's happening with Blinky, Pinky, Inky, and Clyde? In this scenario, they're foreign invading microbes. So, is it possible to tell what kind? How could invading germs kill a macrophage? And perhaps most strangely, what is the stronghold they keep coming out of that Pac-Man cannot enter? First off, let's tackle the question of how infecting germs could kill a macrophage. There's actually a decent-sized list of illnesses caused by microorganisms that can successfully stop the macrophages from consuming them. Some bacteria and viruses release protein that negate the effects of the digestive chemicals made by the macrophages. Some protozoans shed their outermost layer and slip into the main body of the macrophage. Other bacteria have a special, nigh-impenetrable shell that the macrophage can't break down. In every one of these cases, the macrophage is destroyed once the invader inside replicates enough to burst the macrophage's cell membrane, which just so happens to fit the way Pac-Man dies. In a way, by answering our first question, we've gotten hints towards the answers of the other two. The diseases that invade macrophages are the best candidates for the enemies. The fact that they can invade cells brings up another interesting point. Could the stronghold in each level be a mass of infected cells harboring copies of the enemies? Absolutely. This matches with the previously mentioned flashing of the level, which can represent inflamed tissue returning to normal. All the walls are the walls of blood vessels. With all that in mind, we now turn to figuring out what illnesses Blinky, Pinky, Inky, and Clyde are. And I do mean illnesses, since despite looking similar in basic shape, their behavior gives away the fact that the four enemies are very different. Let's start with the enemy with the most recognizable pattern, Clyde. Clyde pursues Pac-Man until Pac-Man gets within a certain distance away from Clyde, at which point Clyde turns around and runs to the bottom left corner of the screen. Despite this avoidance, if Clyde collides with Pac-Man on his way to the bottom left corner, Pac-Man loses a life. Perhaps this avoidance isn't a fear response per se, but rather a regrouping effort in a more comfortable environment. This behavior most closely matches the infectious pattern made by tuberculosis. Just as an aside, even though tuberculosis is typically thought of as a disease that stopped being relevant in the far past, as of 2009, approximately a third of the world's population is estimated to have tuberculosis bacterial infections. Initial tuberculosis infections almost exclusively target the lungs. However, reactivated and chronic tuberculosis infections spread throughout the body. Despite this, tuberculosis microbes attempt to migrate back to the lungs where they can reproduce most easily. Similarly, Clyde heads for the bottom left corner of the screen. Next, let's look at Inky, the enemy with the most confusing attack pattern. In the game, Inky uses both Blinky's and Pac-Man's position to figure out where to go next. Attacks on Pac-Man by Inky are usually either incidental or caused by both Blinky and Inky being in close proximity to Pac-Man. It's almost as if Blinky empowers Inky by being nearby. More on that later. From this generalized pattern of infection and the empowerment from being in proximity with Blinky, Inky is most likely a form of Brucella. Brucella doesn't focus on infecting any particular tissue of the body, though it may be collected in the lymphatic system due to white blood cells carrying the bacteria to lymph nodes to be destroyed. And again, more on Blinky later. What of Pinky then? Pinky tries to ambush Pac-Man, targeting tiles which are 4 steps ahead of Pac-Man's current direction of movement. Due to this behavior, Pac-Man can inadvertently run into Pinky, yet Pinky isn't necessarily chasing Pac-Man. Not directly anyway. In this case, the best candidate for Pinky's identity is the protozoan which causes Chagas disease. Since Chagas protists passively invade the lymphatic system and blood, producing chemicals which allow them to easily invade and replicate within macrophages, but only when an uninfected macrophage happens to bump into the protist. It seems strange that all these admittedly unusual diseases have invaded the same individual. It's almost as if their immune system isn't working correctly. And that's exactly the problem. Whoever this game may be taking place in has, along with these 3 aforementioned diseases, another, much more serious condition. The one which Blinky represents. Blinky is the human immunodeficiency virus. Blinky's actions of doggedly pursuing Pac-Man directly at all times, and enabling Inky to act more aggressively, match the profile of HIV quite well. HIV, as is well known by now, directly attacks the immune system of whomever it infects. Along with that, a study on the relationship between Brucella and HIV, which took place in 2010, showed that those who are infected with HIV have 2.4 times the chance of developing a Brucella infection compared to those who don't have HIV. This study also shows that in people with both diseases, there are far fewer healthy white blood cells than in people with just one or the other. HIV and Brucella are more aggressive than if they are alone, just like Blinky and Inky. And now, we're almost done figuring out the details of the story of Pac-Man. There's only 2 more loose ends to figure out. What's going on when the eyes of the enemies head back to their stronghold, and what is the kill screen on level 256? It appears as if the stronghold is somehow sensing the enemy's defeat, and sending out a new copy of the enemy to roam the maze. Could an infectious disease somehow sense microbes dying to send out more? shockingly, they can. In the past, infections were treated as if they were a massive group of individual invaders attacking a host, with no particular pattern of attack. More recently, though, a whole new field of study has opened up, focusing on the abilities of individual microorganisms to communicate with each other. This is a phenomenon called quorum sensing. It has been shown in observations of diseases that quorum sensing allows infections to fortify strongholds and coordinate waves of attack on the host. And finally, we look to what served as, for many players, the end of Pac-Man. Level 256. In the original arcade version, players who proved their mettle by battling their way up to level 256 were in for a surprise. A bizarre split screen, one half normal, one half covered in a freakish matrix of corruption. Due to this corruption, a large number of the dots were wiped from the level, leaving only 9 of them in the corrupted half of the screen. Because of this, it is impossible to collect the necessary 244 dots in the corrupted level, meaning the only choice left for the player is game over. The corruption of level 256, while unintentional on the game maker's part, also serves as another part of the story. Another terrible trend regarding the health of people who have HIV is the fact that a far higher percentage of them end up getting many types of cancer, most of which are fatal. This is due to not only the person's immune system being overtaxed by the chronic infection and unable to focus on destroying cancerous cells, but also the fact that the HIV can trigger cells to become cancerous when it invades them and starts manipulating the cell's DNA. The corruption on level 256 is a cancerous tumor, too twisted and malformed to fix. Pac-Man, the macrophage, the immune system cell, having fought so desperately to defeat the 4 invading diseases, meets his match in this corruption and perishes, leading not only to game over for him, but also the person he tried so hard to defend. And yet, there is hope. You see, in the original Pac-Man arcade machines, there was a special switch. This switch allowed the player to skip level 255, which allowed the game to write level 256 properly. Pac-Man can then defeat the enemies and move on back to level 1, where the game starts all over. Though the enemies are faster now. In the past, many people fell victim to terrible diseases like tuberculosis, brucella, Chagas disease, and HIV. That's why scientists have worked so hard to find medicines and vaccines for these diseases. Those are like our real-life special switch. They are what gives our bodies and our macrophages a chance to fight back. Which is why, if you don't get your kids vaccinated, you are a cruel, cruel idiot. And that, my friends, is the story of Pac-Man. So until next time, stay awesome, and never stop using that noggin.
Hey there, welcome to Noggin. I'm your host, Lockstin. Wanna know something kinda creepy? So I was talking with my roommate and Noggineer assistant, Josh.
Josh, I need some footage of you. Look at me.
About video ideas. One of the main ones was, how fat is Pac-Man? Like, he eats so much, so many pellets, so many ghosts, and so much fruit. But the hard thing is figuring out how many calories is in a pellet. So I wrote that idea down for later, knowing that I probably would never actually do it, because how do you determine the calories of a pellet? But then, the very next day, on my Discord server, link in the description by the way, a cool dude whom I've never met personally, but I have talked to on Discord before because he wanted to talk about Salem, Oregon, because that's where I recently moved to, and he happens to live here also. Anyway, he posted on the general chat this. I had a weird dream involving Lockstin last night. He made a video on how many calories Pac-Man ate on each level of the game. How he figured out the calorie count of a power pellet, I'll never know. I mean, that's weird, right? I've read up on a lot of pseudoscience stuff and for research before, but one of the big ones is always that the whole Earth has a consciousness of itself and we're all connected psychologically, and that's why we all have trends, because we all start thinking about a certain thing at around the same time. It's all persuasion, but subliminal, but even beyond subliminal, it's sub-subliminal, it's just, we're all connected, blah, 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 blah. It's weird pseudoscience, but dang! That is some coincidence.
Maybe he's a spy. It has to be that, right? But anyway, because of this whole thing, I decided I'd actually go on and try to figure this one out. How many calories does Pac-Man eat on your typical level? Where are my mints? Where? Did I put them? They're somewhere. I can't do the promo video without them. I can't. So the real hard part is figuring out the pellets and power pellets calorie count, so let's just save that for last and start with the fruit. Pac-Man eats all kinds of fruit. In level 1, he eats 2 cherries. In level 2, a strawberry. Then an orange in level 3, an apple in level 4, an entire melon in level 5, and then a Galaxian. You know, from the other Namco game. Galaxian. And then a bell! And a key! Should have eaten a kiwi! So for the sake of this video and plot? Maybe plot. Let's just assume that he collects those last 3 and only eats the fruit. Where are they? Well, fruit is a lot healthier than cake and other sweets that other famous video game eaters just chow down on all the time, so good on Pac-Man, I guess, but fruit does have more calories than vegetables. But let's go through the specifics. Let's also assume that since Namco is a Japanese company, they were thinking of Japanese fruit when making the game. This would mean the cherries are prunus cherries, also known as the East Asian cherry. On average, these cherries have 6 calories, meaning Pac-Man eats 12 calories here. A large strawberry contains about 9 calories. The orange Pac-Man eats seems large, and being Japanese means it's probably a Hasaku orange, which can be a bit larger than a grapefruit. They tend to contain 72 calories. The melon Pac-Man eats is similar in appearance to Japanese cantaloupe, the average of which has 182 calories. Where are they? I need my mints. Well, let's talk about the next big thing. Get them away from fruit and onwards to ghosts, because that's easy enough to figure out the calorie count for. No, figuring out the amount of calories a ghost has seems like an impossibility, but, you know, Google tends to have an answer for everything. So I'll just Google it right now. Let's see. How many calories does a ghost have? And the first link, boom, 180. See? Reese's Ghosts, boom, done.
That was easy.
Now where are those mints? No, I kid. Realistically speaking, being an ethereal and possibly fourth-dimensional being, a ghost has 0 calories. There's even the term ghost calories in nutrition courses. It means calories that aren't there, but are. It's weird, kind of like a ghost. And now for the moment that everyone has been waiting for. How many calories exactly are in a Pac-Man pellet? What even is a Pac-Man pellet? Is this a Pac-Man pellet? What? Where did you come from? Mint. Well, thankfully, pellet isn't the only word they've gone by. Various versions of the game and various translations give them different names, such as simply dots or pack dots, but more interestingly, wafers and biscuits. In fact, even in the English version of Pac-Man on the Atari 2600, they are referred to as wafers. I mean, really, they are such generic little dots that you could call them almost anything and get away with it. So awesome, here we have a starting point. Wafers and biscuits, but the hard thing now is, wafers and biscuits are both kind of different things. And both are also generic. So let's do some narrowing down. This is a wafer, this is a wafer, these are wafers, even these are wafers. Is Pac-Man Catholic? And now these are biscuits, and this is a biscuit, and these are... Wait a second. Various European translations. European biscuits, not American ones. It's just like... It's like fries and chips. They mean different things in different places. A biscuit overseas is what Americans call... a cookie. Cookie wafers are a thing. Oh my word, Pac-Man is fat! So, wafer cookies are things like this. They are light, fluffy wafers with light cream on the inside. They can even be coated with chocolate, but Pac-Man's are a whitish yellow, so his aren't. These are usually cut into squares and rectangles, but they can be round, and they are often packaged with little butter cookies, also called butter biscuits, and when all packaged together are often called wafer cookie biscuits. There are even these Japanese wafers that, when localized for Americans, are called wafer cookies, or even just cookies. And when these same wafer cookies are localized for Europeans, they're called wafer biscuits. And again, considering Namco and Pac-Man are Japanese, these Japanese wafer biscuits are the most likely candidate. Light, golden brown with a cream filling. But even then, there is so much variety and so many different types to choose from. We really need to narrow it down some more to get a specific calorie count. So, Pac-Man was released in 1980, meaning it was developed in the late 70s. So we're looking for round Japanese wafer biscuits that are yellowish and were popular in the late 1970s. Give me just a moment here, this actually took quite longer than you would expect. Okay, so the Bourbon Company today is one of the biggest snack food companies in Japan. They started in 1924, but wouldn't really start growing big until after World War II. Then, throughout 1967 and 69, they decided to expand drastically. They opened a new office branch in Tokyo, new branches and factories in Osaka, Nagoya, Kobe, Yokohama, Maki, and more. And they set production to max. Their company began to grow in sales by about 3 billion yen per year, going from 5 billion in 1970 to 8 billion in 71, 11 billion in 72, 14 billion in 73, and in 1974, something interesting happened. They introduced Le Monde cookies, a type of European-style gourmet wafer biscuit that soon became immensely popular. These wafer cookies came in various shapes, both rectangles and rounded, and these cookies quickly became their best-selling item, jumping their sales that year to over 20 billion yen. And it didn't stop there. As word got out of these amazing little wafer biscuits, their sales in 1975 jumped up to 40 billion. And by the end of the 70s, they were a 56 billion yen company. And with all that money, they of course introduced even more snack foods, a few of which also work out as possibly being the inspirations for Pac-Man's pellets. Heck, by the end of the 70s, the Bourbon brand became a household name in Japan, kind of like Hostess in America. And today, they are still doing well with over 105 billion yen in sales. So while perhaps not these specific wafer cookies, it's safe to say that for the sake of this video, the pellets are based on these small treats. So how many calories do they have? Well, if we go with the basic round Bourbon Le Monde biscuit, we're looking at 58 to 67 calories. And considering that snack foods in the past tend to have more calories than the more health-friendly snack foods today, let's go with the higher average of 65. Which is still not very much, all things considered. Wafer cookies tend to be on the lighter side. And even if we look at other similar cookies that were popular around the same time, like the Bourbon Uji biscuits, we get similar results. Calories in the upper 50s today, so I think 60 to 65 is a good number to work with. Come on, I gotta get you all home. So, egad, if I ate those cookies the way I normally eat these Catalyst Gaming Mints, I would have a significantly higher calorie count, because these happen to be completely calorie-free. How many of those cookies does Pac-Man eat? 244. Yes, 244 wafer biscuits. So, doing the math, that's 15,860 calories. I can't even picture that. For context, Michael Phelps, the world-class top-level human Olympic swimmer, eats 12,000 calories on his workout days. So theoretically, if Pac-Man works out more than Michael Phelps, he could stay in shape. But all we really see him do is walk around and eat junk food. 12,000 calories per day also just so happens to be what Donna Simpson eats, and she's one of the fattest women in the world. We've got Miss Pac-Man right here, nice and round too, just put a little bow on her. Perfect. So I guess that explains the Pac-Man shape, and adding in the fruits and even the larger power pellets, which are likely just larger wafer biscuits, is somewhat meaningless. You really just push that 1586 estimate into a clean 1600 estimate. Beautiful. Solid numbers. 3 zeros. For the sake of a round number, please, let's go with that. So, how many calories does Pac-Man eat per level?
A rough estimate, about 16,000. If each level is a day, then okay, that's feasible, but what if you continued playing? What if you beat the game? What then? Well, there are 255 complete levels, and level 256 has half of a screen and then a bit more, before the game crashes, perhaps because Pac-Man began hallucinating and got knocked into a food coma. So 16,000 multiplied by 255 and then add the 124 dots the last level has, and this brings us to a beautiful 4,088,060 calories. For context, a bigger guy with very little exercise like myself, I probably eat around 1,000,000 calories per year. Well, per level, it's 16,000 calories, bada bing, bada blah. Oh jeez, oh hey, it's Pac-Man. No, over there. What? Pac-Man, what are you doing? You can't just steal my Catalyst Gaming Mints with its powerful Siberian eleuthero root ingredient. I need those.
I know, I'm sorry.
Why would you even do that?
I needed so much energy to run around Pac-Land, you know? I eat so many sugary wafers and sugary fruits just to get around, but it's destroying my health. I just needed a calorie-free way to get all of my daily energy needs, and 3 Catalyst Mints provides the same energy as an energy drink. And for a lot cheaper, and 0 calories.
Well, Pac-Man, you could just order your own using the link in the description. Here, buddy, I'll even give you a discount code. Use the code Noggin when checking out, and you'll save.
Really?
Yeah, it's all yours, my friend. And now they even do international shipping so they can ship it right to Pac-Land.
Oh.
Please don't ever smile like that again. Frankly, it's very terrifying.
Hello, and welcome to Noggin. With E3 coming up, I thought I'd do a small history lesson for all of those not quite familiar with what E3 is, and how it became what it is today. I just found out what its history is myself, and I think it's pretty interesting. E3 actually wasn't E3 at the beginning. Way back in the late 80s and early 90s, there were not many gaming conventions. Most game publishers back then would go and display their wares at tech trade shows. Before E3, the common trade show that game publishers would visit was CES, or the Consumer Electronics Show. These shows were more for new hardware or electronic appliances, from new TVs to things like dishwashers and vacuum cleaners. It kinda sucked for software devs. But during the 90s, we saw a huge boom in the gaming industry, and many publishers decided that they needed their own trade show, especially after CES had even gone as far as to putting Sega and other big-name game publishers in the back of the building, even behind the porn vendors. Yep, you heard that right. According to Tom Kalinske, CEO of Sega of America, the CES organizers used to put the video games industry way in the back. In 1991, they put us in a tent, and you had to walk past all of the porn vendors to find us. That particular year, it was pouring rain, and the rain leaked right over our new Genesis system. I was just furious with the way CES treated the video games industry, and I felt we were a more important industry than they were giving us credit for. Sega decided not to return to CES the following year. I mean, would you? So as you can see, CES and other similar trade shows just weren't meant for games. Games were kind of their own thing, their own little corner of the industry, and over time, more and more game developers and publishers were simply getting fed up. Over the following years, more and more companies stopped showing up to these trade shows, and so, eventually in 1995, the Big Three, Sony, Sega, and Nintendo, all banded together and showed up as key speakers to a new trade show specifically meant for gaming in the United States. It was the first E3. and it was quite successful with almost 50,000 attendees. This wound up becoming the largest trade show debut in history due to the already large fan base that had grown at the CES shows. And this is a bit of a side note, but it's still very interesting. In 1997, E3 hosted a Quake competition called Red Annihilation. This is widely considered to be the first national gaming tournament, possibly the birthplace of esports, and the winner was Dennis Fong, who the Guinness Book of World Records states is the first professional gamer. As the years continued on, we saw more and more growth, and this growing trend continued up until 2005 and 2006. In 2005, they started to broadcast the event on television via G4 TV. Remember that? Oh, those were the days. I'm glad they're over. But of course, due to it being broadcast live, it had its first decline in attendance. So in 2006, they decided to restructure the whole thing. They made the event private and invitation only. Even game developers needed an invitation to attend. Many people criticized this move and complained directly to the ESA, the Entertainment Software Association, who were the organizers of E3. They complained that this change would kill indie gaming, and while for a time it certainly hurt indie gaming, we see now that this wasn't the case in the long run. The first E3 after the restructure had only 10,000 attendees, a shockingly low number compared to the first one. Then in 2008, it had an abysmal 5,000 attendees. It seemed like E3 was dying, so they again restructured in 2009. They opened the event to all qualified computer and gaming audiences. This greatly increased attendance back to about 41,000 the next year. E3 continued to grow with some low years due to the economy, but it wasn't until 2013 that it changed again. Nintendo, one of the big three, decided that it wasn't worth all the work, so they opted to reduce their floor show to a smaller Nintendo Direct. This format helped them get to the audience they wanted without having to make a large-scale production show. It wasn't until 2015 that E3's attendance went past 50,000 again, almost a decade after the 2006 restructure. And in 2017, E3 restructured again, opening itself up to the public. And that's its history. So now with its history in mind, let's ask the question, why? Why have E3? Why not just have everyone release information when they want? Nintendo doesn't even really go to E3, so why should the other publishers? Why do they waste millions of dollars on just having a presence here? In the world of online streaming that we are in now, why not just have a yearly stream that isn't on the same day as your competitors? Well, it's all about responses. Let's take a generic store like Target or Walmart. They aren't game stores, but they do sell electronics and some games. They may not look like they would care about E3, but oh, they do. Due to their setup, they can't just have every single game in every single store. They need to be selective to what they sell as to make the most profit. That's why you normally find mainstream, largely popular games at these big chain stores. But what about those hidden gems that they do sometimes carry? Why would they bother having these not so well-known games take up shelving space? Most commonly, it's because it's not that unknown, because it had a decent presence at E3. You see, E3 is more than a gaming expo. It's one of the largest gaming events in the United States. These retail companies send out representatives to the show and use this event almost as a periscope to see into the future. You can easily tell when a game is going to be good, and you can most certainly see when games are going to sell well. These people sent by the big retailers aren't just typical employees that do market research either. They are professionals, both in market research and in gaming. Having your game displayed at E3 can make it or break it, even if it's just part of a Microsoft montage like Stardew Valley. It's a very dangerous game to play with that many eyes on your game. Having a good show for your game can help propel it into even greater heights. Let's take a game that recently came out, Yooka-Laylee. This game was shown at E3, and it was very popular at E3. The presentation played on your nostalgia and made it look like it would be a great game for all ages. This was such a great revival that it even went as far as to being sold in mass by Walmart and Target. This isn't a game made by some huge company that can afford a whole marketing team. This is an indie developer whose whole marketing was E3. But it's not all happy and jolly, and that's what I mean when I say it could break a game. Let's talk about overhype. A game can look phenomenal, but when it comes out, it could look like this. Think of No Man's Sky or Watch Dogs. Hype is a dangerous force that game developers love to use without actually holding to their promise. Publicity is very big in America. What's on the TV at any given moment will change what a consumer is thinking. And I know what you're saying, well, I don't watch TV, or I don't listen to commercials. Well, you may not, and that's fine, but it's not just TV. When E3 rolls around, you see it in everything, from TV to the newspaper. If you are anywhere close to Los Angeles or New York City, you may even see billboards all over the place. You hear conversations about it from coworkers, from fellow students, from random people on the street. Word of mouth is going around everywhere. Plus, it puts video games in the media again, but in a positive light for a change. It's saying, hey, look at all of the innovations we have in gaming now. I mean, when was the last time you saw a positive spin on gaming on mainstream TV news? Plus, E3 isn't just about the games. When do major publishers announce new hardware? E3. When do publishers announce a first-party accessory? E3. When can you find out about all of the new independent accessories? E3. It's not just a convention, it's a show that displays all of the new tech in the business. Long story short, E3 helps the gaming community, both directly for the mainstream retailers and for all of us to see what the future may hold for our favorite hobby. Throughout the Pokemon series, Game Freak has drawn inspiration for Pokemon designs from a huge variety of different sources. And many of those sources are different legends and stories from cultures all around the world. Today we'll be looking at 10 Pokemon and their cultural origins. Number 1. Magikarp. The cultural origin of Magikarp and its evolution Gyarados is fairly well known amongst the Pokemon community. As it is said that Magikarp and Gyarados were inspired by an ancient Chinese legend. This legend states that if a carp could leap over a certain waterfall, often referred to as the Dragon Gate, then it would transform into a mighty Chinese dragon. Magikarp also just happens to look like the carp seen in illustrations of this myth, with its red and gold coloring, and of course, Gyarados is the dragon. Without legs, but still. Number 2, Oddish. That seems kinda strange, huh? Like it's kinda odd, but not super odd, it's just kinda odd-ish. Oddish may not seem to be based on a real plant at first glance, but in fact, it is based on a plant that has been surrounded in myth for thousands of years. The mandrake plant. In medieval times, these plants were said to possess magical properties, which was due to the hallucinogenic effects that they would cause if consumed. At the time, the poisonous chemicals within the mandrake plant were perceived to be magic, and as a result, the church frowned upon the possession of mandrakes, even though they were used in the Bible. And in 1431, mandrake possession was actually one of the charges that led to Joan of Arc being burned as a witch. Mandrake roots are very thick and are often forked in a way that makes them resemble a human torso and legs, so many myths began to circulate that mandrakes were in fact magical little people and not plants. This is shown in the design of Oddish as the Pokemon possesses human-like features. Number 3, Jirachi. Even though the concept of wishing on a star has been around for centuries in the West, it has also been a prominent part of many Asian cultures for just as long. The design of Jirachi with these charms and stuff seems to point to it being based specifically on the Japanese Star Festival, also called Tanabata. The story of Tanabata itself, like many other Japanese legends, has its origins in China, with the tale called The Princess and the Cowherd. There are many versions of this story, but the version most commonly known in Japan is as follows. Orihime was the daughter of the King of Heaven. She lived in the sky where she would weave cloth for her father on the banks of the Milky Way, or Amanogawa, literally meaning River of Heaven. The princess worked so hard that she became lonely, and so her father introduced her to a cowherd named Hikoboshi from the other side of the river. The pair fell in love at first sight, and they soon married. Once married, however, the couple spent so much time together that they ceased to do any work. Orihime's cloth remained unwoven, and Hikoboshi's cows were left to wander across the heavens. After a while, the King of Heaven grew angry and used the Milky Way to separate the lovers, placing them on opposite sides and forbidding them to cross. Orihime was devastated, and her tears eventually moved the King of Heaven to offer a compromise. The couple would be allowed to meet for one night a year, on the 7th day of the 7th month. If the weather was bad and the river flooded, however, the couple would be unable to cross it, and would have to wait another year to meet. So both of them would pray for good weather, and if they were able to meet, anyone who made a wish on that day would also have their wish granted. Orihime and Hikoboshi are represented in the night sky by Vega and Altair, two bright stars that are the highest in the sky during late summer. It is said that if the sky is clear, the stars will shine with many different colors, showing that Orihime and Hikoboshi have met successfully. China also has an equivalent of Tanabata, which is called Kixi, or Night of Sevens. It is held on the 7th day of the 7th month of the Chinese lunisolar calendar, which this year falls upon August the 16th. Likewise, Jirachi awakens every 1,000 years and for 7 days. In Japan, the date has since been adapted to fit the Gregorian calendar, thus making it July the 7th. However, some festivals are still held according to the Chinese calendar, and others, including the most famous held in Sendai, are scheduled around the 7th of August. Number 4. Cast Form. Cast Form is often considered to be an oddly designed Pokemon by many, and can change between forms based on the weather. To many non-Japanese players, this design choice does not make too much sense, but Cast Form's design is actually based on a type of Japanese charm called a Teru Teru Bozu. These charms are designed to bring good weather, more specifically, rain. The tradition has its earliest origins in the Heishin period, that being the years between 749 and 1185. It was adapted from a Chinese practice which involved putting the Teru Teru Bozu on the end of a broom to sweep good spirits your way. But it was Japanese farmers who began the more recognizable practice of hanging the figures, made of cloth or paper tied off with string, inside their houses as a prayer for good weather for their crops. During the Edo period, 1603 through 1868, the practice spread to the cities where it became popular with children. By this time, the figures were hung outside the house to prevent rain. Alternatively, hanging them upside down would apparently have the opposite effect, and encourage rain. And the Teru Teru Bozu remains a common sight in Japan to this day, though nowadays they are usually made of tissue paper and an elastic band. Number 5. Nose Pass. Now this one is probably a bit more obvious. The main design of Nose Pass and Probopass seems to be inspired from compasses, as evidenced by Probopass's iron-filling mustache. And if you look at Probopass from the top, it's a giant compass. However, the actual appearance of these two Pokemon is based on the Moai, also known as the Easter Island Heads. The story behind them is the story of a little-known culture that flourished in isolation for centuries. Easter Island is one of the many islands of Polynesia located in the southern Pacific Ocean. Since the late 19th century, it has belonged to Chile, and its name was coined by the Dutch explorer Jacob Roggeveen, who became the first European to discover the island on Easter Sunday of 1722. However, nobody is sure of what the original name of the island was. The modern Polynesian name for the island is Rapa Nui, but this wouldn't have been the name that the natives used at the time. It's not even known when the island was first settled, and this is still an ongoing debate between historians. However, it seems that the Moai specifically were produced from around 1250 to 1500. So what are the Moai and why were they made? There are 887 Moai in existence, most of them carved from a soft volcanic rock called tuff. They're stylized figures with large heads, prominent features, and small bodies that are currently mostly underground. Their size varies, but the tallest one ever completed was over 10 meters in height. Mini Moai were buried in the ground up to shoulder height, which is where the misconception of them just being big heads originated from. Their construction process is still shrouded in mystery, with it still being unknown how the Moai were moved from the quarries that they were carved from to their final destinations on the coasts of the island. It is theorized that the statues represented deceased ancestors, whom the Rapa Nui believed were watching over them from the spirit world. It was thought that the living and the dead had kind of a symbiotic relationship, through making offerings to the statues, the living could provide the dead with a better place in the afterlife, and in return, the dead could bestow good health and good fortune upon the living. It is for this reason that most moai faced inland, away from the sea. The sea represented the spirit world, and the moai were looking inwards, toward the world of the living. Nowadays, the moai are very recognizable and have ended up in other video games, such as in the Easton Kingdom in Super Mario Land, and as the antagonist Do from Arkanoid. You can even roll up little moais in Katamari. And of course, there's a Pokemon. Now, even though it may seem to some that it is only Nosepass and not Probopass that fits the look of the moai, Probopass also has its design inspiration rooted in the moai, as both Probopass's hat and the eyes are lifted from the moai statues. It's not common knowledge, but many moai do indeed have cylindrical red hats, known as pukao. These aren't often seen because, just like most of the other freestanding full-body moai, moai with pukao were knocked down and have only been re-erected fairly recently. Similarly, it was discovered that the eye sockets of the moai were designed to hold eyes made of coral. Some moai have had their eyes restored in this way. This makes Probopass a more sensible evolution to Nosepass, as Nosepass's design makes us think of typical moai, while Probopass is the restored, traditional version. Number 6, Bronzor and Bronzong. At first, Bronzor's design may not be that clear, or even Bronzong's for that matter. However, both have a pretty interesting origin story behind them. Bronzong is based on a bronze bell, or dotoku, while Bronzor is based on a bronze mirror, specifically a type that was manufactured in China around 2000 BC onwards, and eventually made its way to Japan around 300 AD. Both of these Pokemon together don't seem to make much sense unless you've heard about a Japanese legend that is best known by the title of A Mirror and a Bell. It appears in a famous collection of stories entitled Kwaidan, Stories and Studies of Strange Things. The book was published in 1904 and was compiled by Lafcadio Hearn, an Irish-Greek journalist who became a Japanese citizen. He produced many different accounts of Japanese culture and mythology that served to introduce the West to Japan and its culture. The story that concerns us begins hundreds of years prior in Muganyama in the Totomi province. There, the priests wanted a new bell for their temple and asked for the local women to donate old bronze mirrors so that they could be melted down and cast into a bell. One of the mirrors to be donated came from a farmer's wife. After a while, though, she started to regret giving away her mirror, which had been in her family for many years. An old proverb said that the mirror was the soul of a woman, and she started to worry that in giving away her precious mirror, she had also given away her soul. She didn't have the money to buy the mirror back, and whenever she went to the temple, she could see it amongst the pile of the others. She longed to steal it back, but the opportunity never came. Eventually, all of the mirrors were sent to the foundry to be melted down. Mysteriously, one of the mirrors would not melt, a sign that whoever donated it must not have wanted to give it up. Since the offering wasn't presented with all her heart, the mirror remained attached to her, kept cold in the furnace by her selfish desire. When it was discovered to whom the mirror belonged, the woman couldn't bear the shame and drowned herself. But before she died, she left a letter stating that once she was gone, the mirror could be melted and used to cast the bell. However, anybody who struck the bell hard enough to break it would be rewarded with riches by her ghost. The locals took this dying promise pretty seriously, as the last wishes of anyone dying in anger were thought to possess a mythical power. Thus, the possibility of breaking the bell and becoming rich seemed very real. Once the newly made bell was hung in the temple, people flocked to the temple to ring it, striking it as hard as they possibly could. The bell held firm, but still, people tried to break it, day after day. This proved hugely annoying for the priests, who had to endure the near-constant ringing of their bell. Soon tiring of the constant noise, the priests took the bell and rolled it down a hill into a deep swamp. The bell sank in, never to be seen again, and the woman, from far beyond the grave, had succeeded in destroying the bell that had caused her so much misery. Even though the bell was lost, many people broke other objects in substitute of the bell, in hopes of getting untold riches. However, in many versions of this legend, the financial reward came at the cost of a person's soul. They would gain riches in life, but be cast into a particularly nasty corner of hell upon dying. One reference to the legends in the design of Bronzor and Bronzong might not be immediately obvious, as it's in their abilities. Both can have the heat-proof ability, rendering them resistant to fire, just like the mirror that refused to be melted down. There are also a few vague references to the myths in their Pokedex entries. Bronzong, funnily enough, is mentioned to be a bringer of good harvests. And the Dotoku, the type of bell on which it's based, was used to pray for good harvests in ancient times. But the most mysterious entry for Bronzong has to be the one from Diamond. One caused a news sensation when it was dug up at a construction site after a 2,000-year sleep. Might this Bronzong then be the actual Bell of Mugen, finally recovered from the swamp? If so, one should think twice about battling it. The payout upon defeating it may be unexpectedly high, but once it's game over, there'll be hell to pay. Number 7. Mawile. Mawile has a pretty cute design aside from the gaping jaws that it possesses. However, those jaws have a pretty interesting backstory behind them. Japanese folklore contains many examples of yokai, or monsters. Some are evil, some are not so evil, and most of them are just mischievous. Some resemble animals, while others could pass for human. In fact, there are various yokai that, according to legend, started off as human before being transformed by various means into monsters. One such monster is the Futakuchi Onna, or two-mouthed woman. As the name suggests, this is an otherwise normal woman, except she has a second mouth located in the back of her head. This mouth has a mind of its own, and the woman's hair is frequently depicted as forming tendrils under the mouth's control, grabbing items of food to feed it. Compare an illustration of the Futakuchi Onna to Mawile, and you can see the similarities. Mawile's jaws, though stated in the games to be formed from horns, actually resemble long black hair. In fact, fun fact, on most animals, horns are made of the same material as hair, just more condensed. Mawile's status as the Deceiver Pokemon also ties in with the myth. A Futakuchi Onna could masquerade as a perfectly ordinary woman, her true and frightening nature hidden from view most of the time. A further link is evident when considering Mawile's Japanese name, Kuchit. This combines Kuchi, meaning mouth, with the English word sheet. Mawile's English name carries this same meaning, made up of ma, meaning mouth, and wile, or wily, meaning trickery. There are numerous stories detailing the origins of the Futakuchi Onna. The most common one is the cautionary tale of a miser. Not keen on paying for extra food, he married a woman who ate very little. However, he soon found that his stores of rice were being depleted at an alarming rate. Spying on his wife, he finally discovered the truth. A second mouth in the back of her head, consuming all of his food. In other versions of the story, the woman is normal when she marries, but after years of being starved by her miserly husband, the second mouth develops in an effort to keep her fed. And there are plenty of other much darker stories about the origins of the Futakuchi Onna, but I think we'll leave some of those ones out. Number 8. Frostlass, another Pokemon based on a yokai. Frostlass's Japanese name is Yuki Minoko, which is a combination of the Japanese word yuki, meaning snow, and Minoko, an archaic word for girl in Japanese. Kimeno also sounds like a corruption of the word kimono, a type of traditional Japanese dress. In fact, Frostlass's body appears to look like a kimono, and has a large sash around her body, which is known as an obi, which is worn in conjunction with a kimono. The origin of Frostlass's design is from a yokai called the Yuki Onna. Yuki Onna is said to appear on snowy nights and floats atop of the snow, as she has no feet. Most tales say that she will follow travelers caught in a snowstorm and will freeze them to death with an icy cold breath. Another version of this tale starts with two woodcutters, Minokichi, a young man, and Musaku, an old man. The two were unable to go back home due to a snowstorm and had to camp out in a hut on a mountain. Musaku woke up during the night to see a beautiful woman. Unfortunately, the woman froze Musaku and was going to do the same with Minokichi. But she spared his life due to his young age. Because of this, she promised she would kill him if he told anyone about her. And considering that this is a legend, he told someone. Later in the future, Minokichi married a woman named Oyuki, and they had children together. One day, Minokichi brought up a topic that eventually resulted in Oyuki reminding him about the snow spirit he saw that day. Oyuki became suddenly angry with him, as it turned out that she was that same snow spirit and was ready to kill him. However, she began to think about their children and decided to melt away instead, with her final words being, "Take care of our children." Frostlass lives in snowy environments and has the ability to freeze foes with its very icy cold breath. Some of its Pokédex entries say it would display its victims secretly after freezing them, and in the anime it can create illusions to manipulate others. Frostlass is also a female-only species, and is said to be the spirit of a woman who was lost in the snowy peaks of the mountains. Sounds awfully familiar to the myth surrounding Yukiona, doesn't it? Number 9, one of the Sun-exclusive Ultra Beasts is Kartana, and Ultra Beasts, as it turns out, spoilers, are just Pokemon from Ultra Space. Kartana is a small origami Pokemon that can cut down a steel tower with just one swing. This Pokemon both relates to the Japanese practice of origami and the code of samurai. Origami in Japan started in the Edo period of the 1600s, where it was used like a greeting card to people. The design of Kartana is modeled around the use of modular origami, which was developed in 1734. Modular origami is focused on more elaborate shapes and three-dimensional objects. One of the prime examples is forming cubes and kusudamas. The Japanese name of Kartana, Kimitsurugi, is taken from the Japanese words for katana and art. A katana is one of the most common weapons wielded by the samurai, and the combination of katana and art shows that this Ultra Beast's deadly precision is beautiful, much like the way some samurais dance with their swords. And number 10, Celesteela. Celesteela's name in Japan is Tekaguya, which may be a combination of Teka, meaning gunfire, Tekko, steel, and Kaguya Hime, a princess from a very old Japanese story, which is actually very sad, named The Tale of the Bamboo Cutter. And also note that Celesteela looks like bamboo that was cut with a sword. For those unfamiliar, Tale of the Bamboo Cutter depicts the story of a tiny baby girl found inside a bamboo by a pair of married woodcutting people, who then raise her as their own child and name her Kaguya. She grows up to be a beautiful woman and has several suitors, but she tells all of them that if they wish to marry her, they must accomplish the impossible task of obtaining legendary items. Of course, none of them succeeded. Later, she reveals that she comes from the moon and was sent to Earth. Depending on different versions of the story, she either came to Earth to avoid a war happening on the moon, or was exiled temporarily for a crime she committed. Her parents and the Emperor of Japan tried to keep her from returning to the moon, as its emissaries are coming to take her back. They failed, so Kaguya tearfully said goodbye to her foster parents before returning to the moon. Kaguya is also the nickname of a Japanese satellite known as Selene, which orbited the moon for about 2 years from 2007 to 2009. This is most likely where Celesteela gets its steel typing from, as well as its spaceship-like design, complete with rockets. However, it also appears that Celesteela is wearing a multi-layered kimono, and appears to have very female-looking facial features on her tiny little face, which draws influence from Princess Kaguya.
Pokemon don't really need an introduction, and I'm sure you are tired of every single Pokemon video giving you a synopsis of the franchise at the beginning, so let's just jump right in. Pokemon, as you know, essentially are the animals of the Pokemon world. You have squirrels, deers, camels, cows, cats, dogs, and there are even some based on mythical animals in there too, but mythical animals are still animals, while Klinklang is a pile of gears, and Steelix is metal-coated boulders. Odd. In fact, the whole Steel type, or Metal type in the card game, lineup of Pokemon seems strange. Steel isn't found anywhere in nature, it's a man-made thing. So where would so many Pokemon get steel coating and parts? Well, what if on these Pokemon it isn't actually steel? What if it's not steel, then what type of metal is it? For each Pokemon individually, that is. And that is exactly what this video is about. What type of metal specifically are each of the Steel type Pokemon? Because they can't all be steel, clearly. The Steel type was introduced in Generation 2, along with the Dark type. This was to balance out the other types a bit. Steel was added to the typing of 2 Gen 1 Pokemon, Magnemite and Magneton, which previously were only Electric type. Steel type Pokemon stand out from the crowded mass of Pokemon for having great defense against both physical and special attacks, and a large number of resistances. Also, they tend to be heavy, and thus have low speed. Steel type Pokemon are mainly inorganic in nature, some of them even representing robots and machines, which
just raises all sorts of questions, but those are for another video. Out of all the Pokemon, there are only 5 pure Steel-type Pokemon as of Gen 7, and this is including Mega Evolutions. The 4 pure Steel are Registeel, Clink-Clang, and Klinklang. Beautiful names. Beautiful Pokemon. And then there's also Mega Aggron. So, 5. That's not very many. But there are plenty of Pokemon that mix Steel and another type, 47 of them to be exact. So in total, with our pure ones, we get 51. So first, let's break these down into categories. For the first category, we're going to look at Pokemon that eat rocks or metal and then use the minerals they ingest to create its hard metal shell. Here we get the Aran line and the Ferroseed line. Aran is loosely based off of a Korean mythical animal named Bulgasari, a creature that eats metal and then grows in size, covering itself in the metal that it has ingested. Being that the Aran line eats rocks, perhaps common rocky metals specifically, and that its name is Aran, which pulls from iron, it is made very clear that this line is made of mostly iron, or similar top-level metals. Although they are not pure iron, as they can eat any metal they can get a hold of, even going as far as to eat train tracks, because that's what the Pokemon world needs, more train crashes. Thanks, Aran.
Oh, no problem.
But the combination of eating rocks and metal could be why they have rockier bottoms and insides and a more steel-like top shell. Steel, after all, is iron and carbon. This would explain the rock-steel typing too. And when Aggron Mega evolves, it loses the rock typing to become pure steel, and looking at it, yeah, now it has an all-steel shell, trading in all of the iron for more steel. The Ferroseed line is similar in appearance to a durian, a spiky fruit that tastes like lemongrab's butt and bread. They are known to absorb the iron in the cave walls they stick to, forming bands around themselves to protect them from predators. Thus, both Ferroseed and Ferrothorn are covered in iron, especially given the name, since Ferro means to contain iron. Both of these Pokemon likely make their shells much like how turtles make their own shells, as an extension of their bones. Bones are made up of organic and inorganic pieces. In this instance, we are going to say their bones are inorganic, or at least the minerals the Pokemon ingest are inorganic, so therefore they are made from inorganic parts. Human bones are made up of collagen and hydroxyapatite, hydroxyapatite, hydroepoxyapatite. This word, which is a form of calcium. Quick fact, calcium is technically a metal, so we do have metal skeletons. Way more on that here, a video about what life would be like if you woke up one day with Wolverine's skeleton. It's pretty cool, check it out. So are humans in the Pokemon world part steel type too? Nah, we're probably just all normal type, just simple, boring normal type. So uninteresting and uninspired, just like normal type Pokemon. Next are the steel type Pokemon that wear metal as armor or for tools. It's not explained fully as to where they get the metal. Some possibly find the metal and slowly form it to their needs, or they have stolen the items from other Pokemon that create metal. In this group, we have Trash Coat Wormadam, Excadrill, Empoleon, Escavalier, Poniard, Bisharp, Fortress, Steelix, Megasteelix, Scizor, Dialga, and Genesect. First, let's look at Wormadam, a bagworm Pokemon. Bagworms at birth create a small bag that they hide in, and they cover it with local plant pieces, or really anything that they think will be sufficient camouflage. The Trash Coat is what Wormadams in the city wear, and it looks like it is made up of insulation or fiberglass that was thrown into the garbage. This may not be metal, but fiberglass is quite strong for its size. Fiberglass can actually be stronger than sheet metal, along with the benefits of not rusting. And now is a really good time to cover something that I think more Pokemon fans really need to understand. Being a certain type of Pokemon doesn't mean that the Pokemon is that thing. Like how in this video, steel-type Pokemon aren't necessarily made of steel exactly, specifically steel. No, they're not. They just have steel-like properties. Much like how not all ghost-type Pokemon are actually ghosts. They just have ghost-like properties. So, Wormadam's Trash Coat doesn't have to actually be metal just because it's steel-type. It just has to be hard enough. Hard as steel, so to speak. And thus, being like steel makes them steel-type. This logic also covers Fortress, another bagworm Pokemon whose Pokedex entries state that it has a steel-hard shell. So hard as steel, but not actually steel. Until later, when later Pokedex entries state that its shell is steel. But then again, that it's just hard as steel. This is why you don't let kids write out encyclopedias, so we don't really know about Fortress thanks to these darn kids. Moving on now, Escavalier is a bug-steel combo, which really only has a weakness to fire. This Pokemon gains its armor from a fellow bug named Shelmet. This armor is reminiscent of Calvary's armor plating down to the lance weapons, and that also explains the name. This armor back in the day was made of some decent steel or iron. It is unknown as to why Carablast takes Shelmet's armor, just that it happens while trading. Something goes wrong and the two Pokemon gain the traits of the other. This is also the only way Escavaliers exist. They don't evolve in the wild, and need to be with a trainer trading it. So this armor being a strictly man-made material and designed to even look like a man-made material isn't too big of a stretch. Steelix and Scizor both gain their metal coats when they are traded while holding the metal coat item. This means at some point during the apparently magical trading process, the metal coat literally coats the Pokemon, though the Pokedex also states that Steelix's can form naturally. The iron that Onyx eats and the pressure deep underground cause it to gain a steel-like body harder than any other metal, even harder than diamond. Naturally speaking, chromium is the hardest metal, though the man-made steel is the hardest alloy. Being stronger than any metal means that Steelix must be some sort of hypersteel. But remember, it is only coating the Steelix. As for Scizor, its Pokedex entries state that its body has the hardness of steel, rather than being actually made of steel, but it does mention that its claws contain steel. Steel may be spread throughout Scizor's exoskeleton, but it's an alloy of sorts, mixing metal with your usual exoskeleton material. Dialga is a large dragon that controls and even created time in the Pokemon universe. You know, the one that 11-year-olds run around with. Well, based off his appearance and his typing, he most likely has horns or metal-like horns that adorn his body. It is possible that his steel typing comes from the hardness of diamonds, or perhaps that clocks normally have metal gears. And you know, clocks equals time, and he's time, so metal. If we're looking for a metal known for its hardness, then the metal on Dialga may be chromium, due to its extreme hardness and similarities to diamond, both in shiny appearance and in strength. Plus, being directly created by the Pokemon god Arceus as a Pokemon just basically one level below him, Dialga can basically be anything, and it would still make sense. Probopass is quite hilarious looking, with a huge schnoz and funny mustache. Wait, that mustache, where have I seen those before? There was like these magnetic toys that you'd see at the dollar store. What were they called? Google, help. Wooly Willy. These toys were filled with metal shavings, mostly iron, and they would gather around an internal magnet, and this isn't too far off with Probopass, as we see Nosepass evolve into Probopass only while leveling up in a highly magnetic zone, meaning that the mustache you see is actually iron shavings. While this Pokemon appears to not be made of metal exactly, it may contain a mix of magnetic elements, possibly being steel mixed with cobalt for the longevity of magnetism. This of course would explain the whole compass gimmick Probopass has. Pawniard and Bisharp have knife-like hands or arms with a bladed ribcage. Pawniard is based off a pawn, and a Ponegard, which is a small dagger, and it looks like it's wearing Ashigaru armor, which was Japanese foot soldier armor. Being based off of Japanese foot soldiers, it's definitely made of iron and steel, most likely low grade. Its weapons would also be made of low grade steel, just like katanas and other ancient Japanese blades, while its armor is made of iron plates about the size of cards. Bisharp has a double-bladed axe on its head. This Pokemon is a direct upgrade from Pawniard. First off, it doesn't have the word pawn in it. This Pokemon resembles a samurai, but again, the armor is most likely just iron, and its weapons are again low-grade steel. It is unknown if this Pokemon is born with the knives and armor, or if it finds or makes them. And yes, I know, if you hatch it, it has knives and armor, but that's for gameplay mechanics, not lore, you know? Moving on, Genesect. This poor creature was transformed from its normal extinct self into a weapon of mass destruction by Team Plasma. Much like Mewtwo, this Pokemon was made by science. It has an alloy exoskeleton that either replaced the exoskeleton of the Pokemon or covers it. It also had a large cannon attached to its back. Being a high-grade military weapon made by science, Genesect's armor is very likely to be made of high-grade reinforced titanium, or a high-grade titanium steel alloy. Titanium has one of the highest weights to strength ratios for metals. It also happens to resist corrosion and oxidization. I mean, at least if I were to make a robot of mass destruction, I'd make it out of a titanium alloy. Now on to the next category. We have Pokemon that have adapted to their environment by adding the steel typing. Here we have Sandslash, Sandshrew, Diglett, and Dugtrio. Alolan form Sandslash and Sandshrew had to migrate away from their normal locations due to volcanic activity on its home island, causing these Pokemon to need to adapt to snowy peaks. The typing changed accordingly, and it is now covered in a thick ice armor, and has harder claws so it can better move in the icy terrain. This thick layer of ice on its back forms an almost steel-like armor around its body, preventing it from rolling up into a ball but giving it much more defense. Sandshrew's claws, though, are most likely a hardened keratin that help it grip the ice better. Keratin, of course, being normal claw material. When it evolves, though, Sandslash has large icicles upon its back. The icicles form when the metal spike beneath freeze in the cold climate. It also has much larger claws than its desert counterpart, and these claws are even hooked to help it climb icy cliffs. Hence, they have an ice axe-like design, thus have steel-like properties, but may still be made of hardened keratin. Alolan form Diglett and Dugtrio have small golden metal hairs that act as a sensor so they can communicate while underground, and that they use to avoid pockets of lava. This hair is similar to Pele's hair, named after a Hawaiian goddess. It's made when volcanoes erupt and small droplets of lava cool and stretch in the air, and then get caught on something. These strands act similarly to fiberglass and have a large amount of basalt in them, a metal used to make rebar. It is assumed that they gather these hairs and put them on, shaping it into whisker-like hair, so while it may look luxurious, if you ever were to pet a Dugtrio, well, death by 1,000 paper cuts, my friends. So far, we've covered the Pokemon that don't show magically organic metal traits, just ones that have metal parts that they collect or are coated with. Now we will get to the Pokemon that are, or have metal parts that act as the organic matter. Mawile, Mega Mawile, Beldum, Metang, Metagross, Mega Metagross, Bronzor, Bronzong, Cobalion, Honedge, Doublade, Aegislash, Klefki, Magnemite, Magneton, Magnezone, Lucario, Heatran, Durant, Togedemaru, Magearna, Solgaleo, Celesteela, and Kartana. Durant, Togedemaru, Riolu, and Lucario are Pokemon that have metal on the outside of their body that grows or regrows with no direct correlation between their diet and minerals. Durants have grown armor to protect against their enemy of Heatmore, the Anteater, though the only thing effective against them is fire, so their strategy didn't work very well at all. Though the thing is, Durant's diet consists of leaves and vegetation, and it would take a lot, and I mean a lot, of broccoli to get that much iron. Originally I figured that this must just mean that they have an iron-like exoskeleton, but no, it is directly stated that it is in fact steel armor. It is unknown if they make the armor grow around them or if they just coat themselves in it, so we'll just go with the safe bet of it's magically organic metal. And since organic metal doesn't actually exist, it can have whatever quality it wants. Yay, fiction. Same goes for Togedemaru. This small hedgehog Pokemon has metal quills upon its back that attract electricity. The quills fall out and are replaced just like normal hedgehog quills, and their diet consists of berries and plants, so again, there's no direct mineral transfers like the Aran line. Riolu and Lucario don't really have a reason to be steel other than the iron spikes on its body. It is stated that Lucario has a heart of steel and an iron will, but those are intangible things. There are a few theories floating around, like he has a metal skeleton, though when you say the Japanese syllables backwards, his name is Orichalcum, an ancient mythical metal. He may use this mythical metal as a way to channel or conduct auras. This also comes from the pronunciation of Orichalcum. Orichalcum, as in the aura, and it's the metal, it's a pun. It is a little bit of a stretch, but he is seen using the steel-type move Metal Sound in the anime by hitting his spikes together, so we do know for sure that his spikes are metal. So the spikes on Lucario could be steel or calcum. Mawile and Mega Mawile are Pokemon based off of a yokai called Futakuchi Onna. I'm sorry for the pronunciation. It's a two-mouthed woman. In the Pokedex entries, they state that the second mouth is an altered steel horn. What that means, I don't know. Was it a steel horn and then it became a mouth, or are the teeth steel? It could be much like the Aran line, and it gets minerals from the rocks in the caves that they inhabit. It is also possible that the typing she has is based on her appearance of a bear trap, or a steel trap as they're also called. This metal is going to have to be a type of steel though, as it is stated as being strong enough to crush iron beams. And steel, of course, is stronger than iron. As for Jirachi, Why is this one even a steel type? Well, Jirachi is based off of a shooting star, as it grants wishes, i.e. the psychic part of its type. Well, what are shooting stars? Shooting stars are normally meteors that are burning up in the atmosphere. Normally, the most spectacular shooting stars are the ones made of iron or nickel, as these are both very common metals that are found everywhere in space. I'm leaning a bit more towards nickel, since you can also throw a coin into a well and make a wish. Yeah, you know? Huh? Maybe? Huh? I don't know. Cobalion, or Cobalion, is described in Pokedex entries as having a body and heart of steel. Its glare is sufficient enough to make even an unruly Pokemon obey it. The Swords of Justice group of Pokemon are based off of the Three Musketeers. Cobalion specifically is based off of Athos, the oldest and commonly referred to as the leader of the Three Musketeers. In Pokemon, this translates into it being cold, stern, and strong, all common characteristics of metal. Cobalt is also a part of his name, which is a metal that is known to help steel resist high temperatures. This may be a metaphor for how it keeps its cool head, much like the Musketeers. Cobalt is also known for being blue-tinted, so Cobalion having a body of steel may actually be a body coated in cobalt. Belda, Metang, Metagross, Mega Metagross, Magnemite, Magneton, and Magnezone are all either made of solid metal or are construct-like creatures. These Pokemon may give us a glimpse into the way these metal Pokemon in general work. All these Pokemon communicate and control their bodies with electromagnetic pulses and by sending magnetic waves to repulse Earth's gravity. They do not need to eat, but they do sleep, perhaps to literally recharge. With magnetism being a large factor in these living constructs, they are most likely made of a very magnetic metal. It's hard to say what metal is the most magnetic, as magnetism is a force, but it's possible that the accents on these Pokemon are made of neodymium, iron, and boron. When these three metals are combined, they make a neodymium magnet. This is one of the strongest non-electromagnetic compounds, but the Magnemite line are electric type 2, so they could be made of silver, or alnico, a mixture or alloy of aluminum, nickel, and cobalt that is amplified with electricity. Pokemon that are similar are Honedge, Doublade, Aegislash, and Magearna. They are all metal objects or constructs that are seemingly possessed by a soul, be it artificial or real, whatever that means. Magearna is stated as to having a steel body that was created 500 years ago. If that was 500 years ago today in our world, that would be only 1517, and steel has been found as old as 1800 BC. Yeah, that's right, BC. That's 3,817 years ago that we were starting to mess with steel in our weapons and tools. So only 500 years ago? It's totally possible then that they had a good enough manufacturing process to create a construct of this complexity. It's some seriously real Da Vinci stuff. Honedge, Doublade, and Aegislash are all possessed swords that are made of common steel. While Aegislash may appear gold, it is most likely a decoration or thin layer of gold or golding agent to give the appearance of gold, which was common for the more decorative swords of kings, but gold itself is far too soft to be used on a sword.
There is also the Klinklang line, being pure steel type, and being literally gears that are alive somehow. And being that they began existing during the Industrial Revolution, it's easy to point to the steel gears that were used during the time period, and say that Klinklang is literally that, but alive. But then Registeel gets interesting. It's stated that its body can never be scratched. Never? Really? There are scratch-resistant metals, but with enough force you can scratch anything. Well, thankfully, the Pokedex also makes this easy by stating that the metal composing its body is thought to be a curious substance that is not of this earth. So it's some sort of alien metal we don't know about.
Oh, Klefki. You didn't think I forgot about Klefki like everyone else does, do you? Well, Klefki is a key ring, or it's a small sentient ring that has a crow-like brain and wants to steal and hold on to all of the keys it comes across because its head is a key. Klefki without keys looks like a weird stick with a ball and a key head. Seriously, look at it. This Pokemon is most likely just made out of low-grade steel, just like a lot of key rings. Who would have thought that? It's almost making this video kind of pointless. I thought it would be more interesting. But really, steel is such an integral part of our society that it's hard to base something off of metal and just have it not be steel or iron. Really, iron is just steel but less carbon atoms in between the bonds. The legendary Heatran is a molten pile of metal that lives in caves near lava tubes. Heatran is made of rugged steel as stated by his Pokedex entry, and actually isn't even molten anyways. Heatran can harden, but due to its internal body heat, it does melt in some spots. It actually has boiling blood even, so it is believed that it needs to stay near volcanic activity so that it wastes less energy just trying to stay alive. Solgaleo is the Pokemon representative of the sun, which which confused some people as to why it's psychic steel type and not psychic fire, and the answer to that is an easy one. The sun, and stars in general, aren't fire at all. They're molten balls of gas and plasma, with some molten metals in there too. Mostly iron, in fact. In fact, some scientists believe that the sun isn't mostly hydrogen anymore, but instead is mostly iron. In fact, when the universe began, there were only a few elements, the ones at the top of the periodic table. But when a big enough star explodes in a supernova, all that energy makes it possible for atoms to combine and create the heavier elements. Thus, exploding suns is why we have metals at all. As for what metal Solgaleo is, it's most likely iron under its fur, since the sun is mostly iron and hydrogen. Also, I have a whole video about the alchemic origins of Solgaleo right here. It also answers all these other questions about Solgaleo. Solgaleo's neat. Now let's talk about Ultra Beasts, which are Pokemon from another dimension or another universe. There are two Steel Ultra Beasts, Kartana and Celesteela. Wait, that one has steel in its name. Well, I guess it's steel.
That was easy.
The name is pretty funny. It's Celestial Steel and Stella, which is Latin for star. But looking at its Pokedex entries, maybe not. It is said to be able to take incredible heat as it shoots fire. It's also reminiscent of a rocket. NASA rocket nozzles are made out of stainless steel, but they can't actually take the heat that they need to, so they spray liquid nitrogen on the walls to keep it from melting. Even tungsten, the hardest metal to melt, still melts at 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1650 C. That's 300 degrees Fahrenheit less than the engine makes. So instead of using expensive tungsten, they just use cheaper steel and cool it down. This Ultra Beast is most likely made of various space metals, or maybe it is tungsten, lined with a heat-resistant coating, and somehow it just doesn't get as hot. Kartana, though, looks like origami and is quite thin. Its weight is almost nothing, coming in at 0.1 kilograms. That's the same weight as Flabebe, which is only 4 inches, while Kartana is a foot tall, which is still small, but still. This must mean it is crazy thin, or it is a very light metal. It looks like paper, but paper isn't nearly strong enough for Kartana's feats, and also wouldn't give it the steel typing. It is possible that it is an aluminum-steel mix, or possibly only aluminum, sacrificing the rigidity of steel for the speed and lightweightness of aluminum, or possibly a titanium alloy mix to give it strength. It is said to be strong enough to cut a steel tower in one slice, though this leads me to believe that it is some sort of fictional alien metal that is able to shear down to a single molecular blade, kind of like obsidian. Still though, based on the science we know today, that is completely impossible. So, fictional alien metal it is. It does come from another universe.
That was easy.
For the next category, let's look at steel-type Pokemon that are known to not be made of metal, but have the characteristics of metal or strong-as-metal body parts. Meaning, like we mentioned earlier, these Pokemon are as hard as metal, but are not actually metal. Skarmory, Shieldon, and Bastiodon. Skarmory, surprisingly, is not made of steel, or at least, not really? Ugh, this one's complicated. It has steel-like wings that have become as strong as steel from healing the constant abuse that they receive in their nests that are made of briar bushes.
Oh hey, I just hatched and now I'm bleeding everywhere. Thanks for the amazing nest, Mom!
But there is a bit of debate between the games, as some games like Silver, X, Soul Silver, and Fire Red state that they are made by the chicks living in thorns, so they heal constantly, making them stronger and stronger to the point of being feathers as strong as steel, while other games like Moon and Sapphire state that they are steel, but they can also fall off once they become damaged and regrow completely. People in ancient Alola even used their feathers as swords, so it is steel, or is it feather as strong as steel? Was it just feather that magically became as strong as steel by becoming literally steel? I suppose so, though I don't know how that's possible, but yeah, there you go. Pokemon, yeah, fiction, and then they can just regrow the steel perfectly fine. Shieldon and Bastiodon are both ancient dinosaur Pokemon. Bastiodon boasts the highest defense and special defense score of any of the fossil Pokemon, by the way. Both Pokemon are based loosely off of the Protoceratops, or Chasmosaurus, both dinosaurs with very large heads, although in real life these head plates were not as strong as you would think. All they really did was make the dinosaur look larger and thus more imposing, warding off any predators. In the case of Shieldon, the shield Pokemon, it's surprising to learn that its shield only looks like metal. It actually isn't. As its Pokedex entries state, the skin on its face is very hard hide, and it has a habit of polishing it by rubbing against trees. So their shield faces are just really tough skin, like the skin of a rhino with perhaps a hard bone underneath. And Bastiodon continues this. And now the final category. We have Pokemon with metal that is pretty much unknown as to where the metal comes from. In other words, this is miscellaneous, or it's hard, I don't know, help. Empoleon is a Napoleonic penguin that has always been one of the coolest starters in my book. In the Pokedex entries, it states that it uses the sharp part of its fin to cut the ice to swim faster in the Arctic. Many boats have fins and protrusions called icebreakers that help the ship from getting stuck in the ice. This metal is made of very high-strength steel. The fins on Empoleon are possibly made of a similar steel, but it is unknown as to if this Pokemon grows the steel naturally, or if it finds the steel and makes a fin cover from icebreaker ships that get abandoned, or even if it's just Skarmory again. It just beats the side of its fins repeatedly until they get strong enough. I don't know. There's not enough information. Excadrill drills are said to be strong steel that can bore through iron plates. These drills are most likely made of a cobalt steel mix. The cobalt gives the steel a much higher heat resistance without sacrificing the toughness of the steel. This would allow it to drill faster and even through tougher things like iron, even cast iron. But again, it is not explained how it gets these drills, as Drillbur doesn't have metal claws. But it could be the same logic again with Skarmory, having used the claws so rapidly so much they became stronger and stronger, like a callus, and just eventually developed into this mixture. That is, of course, 100% theory though really I suppose that's what most of this video is. So now we know, or at least have an idea about what types of metal each of the steel Pokemon are, or at least what they should be. But the real question is, are these Pokemon really alive? I mean, some of them obviously are, but what about some of the not so looking alive ones? Are there actual biological parts going through all this metal? What makes things living is actually pretty simple. Scientists have a list for this kind of stuff. Living things obtain and use energy, living things grow and develop, living things reproduce, living things respond to their environment, living things adapt to their environment, and living things are made of cells. So if a Pokemon can do all of that, it's technically living. Let's take one of the solid or fully metal Pokemon like Beldum. It uses energy, it can evolve and learn, we know that they can reproduce somehow, and they can respond to stimuli and adapt to it. The last one, made of cells though, this is the only one I can't really prove, as I can't study the cells. It's impossible to determine this from anything that we've been shown in Pokemon. So, I really don't know. Are they more like animals, or are they more like robots? If robots, then are they alive? Yeah. In the case of Pokemon, there is a sense of magic involved, of course. In fact, in ancient times, people referred to Pokemon as magical creatures, and the more and more we learn about them, the more and more it seems to be the case. My favorite Pokemon are the ones with rock-hard bulges. Well, not really, rock type's kinda lame. They're kinda hard to get into. So a while ago we looked at steel-type Pokemon, answering the question, what type of metal specifically are each of the steel-type Pokemon? Because not all of them are steel, obviously. And today we are going to do the same thing for the rock-type Pokemon. What type of rock or mineral are each of the rock-type Pokemon? I'm sure with this video I'm either going to make my geology teacher smile or cringe. So, let's start by organizing the Pokemon by category, and begin with Pokemon that are solid living rocks. Because not all rock-type Pokemon are purely rock, clearly. So in this first category, we have Geodude, Graveler, Golem, Onix, Bonsly, Sudowoodo, Macargo, Corsola, Nosepass, Spribblepass, Aran, Larion, Aggron, Lunatone, Solrock, Regirock, Roggenrola, Boldore, Gigalith, Carbink, Deontay, Minior, and Nihilego. Let's start with the first rock Pokemon, Geodude, and its evolutions. These Pokemon are rather simple looking with a generic rocky exterior. On the surface it's hard to tell, but when we delve into its name, we can figure out more about this line. Geodude. Alright, so it's a dude, or at least masculine, but let's look at Geo. This could either mean Geo as in geology, the study of rocks, which would make sense because it's a rock, but Geo could also mean geode. Geodes are hollow rocks that form when a lava bubble hardens, trapping air inside of it. Over many years, different particles pass through the air bubble and leave minerals that build up, creating a crystalline structure. The outsides of geodes tend to be round, since they are rock bubbles after all, which fits this whole line's shape, round rocks. And Golem, the third evolution, is actually rumored to be hollow, since he's shown tucking his arms, legs, and head inside of its body. As for the Alolan variant of the Geodude line, we see that it has snazzy eyebrows and hair. Alolan Geodude is made of magnetic rocks that seem to attract iron sand fillings. Think like those old Woolly Willy toys at the Dollar Tree. Another small detail is that its hands contain a few less fingers, possibly due to the magnetism in the rocks not wanting to split as much. Graveler seems to be sporting this same hand configuration of losing fingers, almost gaining scoops for hands, with small brown dravite gems on the arms. Golem, then, is a taser. Yep, you heard it here, a taser face. But in fact, it seems to have a rail cannon on its back. See that black rock on the head between the magnetic monoliths? According to the Pokedex entries, it is known for shooting the rock, but also shooting any nearby Alolan Geodudes. And we can't ignore that nice beard. All of its extremities are tucked further into its body, with even less digits on each, suggesting that it is much more dense, possibly due to the magnetic forces consisting within its body. This chain is likely made of magnetite. No, not Magnemite, the Pokemon. Magnetite, a highly magnetic rock that is found abundantly in Hawaii, the place the Alola region is based on. This gray-brown mineral is quite magnetic, and it is helping scientists follow the drift of the Hawaiian hotspots and volcanic activity. Moving on now to Onyx, the cool rock snake that can burrow at 50 miles an hour. That's pretty crazy, right? Well, what is this rock-hard beast? In some games, its dex entry states that as they age, they become hard as diamonds. But black. Black diamonds. Well, there is a mineral called carbonado, also known as black diamonds. Carbonado is an impure crystalline structure made of diamond, graphite, and amorphous carbon. This all adds up to being the hardest type of natural diamonds found. Due to the graphite, it has a very gray-black coloring. Very rarely are these diamonds found larger than a pea, unfortunately, so they are not used in many real-life applications. This is also apparent in Mega Steelix, where we see clear prisms shoot out of its body. It is possible that as Steelix ages, along with the internal pressure and heat due to the depths it is known to dig to, it slowly purifies this black diamond into the clear crystalline structures that explode out when it mega evolves. Moving on to Bonsly and Sudowoodo. Well, Bonsly is just a baby Sudowoodo, so what is a Sudowoodo? Well, it's just that. Pseudo-wood. Oh. Or fake wood. Petrified wood, to be exact. What is petrified wood, you ask? Well, petrified wood is any wood that has gone through the permineralization process. Permineralization occurs when an object like wood or bone is buried deep under the layers of sediment. Groundwater then flows through the porous material, leaving behind minerals inside of the cells of the object. This process essentially leaves behind an internal cast of the object. This rock is made of multiple minerals, but can be categorized into three large groups: silicate, coal, and sulfur iron. Sudowoodo is most likely a silicate-like quartz, with other minerals such as copper in the false leaves to create the green color we see. The yellow spots on it may also indicate high levels of manganese oxide in the groundwater. Macargo is the evolved form of slugma, and it takes on the appearance of a snail and seems to be made of cooling magma. The technical definition of magma states that it is molten rock under the Earth's crust. Once it reaches the outside, it is considered lava. But lava cargo doesn't sound as cool. Now the question is, what is magma made of really? And why is Macargo rock type and Magmar, the other magma Pokemon, not? Well, simple. Macargo is cooling off. Though still brittle, its shell is solid. It may be igneous volcanic rock, a mixture of many different minerals, but mainly of the silicate variety. Now, coming from a 180,000 degree Fahrenheit Pokemon to one that lives in the ocean. Corsola is a coral-like Pokemon that lives in warm seas. This Pokemon is very weak to pollution and dirty water, but this Pokemon has been seen strong enough to build a city upon them. Due to the coloration and design of this Pokemon, it seems to be based off of the species of coral, Corallium rubrum, or red coral. But what type of rock is coral, you ask? Well, this species of coral is mostly made of calcium carbonate, a generic mineral that forms many rocks, most notably limestone. Nosepass is an odd little fellow that is most notable for always being able to point north. This Pokemon has a blue-gray hue and the odd ability of magnetism. This must mean he has at least some metal in him. His appearance is similar to that of an eastern island head. Some of these heads were made of volcanic rock with a large red crown being placed upon them. Nosepass and Probopass share this blue-gray hue and a large red stone accent. They are both most likely made of a volcanic rock with iron cores or internals, and you can find more info on Probopass's innards in the Steel-type video. Aran, Larion, and Aggron eat rocks and metals and use those minerals to form its steel shell. But what about all of those leftover minerals that they ingest that don't add up to steel? Well, they don't waste any of it. It is possible that they use those minerals to form the rest of their bodies. Aran is possibly made of the minerals found in sedimentary rock, as he eats mostly sedimentary rocks. Go figure. Lunatone is a small crescent moon-shaped Pokemon that levitates and is the counterpart to Solrock, a small sun-shaped rock. Both of these Pokemon were discovered near meteorite crash landings, so it is theorized that they are alien in nature. Unsurprisingly enough, there are two elements that were discovered on the moon and from meteorites, one called Pyrox ferroite. The name comes from Pyrox mangite, Greek for strange fire, and ferrite, a type of iron. Together, these are somewhat descriptive of Solrock, an extraterrestrial fiery rock. This mineral is also known for its high heat requirement to create synthetically. Then we have another element named Tranquilitite, named after the Mare Tranquillitatis, or Sea of Tranquility, the landing place of the first crewed mission to the moon. This rock is similar in color to Lunatone's gray, even giving off some red hues like that in Lunatone's eyes under transmitted light. Man, Pokemon lore designs are deep. Regirock is a large golem Pokemon that has a brown and orange color palette, giving off the idea that it is from a desert location, because it is. The Pokedex entry states that the rocks that make up Regirock are from a multitude of different locations. This is due to the fact that when damaged in battle, it will replace the rocks with whatever is laying around. This information makes it hard to pick what rock it is exactly, but whatever they are definitely sedimentary rocks easily found on the surface. The orange rock leads me to believe that it is possibly sandstone with ferric oxide, found normally in arid desert-like regions. Next up is Roggenrola, Boldore, and Gigalith. This line is similar to the Geodude line, with the second evolution at level 25, and the third only after trading. Roggenrola is a small rock with a lone hexagonal ear in the center of its face. It is said to be as strong as steel due to the compression of being so deep in the ground. Roggenrola is some type of geode with a crack due to the internals being hollow to form an ear. Boldore and Gigalith then seem to be geodes that have fully filled or are expanding out of the hard rocky outside to create large crystalline structures. Based off of the coloration of the crystals, it is most likely due to it containing hydrated iron oxide. Carbink is a small floating rock with small blue crystals protruding from multiple parts of its body. You can see a white collar that appears to be almost fluffy on it too. Carbink is based off of a mythological creature called the Carbuncle, which has gems protruding out of its head. The most logical rock that this Pokemon would be made of is a type of crystal that is growing out of some sort of sedimentary rock. The blue coloration leads me to believe that it has high amounts of tourmaline held in the quartz. It is also possible that it is sapphire, as these crystals are stated in the Pokedex to be jewels, and quartz isn't technically a jewel. Deontay is a very similar Pokemon to the previous Carbink, but they are not exactly related. I know, and it was first revealed I also thought that it was an evolution of Carbink. In fact, in the anime, this Pokemon is almost like a princess or queen of the Carbinks. This Pokemon is a floating rock also, but it has more of an anthropomorphic body and much larger pinkish crystals that look similar to ears or hair, with a large gem with a brilliant round cut. You would think this princess-like Pokemon would have its gem in the princess cut, but no, it's just the generic round. That is a missed opportunity, Game Freak. Deontay and Mega Deontay sport a vibrant pink color and are said to be as hard as diamond. They also can make diamonds by pretty much just clapping their hands. Pokemon are crazy. It is possible that these Pokemon are made of diamonds with some sediment clinging to their bodies, specifically red or pink diamonds. This type of diamond is made when there are impurities not of minerals, but into its crystalline lattice, which is formed due to intense heat and pressure. This winds up refracting light incorrectly and gives off a red hue. With the hue saturation and tone of this magnitude, it's safe to say that these are beyond even the most rare diamond, the Pink Star Diamond. So, nice. This diamond actually has a name, and Deontay is even rarer. I guess it's a legendary for a reason. Speaking of floating rocks, up next is Minior, another meteor Pokemon. This Pokemon is pretty cute. Its core changes color based off of what it eats while it's up in the ozone layer. Apparently, once it eats enough space dust, it creates its shell with the material and falls to Earth. So what is up there to eat for this little guy? Well, surprisingly a lot. These particles that spread in the upper stratosphere are called atmospheric aerosols by NASA. There are many things that are up in our atmosphere, but there are three that actually affect our climate: volcanic aerosols, desert aerosols, and man-made aerosols. It is possible that each color of Minior corresponds to a different aerosol, or possibly it's based on what percentage of each it eats. And finally, for this category, we come to Nihilego, an ultra beast that I frequently mispronounce the name to. This beast looks similar to a jellyfish that is translucent. It doesn't look like it at first, but after you hit it, you find out that it's made of a rock. Like, what? That's not intuitive at all. I kept hitting it with electricity because it looks like a water type, right? Anyway, this Pokemon could be rock type, as glass is technically a silicate-based rock. Even the official Pokemon site states that this Ultra Beast is made of a glass-like substance substance. Flexible glass isn't even that big of a sci-fi topic, as we currently have bendable glass. Although human-made bendable glass needs to be in a straight, flat sheet and not shaped like a jellyfish, but it's a start. Good job, humans. It's not that far of a stretch to say that this Ultra Beast is made of a flexible glass or crystal, as it is from Ultra Space, another universe, another dimension that may not necessarily follow our same laws of physics. So, you know, it's an alien, it's easy. And that takes care of a lot of Pokemon, but let's go ahead and move on to the next category. Pokemon that have rock parts that may or may not be a part of them. In this category, we have Rhyhorn, Rhydon, Rhyperior, Shuckle, Larvitar, Pupitar, Tyranitar, Relicanth, Dwebble, Crustle, Binacle, Barbaracle, Rockruff, Lycanroc, and Terracon. Rhyhorn, Rhydon, and Rhyperior are all rather large rhino-like Pokemon with immense strength and durability. These Pokemon aren't necessarily made of rock, but have rock-like toughness. Perhaps a sort of rock armor or rock exoskeleton. We do see that Rhyperior does have what seems to be armor made of orange stones. This is actually the item that is used to evolve Rhyhorn into Rhyperior, a protector. But what kind of rock is this? Well, surprisingly enough, it's possibly made of sapphire. I know, right, the blue one. Well, they aren't necessarily blue. You see, ruby and sapphire are the same type of gem, just different colors. A ruby is just a red sapphire, and these gems can in fact be orange. Most other colors of this gem fall under the name corundum, and this mineral is very hard, being only second to diamonds. But we also can't forget that it may be based off of rhyolite, due to the name being so similar and the coloration, though this mineral lacks the strength that is associated with Rhyperior. Shuckle is a sweet juice Pokemon, or at least a Pokemon that is known for making some super sweet juice from berries and its own personal juices. Ew. Well, we can see how this isn't a rock Pokemon, but more or less it's a small worm in a rock shell. It is said that the digestive juices of this Pokemon are able to dissolve rock, so this shell must be quite strong or made of a crystalline structure so that it's not as dissolvable. It could be that it is made of quartz, or the Shuckle just makes sure not to get any more juice on its shell that would otherwise just be a very holy sedimentary rock. And not the spiritually kind of holy. Now on to a popular one. Larvitar, Pupitar, and the mighty Tyranitar are Pokemon capable of taking down mountains in a single punch. Gosh, and we let 10-year-olds play with them. Bet you never heard that joke before. All of these Pokemon are at home in the mountains. With their rock-like hides, normal attacks don't seem to bother them, so they are always looking for a good fight. They may get the rock typing from how they evolve, as not all Pokemon are typed due to what they are, but how they are. Pokedex entries state that Larvitar is born deep under the ground, and it must eat its way to the surface before it is able to grow. Some even state that it must eat a large mountain before it can grow. So at this point, Larvitar seems more like it would be ground type than rock at this point, but Then we get to Pupitar. This gray-blue Pokemon has a hard shell. After all, its name is the hard shell Pokemon. It is assumed that this shell is formed by all of the rocks and ground that Larvitar eats, so its shell is likely a large mix of mostly bedrock and lithified rocks. And now we get to Tyranitar, the armor Pokemon. This Pokemon may only be as tough as rock, or the silverish lining on his stomach could be the leftover Pupitar armor. Other than that and its diet, there isn't much really to suggest that it is rock. Relicanth is an ancient fish that I like for no good reason. I just love it. This old-as-rock fish is quite armored, bearing a large rock-like faceplate that defends it from any would-be attackers. And it has craggy rock-like scales that allow it to survive in the deep ocean for hundreds of millions of years. It is almost like a living fossil at this point, and we all know what fossils are made of. Rock. This fish is most likely not made of actual rock, but is hard as rock. They took living fossil, literally in this case, and made it rock type. Dwebble and Crustle are a cute crab duo that can be commonly found in the desert. Dwebble is a small hermit crab that likes to hide in small rocks. It uses a solvent to ease the carving of the rock it chooses to live in. The rock it chooses are most likely surface sedimentary rocks. Crustals, then, are much larger hermit crabs, and they have visible stratum on their shell. Stratum are basically the visible changes between layers of soil or sediment. So Crustle literally has a block of the Earth's crust on its back. Binacle and Barbaracle are barnacle-like creatures. Barnacles are small cryptids that swim freely until they find a suitable rock that they then attach themselves to with a cement-like secretion from their bodies. Once attached, they do not detach unless they are scraped off, which is very difficult to do, if you could imagine. It's literally scraping concrete. Binacle and Barbaracle have similarities in design with the Nauplius larva of a barnacle with frontolateral horns. They are not not so much rock themselves, but are attached to C4 rocks, which is made primarily of mafic rock. Not a specific rock, but rather a group of rocks that all share traits with what appears to be what Binnacle uses as a base. Rock Ruff and Lichen Rock are canines, and being from Alola, they are possibly based on the now extinct Hawaiian poi dog, known for their love of digging in the ground, and would be given collars made of shells and beach-smoothed rocks. Now, apart from the name, it may be difficult to see why this fluffy little doggo is rock type. The spikes around its collar and the dark spots in its mane are actually protruding rocks. And this becomes more apparent when it evolves into Lichen Rock, where we can more obviously see the spikes with the rocky tip on its mane. Again, these Pokemon may not actually be rock, but it could be that they have dried mud in their mane, perhaps super mud to the point of being rock. Similar to how real-life animals use mud to regulate their body temperature, these Pokemon may use mud to ward off small insects, or even just to deter predators from attacking vital spots. These wolves are similar in appearance to the Hokkaido wolf. Known for living in the mountains, this wolf went extinct in the 1800s when Japan introduced bait used to kill off their livestock predators. And that mountain similarity may be why they're rock type too. Who knows, it's a little loose with this one. Terrakion, one of the Swords of Justice, is the largest and most stout of the 4 swords. This group of Pokemon are based off of the 3 Musketeers, which actually had a 4th member, and Terrakion would then represent Porthos, the largest and strongest of the 3. Likewise, Terrakion is the largest in weight, coming in at 573.2 pounds. This Pokemon is most likely not made of rock, but is as sturdy as rock. Possibly, it is made somewhat of terracotta, based off of its name Terrakion, like those terracotta warriors. And that does it for Pokemon that have rock-like properties. And now we get to another interesting category, the fossil Pokemon. These are creatures born of science from ancient beings not found in the wild anymore. Think Jurassic Park. It is theorized that these Pokemon are not fully rock type, but rather are rock types because of the process of being brought to life after being a fossil. Let's get a list of the fossil Pokemon. Here we have Ammonite, Amistar, Kabuto, Kabutops, Aerodactyl, Cradilly, Lilip, Anorith, Armaldo, Granados, Rampardos, Shieldon, Bastodon, Tortuga, Caracosta, Archon, Archeops, Tyrant, Tyrantum, Amora, and Aurorus. The only pure rock type Pokemon here are Granados and Rampardos, and both of them are just numbskulls. It is likely that they are rock type just because they have bones and heads as hard as rocks. And as I mentioned, there are quite a few theories as to why all the fossil Pokemon are rock type even when they should be typed differently. Some Pokemon like Ammonite, Amistar, Anorith, Armaldo, Tortuga, Caracosta, Kabuto, and Kabutops are said to have rock-hard shells, so it's very possible that they are rock type due to these traits. And those ones would be easy, but Cradilly, Lilip, Archon, Archeops, Tyrant, Amora, and Aurorus don't exactly show characteristics of rock. I mean, Shieldon and Bastodon do. They are very defensive, so again, hard as rock, but Cradilly and Lilip are basically plants or sea anemones. Though looking at them, they may have a few barnacle traits with a hard outer shell, hence the rock typing. But then, Archon and Archeops look loosely based on raptors. Even the Pokedex entries state that they run much faster than they can fly, and almost hop across the ground. There's nothing rocky about them. Tyrant and Tyrantum are both large T-Rex styled Pokemon with craggy rock-like scales, I guess? So there's that. They are rock-like, thus rock type. Amora and Aurorus look like Amargasaurus, the sail-necked dinosaurs, and they are smooth-skinned. Nothing makes them look rocky-like at all. Icy maybe, hence the ice type, but not rocky. But now we get to Aerodactyl and Mega Aerodactyl. This flying Pokemon again looks nothing like a rock. Yet when it Mega evolves, it grows large rocky spikes and gets a sick goatee. Check it. Nice. However, while you could say it's the fossils being rocks are now spiking out, this one doesn't come from a fossil like the others. It comes from an old piece of amber with what looks to be like a small insect on the inside. I can guess this is similar to what happened with Jurassic Park, where there was a mosquito that had blood from a dinosaur trapped in amber. But that means that Aerodactyl's hide had to be soft enough for this mosquito to pierce it and draw blood. That's not a very rock-like trait. So what are these fossil Pokemon? Are they rocks? Or are they only rocks because of the fossilization process? And then how does Aerodactyl mess with all that? Like what?
Over the last few generations of Pokemon, more and more lore is being based on an ancient art known as alchemy, the precursor to chemistry, and a combination of science, spirituality, and magic. And this series of videos aims to cover it all. This is Poke Alchemy. Today we are covering Solgaleo's alchemical origins.
Solgaleo is a good subject to start this series on, as it was the reveal of Solgaleo that made many Pokemon fans first realize that there are and have been many references to alchemy in their favorite franchise. And the reason for this is because, out of everything, it is the most obvious of the references. Firstly, its name. Solgaleo comes from 3 words, the first of which is Sol, being Latin for sun. Latin was the language used by most alchemists. Galileo comes from the famous artist, mathematician, physicist, and astronomer Galileo Galilei, who discovered many things about our solar system, such as Jupiter's moons and the path of Venus, just to name a few. And also from Leo, the name of the lion constellation of stars. Also worth mentioning is Solgaleo's unique ability, Full Metal Body. While of course it's literal in Solgaleo's case, when you consider everything else that's going to be mentioned in this entire video series, it becomes plausible that it is also a reference to Full Metal Alchemist, an incredibly successful and popular manga and anime series which peaked during the early developmental stages of Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, which is where most of the earliest references to alchemy in Pokemon are found. And as you'll find in this video series, this ability certainly is not the only reference to this anime series. Moving away from references to media, we look at the most obvious reference to real alchemy. Being the Pokemon Emissary of the Sun, its official description states that it is referred to as the beast that devours the sun. And non-coincidentally, that is exactly how the alchemical lion that devours the sun is described. The alchemical lion, though green, is referred to by Solgaleo in more than this way, however. Being Psychic Steel type confused some. When you think of the sun, you usually think of fire, so fire type would make more sense, and sure, that does make some sense, though the sun is more plasma than fire. Plasma made from hydrogen and iron. Some scientists even theorize that the sun is even mostly molten iron now. And when you purify iron and add carbon to it, you get steel. And this purification process just happens to be part of what the alchemical lion symbolizes. The reason the alchemical lion is green is because it symbolizes the purification of metals, and alchemists commonly used a liquid sulfate called vitriol to purify it. Most commonly purifying it into gold, and this liquid, of course, is green. Alchemists had tiers of metal, with some being considered more pure than others. Platinum was of course the purest and the most holy, though most alchemists only wanted to make gold, the second purest, as it is what most of the currency was made of at the time. Alchemists just wanted to get rich. And lead is considered to be the most impure of the metals, hence the classic turn lead into gold aspect of alchemy that is common in media today. And interestingly, every metal is also assigned a planet to symbolize it and gain astrological power from. And gold was connected to the sun. It should be noted that in alchemy the sun and the moon are considered to be planets. And the earth is not. It was a different time. According to Johannes Fabricus, an alchemy historian, on a more spiritual level, the green lion devouring the sun is a metaphor for when a person's consciousness is overwhelmed by violent, frustrated desires. In other words, if the spirit of this lion compels you, you tend to act destructively. But at the same time, according to the Cosmopolite, a book on alchemy from the 16th century, there is this one green lion which closes and opens the 7 indissoluble seals of the 7 metallic spirits, which torments the bodies until it has perfected them, by means of the artist's long and resolute patience. The 7 metallic spirits are of course the 7 metals in alchemy and the bond they share with their 7 planets. And the green lion is able to open and close the seals to them, essentially opening portals to them and their power. And this aspect is shared by Lunala. We know that both of these cosmic Pokemon have the power to open portals to Ultra Space, where the 7 Ultra Beasts reside, which is another plane of existence, or perhaps literally a whole other universe. This of course is an example of Game Freak taking Solgaleo's alchemic origins power literally, rather than figuratively. But what happens if Solgaleo and Lunala were to cross paths? And what about this new Necrozma armor? And speaking of the 7 metallic spirits that Solgaleo can open portals to, He opens portals to Ultra Space where the 7 different Ultra Beasts reside. Is there perhaps something more to that? Oh, most certainly. But we have to cover some other things before that will all make sense. And thus ends the first lesson on Pokemon Alchemy. Last time we talked about Solgaleo's origins in alchemy, being based on the alchemical lion, which is an amazing t-shirt design you can get now, link in the description, and this alchemical lion purifies metals and can open seals to portals to the 7 metallic spirits, which is the bond that the 7 metals and the 7 planets in alchemy share. And today, we are going to cover the alchemic origins of Lunala, but first I should mention that the ending bit of this video crosses into Solgaleo a lot. So this video isn't just Lunala, it is Lunala and then Lunala and Solgaleo as a duo. And I should mention that Game Freak took some creative liberties and gave Lunala the same powers as Solgaleo, that being the power to open portals to Ultra Space. Though, that's based more on the power of the green lion devouring the sun, but to keep the 2 versions of the game similar, they gave Lunala this power as well, despite it not being in line with Lunala's alchemic origin. But that's not to say that Lunala has nothing to add by itself, however. Lunala's origins are more in astrology rather than pure alchemy, though this is fine, as more often than not, if you were an alchemist, you were also an astrologist, as the 2 go hand in hand, which is why the 2 share so many symbols. Now then, the only such bat of the moon in alchemy and astrology dates back to the 14th century Book of Wonders, an Arabic manuscript on astronomy, astrology, and divination. It depicts the moons as having a woman's face and bat wings, while being held up by Cancer of the zodiac. Having a woman's face fits perfectly. Throughout all of alchemy and astronomy, the moon represents the feminine powers, and the sun the masculine powers. This is reflected by Solgaleo of the Sun being an obviously male lion, and it being said to be the male evolution of Cosmion, and Lunala having more feminine features and a more feminine name, as well as it being said to be the female evolution of Cosmion. The Batwing's association with the moon is fairly straightforward. Bats are a nocturnal creature coming out at night. As for Cancer, here things begin to get interesting again. Cancer is said to be ruled over by the moon. As such, according to astrology, those born under Cancer are said to feature more feminine traits, having strengths such as tenacity, being highly imaginative, emotional, sympathetic, and being persuasive. Cancers tend to like art and other home-based hobbies like knitting, baking, quilting, etc. They also tend to be very loving and caregiving, especially towards their own family, though the weaknesses of Cancer are that they can be moody, pessimistic, suspicious, manipulative, and insecure. As you can probably tell, most of these tend to be strengths and weaknesses associated with the much more feminine of us all. Cancer is also associated with water, and is often depicted as having pearls embedded in its shell. Pearls are a symbol of the finer parts of aquatic life, which makes sense as they are a biological bit of jewelry found in clams and oysters. This is also referred to by the Generation 4 Pokemon Palkia, the dragon water-type controller of space, which is associated with pearls, as space is often boundless and open, much like many ancient depictions of the ocean before we knew the Earth was round. The ocean just keeps going. But we'll save the Gen 4 legendaries for later. Back to Lunala, its design may also pull from the Egyptian goddess Nuit, who is often depicted as containing all of the stars in her body and within her reach. She embraces the world to cast it into night, much like Lunala. Egyptians are said to have been one of the founders of ancient alchemy, and because of that, various alchemic cults all the way into the early 1900s, such as the Thelema, would worship 3 Egyptian gods, Ra, Hor-Kahuit, Hadit, and Nuit. As such, Nuit is the most important Egyptian goddess for alchemists, meaning borrowing design elements from her for Lunala in your game heavily inspired by alchemy works out perfectly. And that is it for Lunala specifically, not nearly as much as Solgaleo, so let's use the last chunk of this video to talk more about this duo of Pokemon, Solgaleo and Lunala together. This duo, of course, are the emissaries or representatives of the sun and the moon, and alchemy is all about its representations and symbols. This is what is known as a transmutation circle. It's a magical circle that alchemists would do their experiments in. Oftentimes, their experiments involved changing one thing into another, hence the term transmutation. These symbols served two purposes. For the more chemistry-based alchemist, they used these symbols to represent the elements they would place in each location on the circle. They were just notes, essentially. But for the more spiritually inclined alchemists, they believed that by placing certain symbols and texts within and around the circles, they could better call upon the powers of the elements and their planetary bonds. Their spirits, essentially. Drawing these symbols as representatives or emissaries of their respective planets would draw in their powers to help in their transmutation. The symbol of the sun and the moon were both very frequently used, as they are the two most powerful planets. Remember, in alchemy, the sun and the moon are both planets, and they are represented by the two most valuable metals at the time, gold and silver. And, as mentioned, the sun and moon are representative of the masculine and the feminine powers. Together, they form a perfect pair and can create life. In the case of the sun and moon, this is done thanks to the light that they give off, and the tides and seasons they create. And in humans, it's sex. Celestial sex is a term often used to describe what happens during a solar eclipse, when the moon passes directly between the sun and the earth. It's a conjoining of the powers that cultures throughout history and all around the world associate with new beginnings, new life, and even portals to another realm. That realm usually being the land of the dead, but in Pokemon they take it literally and give both Solgaleo and Lunala the ability to open portals to Ultra Space, which is another universe. And if they can do that alone, then imagine what sort of power, what sort of portal they could create while together. Back to the actual eclipse though, many cultures and alchemists believed that they were not only symbols of celestial sex, but also that it was a new era for the universe. The old universe dies out and a new one is born instantaneously. Infinity gets reset, as it were, as an eclipse is an event which purifies Azoth to its most pure form. But what is Azoth? Azoth is, long story short, essentially the power of God, the power of Aether, which is all of the elements combined. Azoth is the power of the spirit. It's what souls are made of. It is infinity energy, which just so happens to be a thing that Pokemon has been talking about a lot lately. Infinity energy. Pokemon even references Azoth twice, and that's just so far. Once with the Azoth Kingdom in the Volcanion movie, and with a music track in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire's soundtrack, being titled Azoth. We'll talk more about that in a later video. Moving on to another tangent, not to sound sexist or anything, people these days are very sensitive, and after all, alchemy is an ancient thing, but it should be noted here for future reference in this series that in alchemy, the sun does reign over the moon, and is much more pure and more powerful, both in a scientific and alchemical sense. After all, the moon only shines light because of the light it absorbs and reflects back to us. Its source of light is still the sun. And this is also reflected in the symbolism of both the masculine and the feminine powers. The bulk of alchemists look to the story of Adam and Eve for confirmation of this. Eve was created as a companion to Adam, though Adam was the first human, humanity in its purest. Throughout most of human history, men have been the leaders, the most powerful and dominant sex. And when looking at the masculine powers of dominance, raw strength, war, and logic, it makes sense historically. This is shown in alchemy as the sun is the center of the metal symbols, and symbolizes gold, and gold is the purest of the earthly metals. The only one higher is platinum, which is symbolic of God rather than man. But as psychologists, historians, Bible interpreters, and alchemists alike state, though the masculine powers are more powerful and dominant, what are they without the feminine powers? Fathers are typically seen as the head of the household, but what good is a head with no body? As the tale of Adam and Eve states, Eve is a companion and complement to Adam. They complete one another. The raw strength becomes refined, just as many alchemic depictions show. While the solar light is strong on its own, and much stronger than lunar light, it is only when the solar light is reflected and refined through the moon that you can get a more pristine and specialized light. especially in a spiritual sense. While the sun is the biggest and most powerful force in the solar system, it is meaningless without the moon, as it takes both for life to exist on Earth. And though the sun is strong, it is also far, while the moon is closest to us, giving us protection and guidance, both in a spiritual sense and with lunar calendars, which were most commonly used at the time of alchemists. Just as the father of the household will be the one working out on the farm and going to war, showing his strength distantly, it's the mother who guides, cares for, and protects us much closer. As such, the sun and moon were seen as the masculine father and feminine mother of the Earth, which comes right back into celestial sex, bringing a new era of life to the universe, beginning it all over again when the sun and moon combine in an eclipse. The only thing missing from this bond to have pure and ultimate permanent power over the whole universe would be if they gained total control of the Azoth by forming its backbone of sun, moon, and prism. So being that Solgaleo and Lunala went together could theoretically have the power to take control of the universe, where does that put them on the hierarchy of Pokemon? We know that Arceus is at the top, taking the role of the Judeo-Christian god in alchemy. We'll have a video on that later. And most commonly then, you have Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina directly below Arceus, taking control of space, time, and antimatter. Though antimatter is debatable, it's more likely to be gravity, as this video here will explain. But, as many alchemic illustrations show, Solgaleo and Lunala would be the ones directly below Arceus, as when combined, they have control over light and infinity, God's power, Azoth. Whereas Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina are just the individual forces that hold the universe together. And somewhere down the line from Solgaleo and Lunala is Ho-Oh and Lugia, the Phoenix and Aquilus. One brings the sun's power to the earth, and the other brings the moon's power to the oceans, controlling the tides. This would also work out well as the sun and moon are represented on Earth by gold and silver, which just so happens to be the games Ho-Oh and Lugia are from.